attacks on polling places that we expected. We haven't seen violence break out really in any meaningful way before or after this election. It does seem like, as I consider the framing of that question, we're going to be hearing from Donald Trump right now. There you have it, being introduced along with J.D. Vance, his running mate. This is live video and audio from West Palm Beach, Florida, as we bring you to the convention center right now. The podium set up and the American flag. And I'm sure we're going to hear from Lee Greenwood here for a bit, so we might want to let this breathe. This song's got a couple of minutes in it, Rick. Now that we're actually seeing them on stage here, that, by the way, includes the former First Lady, Melania Trump, who has spent very little time on the campaign trail alongside her husband. His sons are with him, along with several other family members and other supporters. He was with Elon Musk and Dana White at the dinner earlier at Mar-a-Lago. Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, who was with us earlier on the broadcast, Kaylee, on the stage as well. Looks like he's not going to wait for this song to complete. Maybe he will. The whole family is coming around behind the podium. Rick, this is an incredibly important moment in Donald Trump's political career. Bill Clinton is apparently no longer the comeback kid.
Yeah, that's right. I think this is going to take that crown. And, we see Barron Trump, first time in the campaign, really participating on stage. But I think, this is the new Camelot, if you really want to stress out and say this is a family that is going to be involved in politics for a long time. I think there were real questions as to what their longevity would be if Donald Trump didn't win tonight. But that is settled. At least we think it's pretty close to being settled. So expect to see and hear from family members, especially Donald J. Trump Jr., who played an instrumental part in recruiting J.D. Vance onto the ticket.
Well, yeah, that's right. As we see both of the sons on the stage, Melania Trump, the former First Lady, looks like on track to be the First Lady once again on the stage, as well as the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is there, who we were just discussing, Jeannie, in the final moment here before Donald Trump actually decides to speak. He's still soaking it up. What tone do you expect we'll hear?
I think he's going to be, I would think, gracious to all the people who supported him and helped him in this. I think we're going to, this has got to be a very excited but very tired person. He was out late last night campaigning. He probably hasn't had a wink of sleep in a week. He's got to be exhausted. But boy, what a comeback this is.
This is going to be an extended, potentially, round of applause and a standing ovation here as the music comes down and the chant USA in the West Palm Beach Convention Center. There is a massive crowd there tonight. Let's listen live to Donald Trump.
Thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. but this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Republican candidate Donald Trump addressing his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump thanking those supporters for what he says was his being elected president. That hasn't technically happened yet. 267 electoral votes have been called for him. He needs 270 to win. He could take any remaining state on the board to get over that threshold. Meantime, Kamala Harris has just 224 electoral votes. At this time, with still some states left to be called, Donald Trump is also winning the popular vote. And he says America has given him a, quote, unprecedented mandate. We want to go now live into the room in West Palm Beach, Florida, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining us live at Trump HQ on what has turned into an election morning, nearly 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Tyler, what is the energy like in the room?
Yeah, hey, Kelly, former President Donald Trump declaring a victory as he is poised to become that 47th president of the United States. But as you mentioned, it hasn't quite happened yet. The energy in this room is incredible. You have all of his supporters cheering him on as it intensifies in here as well as in his VIP section. We saw Elon Musk as well as Dana White invited up on stage. Former President Trump started his remarks by calling this the, quote, greatest political movement of all time that will, quote, reach a new level of importance to help our country heal. Importantly, I want to point out that he also spoke about how Republicans have taken back the Senate. That is going to be absolutely critical to any candidate's agenda going forward, but perhaps particularly for former President Trump when it comes to his economic policies, as he has put forward a litany of tax proposals that will need to get through the new Congress. He also called out all of the battleground states so far that have officially gone to him for their total helping, saying that that is what ultimately propelled him today. But he did his signature weave, hitting many issues, including immigration, also taking shots at various news organizations. I will quickly add that he did invite up his vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, onto the stage. Our Bloomberg News viewers might know him first as a venture capitalist and a member of the Senate Banking Committee. He did seem to hone in on one of the Trump campaign's main messages, which is this idea of an economic resurgence. We know, Kaylee and Joe, throughout this whole campaign, the economy was the #1 issue for U.S. voters.
You said it, Tyler Kendall, with us from Trump HQ in Florida tonight. Thank you. I suspect that party is going to go on for a while as we bring our panel back in for their thoughts on what we have just seen and heard. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are still with us at now the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Pretty remarkable to see a victory speech like that, including the head of the UFC, among others, called to the podium. He was on the script. He was off the script, Rick. To think that we're getting this done tonight, though, is pretty remarkable, when many folks thought we'd still be talking about this next week.
That's right. I don't think anybody would have anticipated that within 12 hours of the polls closing in the East Coast, we'd have an election declaration by one of the candidates and uncontested by his opponent, Kamala Harris. We've heard nothing from her, no congratulations or concession otherwise. So
important to note that.
Yeah, we've moved along, and I think that that's sort of the idea of American politics now. As you go out, you declare victory, and it looks like the numbers are all going to add up for him. He's going to have a big night. He looks like a potential clean sweep of the 7 targeted states that we started with 2 years ago and have now decided Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States.
Incredible. And of course, it's not just those here in the U.S. that are watching this. The world is watching this, Jeannie, and beginning to chime in, including the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, whose office just put out a statement on X. Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. He says your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. There are many domestic policy implications to consider with the results of this vote, Jeannie, but foreign policy as well.
Foreign policy, certainly. And, it is a fraught time in the world. So, obviously what is going on in the Middle East, what has happened in Israel and on the Gaza Strip. We know that Donald Trump was close to Benjamin Netanyahu. They had a slight sort of break, if you will, after Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden on his win in 2020, but they seem to have patched that up. But certainly what's going on in Israel is at top of mind. Also, we need to look at Europe. I think everybody in Ukraine has got to be wondering what happens now. U.S. funding, U.S. support for the war, that is all up in question. All members of NATO have got to be concerned. We've also got President Trump talking about the word he loves more than anything, which is tariffs. He has said he will put very, very large tariffs, not just on China, but on Europe, on Mexico. The list is long. We don't know if he will fulfill that. So there's a lot, I think, of open questions around the world. I think we're going to hear more congratulations to him once he officially gets the to 270. But I also think there's a lot of concern around the world about what this means as the United States changes hands once again, going back to Donald Trump.
Well, we are hearing from at least one member of NATO, Emmanuel Macron of France, congratulating Donald Trump on the election win. Viktor Orban of Hungary, the biggest comeback in U.S. political history. Congratulations to President Trump on his enormous win, a much-needed victory for the world. You made an interesting point earlier, though, Rick. This has not been officially called But there has been no word from the Democratic nominee. Should Kamala Harris be issuing a statement tonight?
Yeah, sure. I think that maybe they're waiting for an official AP declaration of victory, but it's all but in the books at this stage.
It's got to have been written, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Harris campaign is probably in a state of shock. It's very hard to get over a stunning loss like this. She had a lot of momentum. She was very excited about the prospects of changing history, and I think that the reality, though, is they need to overcome that. They need to move on. They need to try to solidify the country around a new president. And as difficult as that may seem, and unfortunately having been in that position many times in my past, it's really important to the political system that we have this kind of change. And you don't want to get too bollocksed up on the technicalities. Donald Trump's going to win. She knows it, and her campaign knows it, and they should address it.
Well, and we'll see when they do so. For all of the time Kamala Harris spent on the campaign trail talking about Donald Trump's unwillingness to accept the results of the 2020 election, we'll see how she accepts the results of this 2024 election. For all of the conversation, Rick, that has been had, first with Joe Biden, then with Kamala Harris, about what they described as Donald Trump posing a threat to democracy, as being unfit to serve, someone who wouldn't abide by the Constitution. The American electorate, everything is showing us, has still chosen him. He will perhaps not just win the Electoral College, but the popular vote as well. What does this teach us about where America is right now?
Yeah, look, I think that they're not buying that, characterization of Donald Trump. I think that you have to rely on the institutions that we have that make our democracy strong, and know that, even under threat, they'll stand. And look, I mean, I think we have to wait and see how Donald Trump approaches the presidency. And you can sort of trust but verify in this case. We don't know what his approach is going to be to the rule of law and these kinds of things, because we've seen all sides of him, right? And so given time, we'll learn more as we go along. But I think that when you look at the results of this election, you look at the widespread support that he got that is beyond what he got in 2020. The Ohio River Valley has now become a bastion of Trump support. Southern Florida, Dade County, a county that went with Joe Biden in 2020, overwhelmingly for Donald Trump this cycle. I mean, everywhere you look, there's improvement by the Trump coalition in adding votes to his tally. And as you described, to the point where he's actually overcome a Democratic dominance in modern presidential campaigns of the popular vote to looking like he's going to wind up winning the popular vote too. So it's something we have to deal with, and I think we have to step off from this point on and realize that if you believe that you've been promoting the peaceful transition of power, it has to come with the package that we've got on the election night tonight, and that's Donald Trump.
I love your thoughts on this, Jeannie, as the nation puts 2020 behind it. January 6th, stop the steal. Does the Democratic Party need to move on and signal that to voters?
I think they absolutely do. I don't think we could ever forget what happened on January 6th. It's critically important that we think about ourselves as one people and what has happened. So I don't mean we should move on from it in that way. But I do think that the Democratic Party is going to have to try to figure out how it goes and appeals to coalitions that it has long served, that seem to be, it's still got a robust following, but that seem to have been looking for something else. And I think, as we look at the numbers, the number of people who say that the United States is moving in the wrong direction, the number of people dissatisfied with the direction of the country, that is problematic. And so I think we all have to consider that. And I do think that was a hard sell on the democracy front from Biden and then Harris, primarily because the American people saw Donald Trump as president, and they knew knew he hadn't acted in a way that destroyed the country. And so they didn't seem to buy that argument. And so from that perspective, they do have to move on. But to Rick's point, we also have to make sure that Donald Trump, how he approaches the office and issues of law and order are critically important.
Well, and there is a reason that there are checks and balances in the U.S. government that goes across the different branches, one of which, of course, is the legislative branch. We do not know yet at this hour who will win the House of Representatives. We do know, Jeannie, that Republicans will control the Senate. The question is going to be the majority. We know it will be at least 51 to 49. But in the blue wall states, one of which Pennsylvania has now been called for Donald Trump, in each of them, the Republican candidate is leading the Democrat right now. What difference would a 54 Republican majority Senate mean over a 51?
Every vote counts and every vote matters. So that would be very, very important. You know, traditionally, they do need to break that filibuster. And so you would need to get to 60. But the closer you are, if they can pull over some Democrats, it could help them do that. So, of course, for Republicans, that would be important. And, you know, we've been living the last few years with such a narrowly divided Senate in which one person like a Joe Manchin from West Virginia can make such a difference. So really, really important for the Republicans to try to get there. And obviously, Democrats would like to hold Casey where he is right now, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, having heard the victory speech from Donald Trump live here on Bloomberg, let's get a check on market reaction now as well. Having just heard from the former president, here's Bloomberg's Valerie Teila. Valerie?
Good morning from London. As Trump was speaking, we had U.S. equity futures hit all-time highs. We are continuing to see a good outperformance when it comes to the Russell 2000 index. That's the index of small caps. It reached a near 5% level as Trump was speaking. And then flipping to FX, the Bloomberg Dollar Index is still trading very strong this morning. And if we take a look especially at tariff-exposed currencies, I'm thinking of the euro, of dollar MEX, of dollar CNH, the Chinese yuan. Those have all taken quite a beating so far in this session. Now, it was notable that in Trump's speech that we just heard, he did not express any language when it comes to tariffs. So we haven't seen necessarily these currencies weakening any further, but they are still at session lows. Back to you.
All right, Bloomberg's Valerie Teila in London. Thank you so much. As we continue to view the reaction across the world, across the markets and the political sphere alike, we want to return now to Florida, where we just heard Donald Trump speaking from at his election night now morning headquarters in West Palm Beach. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is still there. Tyler, obviously there were a ton of supporters in that room. Donald Trump himself, members of his family, but also some other familiar faces. And I wonder how we should view the roles of some of those people that were there with him on that stage and what role they may take in a future second Trump administration.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. Bloomberg News reporting that there's already starting to be some jockeying in a potential Trump administration. We know that he spoke about this idea that Republicans have taken over the Senate. That is going to be critical not only to his agenda, but also for confirming cabinet members and critical personnel. There's over 3,000 open roles that he is going to have to fill in a new administration. We know that he called out Elon Musk, gave him a big thank you, not even 15 minutes into the speech, so very high up, thanking him for his support. Musk has pledged billions of dollars to help get former President Donald Trump elected, as well as other Republican allies. He's formally talked about this desire to help the government cut down on fiscal waste and spending. Whether or not that position would actually come to fruition, we haven't gotten concrete details on that yet. He also called out RFK and his health policies. Now, Howard Lutnick of the Trump transition team has said that RFK is not in the running for HHS secretary, but we'd have to see if he would come on maybe in some sort of advisory role. So we're looking at some of these key advisors, these key political backers, and how they might play a role in a future Trump administration.
Tyler, there's a lot of people behind you there still. I believe the candidate has left the building. You can correct me if I'm wrong. What are we doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? This party continues?
That is a good question. Actually, the media is going to have to get out of here soon. We're starting to see people flow out of West Palm Beach Convention Center, but the mood in here is still pretty elevated. You can probably hear the music is up pretty loudly. We're seeing Make America Great hats scattered all around as his supporters do start to celebrate and think about what is going to happen tomorrow as we get the certified results in and we look ahead to what a future Trump administration could look like.
Well, yeah, as we consider what that could look like, we know, Tyler, that ultimately the shape of policy could be defined just as much by Congress as the presidency. We had a leader in Congress, House Speaker Mike Johnson, up there on the stage with Donald Trump this evening, as well as Donald Trump talked about what he wants to do with the country in a second term. There is a reality check that we should keep in mind this evening.
Right, exactly. And Bloomberg News actually one of the first to report that House Speaker Mike Johnson was coming from Louisiana here to Palm Beach on this early expectation of optimism that Republicans were going to do well tonight. We've been talking all night. Joe and Kayla, you have been covering how critical these down ballot races are and this idea of whether or not we will get a divided government, because in any new administration, any legislation, any agenda does need Congress's buy-in. And I had mentioned former President Donald Trump's litany of tax cuts and incentives, particularly when it comes to the corporate tax rate and his pledges around that. When that new Congress is elected and in session back in January, we are gearing up for what is expected to be a potential tax fight as they overhaul the code. Former President Donald Trump has said that he wants to see his 2017 tax cuts extended, as well as other changes to the corporate tax rate and some personal tax incentives that we'll be paying close attention to.
All right, Tyler Kendall, thank you. In West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump and saw many of his family and supporters up on the stage. We want to reassemble our political panel as we're just helping who are helping us to understand some of the things that have transpired over the course of this evening. We just got a congratulatory note from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. This is something that we were talking about a bit earlier, the way that he would interpret this news and what it would mean for Ukraine's war effort with Russia. I will be honest, we've spoken with a number of officials from Ukraine who have been very careful, Poland as well, about what they said about Donald Trump, knowing that he may well win the presidency. Rick, what does it mean for the future of Ukraine in this effort?
Yeah, I don't think we know for sure. Sometimes Donald Trump's rhetoric doesn't match his actions. I remember many cases where members of the Senate would tell me, don't listen to what he says, just watch what he does. And there is an inconsistency there. So I think it doesn't take much to realize that there's a majority in Congress that supports Ukraine, and he's going to have to pick his fights. I doubt if he'll want to fight them all. And I think this is one that he'll obviously put some effort into trying to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. If that's rebuked by either the Ukrainians or the Russians or both, then he's going to have to deal with the issues on supporting NATO and the European response to this. I think we've seen a buildup by the European NATO countries in support of Ukraine, with the expectation that something like this could happen, and they'd want to make sure NATO was fully funding Ukraine war effort before this election happened. So there's been some hedging, and I think we'll see what happens next.
Well, in the interest of hedging, I would just point out it isn't yet official. Donald Trump has not crossed the 270 threshold it takes to win the Electoral College. He is still at 267 electoral votes. Any remaining state on the board, if he wins it, he will get to the number required to win the presidency. So it does feel, Jeannie, like right now it is only a matter of time. As we consider that, though, to the point Rick was just making, watch what he does. There is a difference between trying to win a job and what you do once you're actually in it. How should we be considering that tonight for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, he made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. I was just listening to you talk about Ukraine. I mean, what did Donald Trump say? He said he would end that war on day one. And so we will have to watch and see what he has in store, because when he's been asked and pressed, even from friendly interviewers, he has said he couldn't reveal how he was going to do that because he didn't want to give it away. So now, if he indeed, to Kayleigh's point, does have the job and is inaugurated in January, how does he end this war between Ukraine and Russia on day one? And that's a promise he's made in so many areas as we think about what is going on in the world. He has said repeatedly that when he was president, there was not this kind of chaos as he describes it and the wars going on in the world. So, is he able to, live up to his promise of peace and prosperity in the world once he gets here? And if so, how? So we're going to have to just watch and see, because it is a very different thing to promise on the campaign trail and to deliver when you're in office.
How true. Jeannie and Rick, thank you so much. Great analysis here. The opening trade is up next. We'll have a lot more to follow here. Special election coverage 2024 on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to special extended coverage of the 2024 election on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from global headquarters in New York. I'm Kayleigh Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. It is nearly 3:20 a.m. Eastern time on the East Coast. And we do seem that we are tracking toward a final result here. The Electoral College, as it stands now, 224 votes for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. The threshold required to win the presidency, 270. Donald Trump only needs to pick up one more state, Joe, no matter where it is, that would secure him the victory.
That's absolutely right. It's not official yet, but it could happen at any moment. Of course, you'll learn when it does happen here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It has not kept Donald Trump from declaring victory, though, and many congratulations now coming from around the world, Kaylee. Of course, the markets, the financial markets, had been moving in this direction since long before the first state was called. We saw the reaction around 7:30 p.m. Eastern time as investors thought Trump was the winner.
Yeah, and certainly you're seeing global leaders react as if he is officially the Prime Minister of the UK. Keir Starmer congratulating Trump on his election win, as has the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, the one person we haven't heard from, though there's many, but one in particular we haven't heard from at this time is Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's bring in now from Washington, D.C., Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. Washington, of course, where Kamala Harris was spending her evening. Mike, she chose not to address supporters. Do we have any idea when we can expect to hear from her?
Kaylee, it's a great question, and we don't yet have a sense of timing. Her campaign co-chair spoke to reporters and supporters who were gathered at Howard University a couple of hours ago to say that she would be coming out sometime later this morning, but we don't really have a sense of timing. And by later this morning, it really sounded like it would be daylight hours. And they're going to have to think about how they regroup and how they message this, not only to their supporters who worked so hard to try to get her elected, but also to the nation, which really experienced a tumultuous, chaotic, and divisive at times campaign, and how the party will regroup going forward, but also look to work with the incoming administration.
So what's tomorrow going to look like in Washington, Shep? You've seen a couple of these happen before. There are a lot of supporters of Kamala Harris who went to Howard University this evening and waited around for hours, only to be told to go home, that she would not be speaking this evening. There's going to have to be a series of events, assuming this is made official between now and sunrise, a series of events starting in the morning that are coming from Harris HQ.
Well, in a way, this is a reprise of what we went through in 2016, when it became clear in the overnight hours that Donald Trump was going to prevail over Hillary Clinton. And in the same way, there was that first sense of shock and disbelief and disappointment that rumbled through the Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign. We're sort of seeing that same moment of angst right now with the Harris campaign, but they will have to pick themselves up and message it, as Rick was indicating in one of the earlier segments, that they, as the party of trying to promote a peaceful transition and transfer of power, they're going to have to walk the walk in addition to talking the talk in terms of handing the reins of power from President Joe Biden over to Donald Trump in an orderly and respectful fashion, which is different than what we all remember having taken place under Trump in 2020.
Well, as we consider what took place in 2020 and then into January 2021, I guess we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get any kind of repeat of that this time around. Mike, we've been discussing this with Rick and Jeannie. We've talked extensively about the potential for a lot of litigation in the aftermath of the result. But with the way things are tracking now, is it likely that those lawsuits trying to change this outcome in the courts is something that's really going to happen?
You know, the Democratic Party may try, and they have mobilized well ahead of time, just like the Republican Party had done as well, an army of lawyers prepared to contest any sort of irregularity that they may run into. But looking at the margins that we're seeing in a number of these states, it's going to be very difficult to mass a case that would collect enough votes that could reverse any one of these results. The other thing I think we'll want to watch out for is, will there be any trouble on the ground as a result of this? And we did see, after Trump's first victory in 2016 and around his inauguration in early 2017, some trouble in downtown Washington. There were protests, there were a few windows broken here and there. And as you remember, before leaving for New York, they were boarding up some of the storefronts in our neighborhood here in downtown Washington around our office. But it's unclear whether any of that will happen, and if there is a gracious outreach from the Harris campaign toward the Trump camp, we may see something calmer and less of the unrest that many people have been fearing.
Yeah, no shortage of fencing and plywood going up in the nation's capital ahead of this election. Mike Shepard in Washington, D.C. Thank you, sir, for staying up so late with us. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano now with some final thoughts. We've been through a lot together here. I don't know what your thoughts are on tomorrow. We'll see if this is officially called tonight. Does Kamala Harris need to schedule something first thing in the morning?
I think she does. Once the results come in, she should schedule it. I suspect we may hear from her, just a guess, around 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. I think it is fair for her to wait until these results come in, but once they do, she's going to have to come out and say some words to her supporters and concede the race. And Mike is absolutely right. At least at this point, these margins don't seem close enough for her to contest. If they are, she has every legal right to challenge them. But at this point, we haven't heard anything of that sort.
Well, so, Rick, as we close out at least our coverage here from New York for the day, which has stretched well into the early hours of Wednesday, what is your final thought on the way this has all gone down?
Yeah, I think that we should plan not to ever be surprised in politics again. This has been one of the most tumultuous, campaigns over time. Incredible twists and turns, things that we never even imagined would enter into a presidential campaign. And I'd say I think we're just as surprised by the outcome of tonight. And so I think this is sort of the new politics of the American democracy, is that you can't really expect or anticipate what's going to happen next. I think pollsters are all going to be looking into their models and say, what did we do wrong again? Although I thought it was a pretty well polled election. We knew there was a polling error somewhere in there, and we found it was probably the same as 2020. A couple points for Donald Trump. And that was the point I think we were making at the very beginning of the night, is that just 2 points any given way would result in a landslide. And that's what we saw tonight.
You've been saying that all along, Jeannie. What's the pollster inside you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think we have to go back and we're going to have to look at these models that we've been using. The non-response bias is a big problem, but I think we're also going to have to think about what this campaign teaches us about money in politics. Kamala Harris outraised and outspent Donald Trump by large amounts and did not win. And of course, Rick and I spent a lot of time talking about the ground game. Kamala Harris had an enormous ground game. Donald Trump outsourced to Elon Musk and Turning Point USA. Yep. It was unclear whether that would be successful, but boy, these results
turned out to be the smartest move of the campaign.
Turned out to be enormously important and helpful for him. So a lot, I think, to reflect on as we go forward about how this really does change the game. Yeah. And this is the comeback of the century, if not beyond. I mean, wow, what a victory for Donald Trump.
That's the Democrat talking. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, thank you so much. Happy election day after, Kaylee. The markets are moving.
Yeah, they certainly are. The victory is not official yet, and yet we are seeing trading acting as if it is such. S&P 500 futures up 2 percentage points. Russell 2000 futures, small caps, are roaring up 5.3%. We're seeing a big move in treasuries as well. The 10-year yield up 13 basis points to just shy of 4.4. The dollar is stronger. The peso and the euro are weaker. It is incredible as financial markets and the world as a whole has watched what has gone down on this election day. Thank you for sticking with us through the long haul here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The Electoral College, as it stands right now, 224 for Kamala Harris, 267 for Donald Trump. He is on the cusp of clinching the 270 he needs to win the presidency.
You said it. We'll meet you back here at high noon on this day, Eastern Time. With Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and radio.
one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
A historic day in the United States, ripple effects around the world, but this is the map that you need to keep your eye on. A deja vu moment, a map that looks very similar to what we saw in 2016 when Trump did become the 45th president of the United States, now just 3 electoral votes shy of becoming the 47th president of the United States. Again, not fully called, but of course, President Trump already doing the victory laps around what is going to be potentially and what's poised to be his second presidency, his second term in the Oval Office. This is the map you need to know, really being a massive win across the board in the popular vote and the Electoral College for Donald Trump. Tom.
And Chrissy, the market reaction has been pronounced at the early stages, pricing in a Trump victory from these markets. You're seeing it reflected in the dollar up. You can see that gain near year highs for the Bloomberg Dollar Index. In terms of the equity moves as well, substantial gains coming through in terms of US futures, but reflected as well the optimism in terms of US, European stocks. Currently the benchmark stock 600 up 1.7%. Though on the downside, you have companies like the turbine makers, the wind turbine makers. S&P futures then looking to gain 2%. The Bloomberg Dollar Index ripping higher through the session. Yields also up across the curve, a sell-off of US Treasuries. Guy.
It's Wednesday the 6th. We were not anticipating a result this early. We have a result this early. The market response is orderly. That is in many ways the big surprise this morning, that we have a result. It feels like a clean result. The market response is reasonably clean as well. Volatility is coming down. The hedges that we've been talking about over the last few weeks have started to come off. The Trump trade is on, but it feels like an orderly process at this moment. How long that lasts for remains to be seen. And I think think that is going to be the interesting story that we now watch over the next few hours. This feels like a continuation of a process that has been on track for a few weeks now. This morning feels surprisingly different in some ways to 2016 when we had a surprise. This morning we have a little bit of a surprise, but the market reaction to it feels very, very structured, straightforward, and pretty orderly.
The potential calm before the storm. What are the markets going to be reacting to? Is it tariff policy? Is it defense policy? Is it the deficit that we're already seeing in the bond market? That seems to be what's shaking. Let's get an update on how those markets are trading. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel all over it. Val.
Hey, we've hit all-time highs in the U.S. equity market when it comes to those S&P futures. We're also seeing NASDAQ futures outperforming, and the Russell 2000 is at session highs as well. Let's flip on and just see how the Trump trade is taking place in the dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Index up over 1% at one spot, 3% for the Bloomberg Dollar. I also want to check, though, on how those tariff-exposed currencies have been handling this news about a Trump win. I have in mind dollar CNH and dollar MEX. Dollar CNH over 1% weaker for the Chinese yuan. That's one of the biggest moves, if not the biggest moves this year. Dollar MEX is also trading stronger. The Mexican peso 2.5% weaker versus the dollar, and the euro, another one to keep our eye on as we head to the European stock open, is up 1.6% versus the dollar. Let's have our eye also on the Treasury market and just take a look at how the Treasury yield has been performing. The yield curve, we are still seeing this steepening extend. We had those 30-year yields up 16 basis points on the session. That's all due to fiscal concerns that we're worried about Trump and his Treasury supply that could hit the market if he goes and spends a bit too much. We are seeing the 2-year yield not reacting too much, but the 2-year yield in Germany, Critty, is having a big rally. We're seeing a big steepening of the curve as we price in more cuts from the ECB to perhaps help the European economic growth picture from here.
Certainly something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on, not to mention those deficit conversations, what the ripple effect will be when those U.S. traders hit their desks in the U.S. session. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel, we thank you so much. Let's get a little bit more analysis. Two people who've been sitting at the edge of their seats for the last couple of hours. We thank you so much. Max Grinikoff joins us around the table, U.S. equity derivative strategist over at UBS Investment Bank, and Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategies over at TKO Capital. Thank you both so much. Max, I want to start with you, because coming into what is a historic day, an unexpected day for a lot of people, the trade that we kept hearing was go long vol. That's the only trade that works in a world of uncertainty. Is that the reason we're not seeing panic in the markets right now?
Exactly. Investors were well defensively positioned heading into this event. We saw volatility risk premia heading into elections, not at records, but at multi-year highs, roughly call it 10 to 12 points. And our view was that is going to stay steady up until elections. Keep in mind, you had ISM Manufacturing and NFP on Friday. You also had U.S. elections. You were also in the midst of mega cap tech earnings last week. You have FOMC as well this week, CPI next week, right? But our view is eventually you let those event risks pass, and that volatility risk premia has to normalize. What's interesting is you had an implied move of around 2% for the S&P heading into today's event. Futures are clearly realizing around 2%. The market feels quite efficient.
And it feels like, Guy, that this idea of this risk-on behavior you're seeing in the equity market, really, it was a lot of a positioning story as well, because going into this, it feels like there was that overhang we were talking about. And yet, on the rate cut fronts, a lot of the Fed cuts that were priced in for December now being moved to next year.
Look at the divergence this morning between what is happening with the Fed story and what is happening with the ECB story. Check out the front end of the European curve. Check out the long end of what is happening in the United States. Take a look at the work function on the Bloomberg. We're pricing out Fed cuts. We are pricing in ECB cuts. Is this a tariff story? Despite the fact that Trump didn't actually mention the word tariff in that opening speech, which is fascinating considering it's his favorite word. You would have thought it would be slightly higher on the agenda. That hasn't happened. So it looks like we are going to see some transatlantic divergence coming through here. But, Raphael, this feels orderly this morning. This feels, in some ways, this was what we didn't anticipate but should have anticipated but did anticipate. It's a kind of, we're all on the edge of our seats waiting for something extraordinary to happen. But I keep looking at the screens waiting for that to happen. It isn't. This feels like the market's got a handle on what is going on here.
So far, so good. We can say that. On the one hand, it's true it's been widely anticipated, front-run in some extent, for sure. On the other hand, it is the most disruptive scenario when it comes to economic policies, when it comes to long-term uncertainty. So, it's fairly early in the trading session. Let's look at what interest rates are going to do too, talking about potential disruption. This is still clearly where the disruption could be coming from. And also, let's keep in mind that, political events and elections are part of the market narrative. They are part of the business cycles, but they are not necessarily long-term trend setters either. They can be disruptive in some ways, but what matters at the end of the day is what the market is pricing in terms of, earnings growth, macro development, to what extent the monetary policy in place will continue. That is what matters over the long end for investors.
Max, in terms of chasing some of these trades, we're seeing, for example, the turbine makers, as we mentioned, lower today, defence stocks getting a lift in Europe. Do you follow some of those, or is that already fully priced in at this point?
Well, what was interesting heading into today is where we actually saw the largest election-related risk premia baked in was unsurprisingly clean energy. Over the last couple of weeks, we had seen significant call buyers in the U.S. clean energy space in particular. It remains to be seen how clean energy reacts today. However, I think we can make a good guess as to how that plays out. Our focus has actually been more on U.S. energy. U.S. energy, particularly oil and gas E&Ps, feels like there needs to be a catch-up trade there, right? We did see the Trump 2.0 trade in areas like U.S. financials, banks, for example. U.S. energy has been more tied to the oil price. Oil is actually down this morning. But if U.S. growth and inflation expectations rise, especially if you get a red sweep coming to fruition, that's where we think the catch-up trade is in U.S. energy in particular.
How much of a challenge is the prospect of higher rates, higher for longer, from the Federal Reserve, and whether or not there are bond vigilantes waiting at the wings at some point?
Well, that's what's interesting, and especially heading into this week, the probability of Goldilocks, or the softest landing narrative via the equity markets implied probability, that has increased to above 50% based on our models. What has also sneakily risen in tandem is the implied probability of economic overheating. So everyone's been focused on this growth slowdown scenario. Where we think the underappreciated risk has been is what happens if you get the red sweep come to fruition, you get growth actually resurging higher, inflation resurging higher in the near term as well, and that's where the Fed potentially has to take the foot off the pedal in the near term.
It's an interesting point that you make on the energy story as well, because you did it from a kind of a clean energy perspective, which is far more, I think, receptive and volatile here in Europe than it is in the United States. But Raphael, then there's the other piece of the energy story, which is that the United States is the biggest oil and right now LNG manufacturer in the world. How much of the support from the Biden administration can global energy markets count on when it comes to Trump? Is that something that maybe Europe should be more worried about?
Well, on the one hand, obviously, for traditional energy companies, it's going to be a boost. Deregulation is on the way. Trump is clearly a big supporter of this industry. On the other hand, we are right to wonder about what's happening to, the green transition. It's clearly a hiccup along the way.
Yep.
One feels, though, this is a long-term trend, something to capitalize on, not only because it's going to save the planet, but it's also a way to be more profitable, to be more efficient in the way companies are managing their energy needs. We see Texas, for instance, a huge energy and oil producer, investing in green energy as we speak. So this is not only a matter of a political will, but there is also an economic argument behind this transition to green energy that goes much beyond the election or what happens in 2024, 2025. So, hiccup maybe, but still a very long-term trend to bet on.
Can I just take a step back and just think about equities and risk assets and where we are? We went into 2016, last time Trump won. Equities are trading on 16 times, somewhere around there. We're on really punchy multiples now. We're starting from a completely different place. The risk, how useful is 2016 as a playbook in terms of that kind of risk-on narrative, tax cuts, the Trump trade pushing on? As I look at my screens this morning, is this a rally that I want to fade and maybe start to think about when I exit from? How do I think about this tactically now?
Yeah, I think you're right to start with the 2016 comparison and just realize that this is a very different story. As you mentioned about Valuations, interest rates, they were 2%, we are 4.5 now. The fact that this scenario was somewhat expected by the market, so it's very difficult to apply the exact same playbook. The market is getting excited, rightfully so, for the fiscal package to be implemented. Some people are talking about 2, 3, 5% of EPS growth boost if it were fully to be implemented next year, for instance. So that could be a booster. What about tariffs? We don't know, and clearly that is going to be detrimental to potential earnings growth. So that's a mitigant. And also the key conversation here is about interest rates. We know that interest rates have been on the rise. It's part of the Trump trade. Rising deficits, more debt, meaning higher interest rate over the long run and potentially a steeper curve. There is a tipping point where the market starts worrying. You know, valuation gets constrained. Is it at 4.5%? Is it at 5% on the 10-year Treasury? We shall see. It might be too late when we realize. Yeah. But this is clearly the focus for concern here. We have some short-term gains potentially indeed. But what about the capacity of the market to absorb higher interest rate for what is going to be most likely a longer time period? That's still a question mark. And at 22 times valuation today, you don't really have a lot of leeway to support shocks, duration shocks.
Yeah, markets pricing in 38 basis points of cuts from the Fed by the end of this year and below 4%, not until June of next year. We'll see how that adjusts, of course, with yields higher across the curve, as you say. Max Grinikoff, US equity derivative strategist and UBS investment bank, and Raphael Tuin as well, head of capital market strategies at Tico Capital, staying with us. More analysis in terms of these markets through the next few minutes. We're going to cross over right now to Joe Easton from our equities team. Keep an eye on some of the stock movers this morning on the back of what is expected to be, of course, a Trump victory. Joe.
So we've got some fascinating trades in European stocks today. On this Trump trade idea, take a look at AP Moller-Maersk was the worst performer at the open of trading, down around 5%, now down 4%. The market clearly saying that Trump will potentially mean a contraction of global trade and therefore reduced demand for shipping. And then over in the tariff space, the sector we were keeping an eye on was autos, and they are all declining on worries about potential further tariffs on the sector. Here's Volkswagen and Mercedes. Now, some of these companies actually make goods in the US and sell them into China, and also there is the EU risk as well, so a double hit in terms of the regions. Then over in renewables, another sector that you have been mentioning, absolutely slammed. There's Vestas down almost 9%. Ørsted, that's the biggest drop in a year for the Danish maker of renewable energy products. RWE, Nordex also lower as well, all getting slammed on the worries about a rollback of renewable projects over in the US this morning. Now, here's a few in the UK. This one, absolutely fascinating, FOREX. This is a miner that is actually based in Ukraine. It's up 33% today. What does that say about where the war in Ukraine will go from here under a potential presidency from Trump? And these two down here are dollar earners, Ashtead and Intercontinental Hotels, listed in the UK but do most of their business in the US, and therefore getting that dollar strength coming through into those stocks. And then finally, we can't end without mentioning the Bitcoin miners, because take a look at Argo Blockchain. It's a Bitcoin miner based in London. It's up 14% as Trump did embrace Bitcoin when he was last president, and that is feeding through into those stocks. Also seeing again in Northern Data in the Bitcoin mining space in Germany, getting a bit of a digital currency boost this morning.
Joe Easton from our equities team walking us through some of the early Trump trades and Trump bids you're seeing in the European equities market. Of course, let's go a little bit broader and bring in our expert panel. Max Grinikoff, U.S. equity derivative strategist over at UBS Investment Bank, and Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategy over at TKO Capital, still with us around the table. I'm sure fighting the adrenaline that I'm fighting as well. Max, talk to us a little bit about the last thing that Raphael mentioned, which is that fiscal spend, specifically coming from the United States. So much of that has been wrapped up in the IRA. Pieces of analysis have suggested that in a Trump 2.0, some of that stimulative policy will still be there. How much of a wrench does that throw for the Fed's plans?
Yeah, I mean, you know, investors that I met with over the past couple weeks in Europe in particular, one thing they've been worried about, and it's, you know, potentially more rate sensitive than it is equity sensitive, but it's, you know, a significant sell-off in the longer end of the curve if you do, in fact, start to get these ballooning fiscal deficits, if tariffs are, in fact, escalated over the coming months or years. So it's more kind of a worry centric to the European economy, it has felt like over the past couple of weeks. Whereas, look, within the U.S., infrastructure-related policy tends to be bipartisan, right? So we, heading into this election, with the exception of the last couple of weeks, we have seen a rise in materials, in industrials, metals and mining in particular. That's been one of our calls as well. So you have seen that, priced in ahead of time. Whether that remains to be seen, of course.
And that pricing guy, I think, is so crucial because I think we've seen so much of it in the long end of the bond curve, the very long end that really shook a lot of the markets in, I believe, the third quarter of 2023. And we're looking at a 30-year yield that's rallying about 15 basis points this morning, and that's not considered a volatile reaction, yet it has an effect in housing, in mortgages, and, of course, the deficit story. That's the part of the curve that's exposed.
Absolutely. So this is a term premium story that we're pricing in effectively here back into this market. What happens at the front end, I think, is going to be really interesting. How far can the ECB go if the Fed is in a different position? How far can global central banks go if the dollar is doing what it's doing this morning and continuing to strengthen? What happens to risk assets in that kind of scenario, Tom? I think is going to be really interesting. It's interesting. We also heard Joe there talking about what is happening with some of the defense stocks and what is happening with Ukrainian miners. Does Europe get a... This sounds very counterintuitive this morning, but you could potentially see a cheaper euro, which could potentially be, you could argue, good for the Eurozone right now. Peace in Ukraine, is that something we can think about, price in, talk about, understand how that would affect risk assets? Is that potentially a good thing for Europe as well? I'm trying to understand what the sort of the counterintuitive trades around some of this is, because that, I think, is what we maybe have to do in a Trump-era kind of world, and how markets are going to be reacting. I think maybe in some ways... It'll take a while to settle out, but I think there's some really interesting the sort of tectonic shifts taking place.
Yeah, so if you get a lift for defence stocks because Europe suddenly realises that once again it really has to spend on defence and it cannot rely on a Trump presidency and the backing of the US.
But what about Ukraine
become a peace dividend? And let's not forget, with a broader European story as well, what happens out of China. This is a pivotal week with the National People's Congress. And you get the sense from Chinese officials that they are waiting to give the details on fiscal stimulus to see what happens.
Do they stimulate more? Do they stimulate more in a Trump presidency?
You would have thought a higher likelihood out of China, given that they know there is very likely to be some range of additional tariffs put on. May not be 60%, but it's still going to be painful. That's the expectation, that they're going to have to ramp up that stimulus. Will that be a byproduct, in terms of a byproduct, a benefit for Europe, potentially? So we see the response from China. That's going to be crucial, I think.
What do you think about all of that, Raphael?
Well, on Europe, it's an interesting case study. Obviously, at face value, this is not good news. We are going to face tariffs in Europe. This is going to be impactful. By the way, 25% of European companies' revenues are generated with the US. So that's a lot to swallow. That said, when you lift the trunk and you look into the actual number, the actual share of it, which could be potentially impacted by tariff, is rather low. So back to what you were saying, a little counterintuitive thought here. You have peak negativity vis-à-vis Europe. Like the worst is almost certain in the mind of investors. Actually, when you look at the details, it is going to be impactful, but to what extent is it reflected in the prices to be seen? And then you have the ECB. We are going to get into an interesting setup that we haven't had in a long time, where we could see indeed a divergence of monetary policy. The past few years, by the way, have been fairly converging in terms of what we saw on both sides of the Atlantics in some ways. This might not continue to some extent. The Fed, on the one hand, will have to slow down, more inflation in the US, more fiscal packages on the one hand. On the other hand, indeed, Europe might slow down in the face of tariffs. At the end of the day, a diverging central bank could also be a booster for risk assets. So at the reasonably cheap valuation in Europe, very negative sentiment, and maybe where a lot of negativity is priced in, maybe I would bet on Europe indeed.
What do you think about that, Max? Bet on Europe? That's got to be the completely sort of counterintuitive Trump trade, isn't it? Bet on Europe.
Right. Like I said, over the last couple of weeks, and I think it ultimately does come down to tariff escalation in the coming months and years. There's been a lot of talk around the proposal of 60% on China, 10% on rest of world, and the potential legal process that has to go through. 60% potentially looks more likely on China, 10% on rest of world. Could be a lengthy legal process. over the coming months and years, where the Trump administration might not be able to get that through.
How much does policy actually change, though, in that? I mean, you're saying that 60%. It was an offhanded comment in a Fox interview. How much does policy change, given that the tariffs have stuck through the Biden administration that were first put on during the Trump administration? And I'm wondering how much of that maybe has a background of calm in these markets.
Right. It's comparing what has come through the Biden administration, as you allude to, post the first Trump administration. Look, at the end of the day, it is China centric. Raising current tariffs to a 60% threshold that could likely invoke some pushback from Congress. Yeah. However, a lot of that power has been passed on from the legislative branch to the executive branch over the last 8 to 10 decades. So,
yeah, you have to wonder as well whether Trump puts Europe in a basket, because we know he has ties with the likes of Viktor Orban over in Hungary, but Germany feels like a stone in his shoe in terms of the annoyance that he sometimes reflects when it comes to that country. Max Krinikoff, US equity derivatives strategist at UBS Investment Bank. Raphael Tuin, head of capital market strategies at Tico Capital Management. Thank you very much indeed, both, for your analysis on this historic day. Let's get back to the markets. Valerie Tatel standing by for a check on the market reaction to a likely Trump presidency. Valerie.
Tom, this is all very positive for risk assets. We have a clear winner. Remember that big market worries that we were going to head for a contested election. Seems like we don't have that, and there is room for a risk asset rally. S&P futures at all-time highs, up 2.4%. We're also seeing quite a substantial rally when it comes to small caps. This is a very favored Trump trade, up 6.2%. A lot of this has to do with the fact that we're seeing volatility fall across assets. Let's take a look at how the VIX has been faring in the last 45 minutes. It is clearly on a downward trend. A lot of people out there wanting to sell volatility into this event, but it was quite a risky call. We were seeing volatility fall not in just the VIX, but also across FX as well. If you look at euro-dollar FX volatility, that is also plummeting, and this is very positive for risk assets. Let's do a quick check finally on the Treasury market. Eyes are on this steepening, but yet again, this steepening has not been aggressive enough to dent the equity rally. We're seeing 15 basis point rise in the 30-year yield, which to some, yes, it's one of the biggest moves we've seen this year, but it's not big enough to dent the risk-on rally that we're seeing this morning. Tom.
Bloomberg's Valerie Tatel, we thank you so much walking us through some of that market reaction. She's talking about the U.S. Treasury yield curve there. We're already seeing that bid into European bonds, specifically into German debt, matched with world reactions. The world leaders already hopping on it. Remember, we were still three electoral votes technically for him to get to 270. He's getting a lot of congratulations from Starmer, Macron, Zelensky, you name it.
Absolutely. It hasn't been called, but it has been called. Yeah. That certainly seems to be the impression that we're getting from world leaders right now, thinking about how their strategies are going to be adjusted in a world where we have significantly more unpredictability coming out of the White House. It is common form, though, to congratulates those that win elections, and this seems to be certainly fitting the narrative. I wonder what's going on behind closed doors. There's been a lot of talk about the preparation that Europe in particular has made ahead of a Trump presidency, both on what is going to happen with Ukraine, what is happening with defence spending, what is happening with NATO, and what particularly is happening with tariffs as well.
And something that Emmanuel Macron has been very vocal on as well, pushing for that need for Europe to be less dependent. And you can debate how much success he's had on that front. Here in the UK, really interesting. Look, we know Donald Trump is sensitive to these congratulatory messages. Keir Starmer coming out. This is the first time we in the UK will have operated with a Labour government working with our key US ally, and we know that there's been some tension there, given that Labour, some of Labour's supporters have been out helping Kamala Harris. We also know that David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, has made some pretty critical remarks about Trump before he was Foreign Secretary. So all of that could prove a tension point in terms of the relationships in the UK.
Does this drive, though, Europe and the UK back together from a security point of view? I think will be an interesting question, particularly if there are question marks around the NATO guarantees.
We talk a lot about this in the context of what's going on in Eastern Europe and Ukraine as well. There's another war in this region that we've got our eye on that Trump could be consequential to, especially with the role that Iran plays, the effect on energy markets. Whereas the rest of the world leaders we mentioned gave congratulatory messages. The leader out of Iran said the change in election results don't have a clear relevance for Iran and says that its economy has become resilient after years of sanctions. We'll see, of course, how that narrative changes as the new president takes office, of course, in January. But in the meantime, I should remind our global audience, Trump, although declaring victory, has not hit that 270 electoral vote count yet. Of course, it is assumed that we're going to get there, not to mention a Senate that is largely Republican already and a House that may swing that way as well. We're going to have plenty of coverage ahead for you, for the markets, for the politics, and of course the international reaction and implications. That does it for the opening trade. Stick with us. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Up-to-the-minute business news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Herder in Ukraine, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special coverage of the U.S. election. I'm Francine Lacqua. Now, Donald Trump is closing in on the presidency after wins in key battleground states. So this is what we know so far. He's taken Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Now, the electoral vote count so far is Trump 267, Harris 224. Now, Kamala Harris has won California, New York, Nebraska, and Minnesota. Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate. So these are the key swing states that are deciding this election. And of course, investors are expecting a second Trump administration to bring policies that will boost economic growth, corporate profits, inflation similar to his first term. Now, however, the market reaction also reflects concerns about the potential for increased budget deficits and inflation, with some investors warning of the need for caution and potential profit-taking. So all the votes are not in yet, but the moves send a clear signal that investors expect a second Trump administration to look much like his first one, possibly a steady stream of policies, including tax cuts, deregulation, tariffs, that will simultaneously stoke economic growth, corporate profits, and inflation. Now, for those on Wall Street who've been riding the Trump trade, it was a moment possibly of vindication, even if ultimately it could prove fleetingly. You can see S&P futures, NASDAQ futures, even European stocks gaining between 1.8% and 2%. Again, the surge in Treasury yields underscores concern that Trump's policy, though, will only further swell a bloated budget deficit and reignite an inflation spiral that policymakers was just finally getting to grips with. Now, what Wall Street is saying is that bond vigilantes are probably exerting pressure on leaders in Washington to keep spending in check. Now, there are also a couple of things that we need to particularly watch out for. Tesla, because of the help of Elon Musk in this campaign, and of course, Trump Media Technology Group, that stock pre-market 60% higher than when you look at Tesla. It's also gaining pre-market. So let's get to Tesla in just a second to see what that's doing. 12% higher. So Donald Trump on the cusp of recapturing the White House, projected as a winner across many of the pivotal swing states, with his party also set to control the Senate. In an address to supporters in Florida, he called it a political victory that our country's never seen before.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Donald Trump there speaking to his supporters at his election watch party in Florida a little earlier this morning. Now, we're joined by Leslie Vinjamuri, director of the U.S. and Americas program at Chatham House, Sarah Malik, Nuveen Asset Management's chief investment officer, and Ross Matheson, Bloomberg's EMEA news director. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. I mean, some of the thoughts, actually, to start with. I mean, this is an extraordinary political comeback, and Ross, it was a genuine surprise.
Well, it was. The extent of it has been a surprise. We're looking at Donald Trump potentially winning the popular vote as well as a bunch of states. If you look at the map, there's an awful lot of red stretching outward from the centre of America. And the interesting thing is that it seemed to pull in voters across the board. So young men in general, you know, white men, black men, Latino men, all gravitating towards Donald Trump or perhaps away from the Democrats. And so, you know, struggling to pull in these voting bases, the Democrats have really, you know, struggled there. And the question is, why? Was this more a vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans or a vote against the Democrats? And what seems to have really driven a lot of it is that sense of feeling adrift. You know, the economic numbers in the US are not bad. The economic record of the Biden White House has not been terrible. However, people feel that they're going downward. They feel that their prospects are weakening when it comes to jobs, wages, the outlook, you know, security, feeling safe in America. And so the message maybe from the Republicans really resonated with them. It's harder to defend your record. It's easier to attack it. And again, that seems to have been the outcome. In the end, it was the economy that helped decide it.
But Leslie, it does feel like, and again, you know, we'll pour over this for the next 2 to 3 weeks, but the exit polls seem to say that actually the Trump strategy of pitching to male voters, Hispanic voters, you know, black voters, black men has paid off.
Yeah, and what we've seen is, I think, what many people did not anticipate. It's not a close election. That whole concern that we had about electoral-related violence, I think, is gone because Trump has so clearly delivered a result, both in the Electoral College, which is said to be a very significant result, and as we've just heard, in the popular vote. That is not what was anticipated. The message, you know, what we do know is that people wanted Donald Trump more than they wanted Kamala Harris. The other things, you know, in addition to the message resounding, I think we have to note the rural-urban divide. We've talked about this for a very long time. Clearly, President Biden had done well in 2020 at reversing some of that for the Democrats, at pulling some rural voters. Donald Trump has got those right back in his pocket. The message, whether it's of the economy is not delivering for you, you're left out. There's a question certainly about gender. It looks like women turned out, but there's another big divide. Rural-urban, there's an education divide, right? Non-college educated white women we thought might cross over and vote for Kamala Harris. It looks like that didn't happen. Those numbers we're going to continue to learn more about. But, you know, Francine, the one thing we know right now is that America is delivering a very clear result. They want Donald Trump to be their president more than they want Kamala Harris. And that we are going to have to face directly. It has all sorts of policy implications. It has all sorts of social and economic and democratic implications. lessons the country needs to face it straight on, because it is not on the margins. It does not look like there's anything marginal about what the American people have said.
So, Saira, what does that mean for markets? Again, if you have, Trump, once confirmed, will also have the Senate behind him. So it's very likely that he can easily clear his nominees for the Supreme Court, for the Fed, for the cabinet. What does this mean, Saira, in terms of policies?
Well, there's three factors the markets are focused on with a Trump victory and a potential red wave with the House flipping to Republican, and that's taxes, tariffs, and regulations. So starting with regulations, easier regulations for sectors such as U.S. financial should be positive for that sector, as banks would be able to deal with regulations more easily. Tax cuts would be positive for the U.S. economy, and that would be easier for the consumer, take some pressure off corporations, and of course tariffs would make things more U.S.-centric in terms of our manufacturing, and that also would be positive. So short term, it's positive for the equity markets, which is what we're seeing today. I think medium term, the question is, does any of this reignite inflation and cause it to reaccelerate, and how will the Fed deal with that? I think we will get a 25 basis point rate cut today by the Fed in the U.S. later today, but medium term, we are concerned that all of this could reaccelerate inflation, and that could become an issue in the U.S., which has been trying to, of course, clamp down on inflation.
So, Saira, the Trump trade could actually be short-lived.
Well, I think, if you looked at 2016, it was a very strong trade right after he got elected. The Trump trade already started a couple weeks before this election, so I think it could continue for a period of time. It would be positive, as I mentioned, for cyclicals, even for small caps as the U.S. becomes more domestically oriented. And then after a period of time, it's going to depend. If it reignites so much inflation that the Fed is restricted and unable to cut rates and maybe even raise rates, I think that could put this trade at risk. However, if we're able to balance that and these policies are not inflationary, then I think small caps, financial cyclicals would continue to outperform.
Roz, if Donald Trump, if he gets into the White House, is able to clear his nominees, do we have any idea of what kind of team he builds around him?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see that. There's a lot of conversation, I imagine, around the world as people are waking up to this today and, going from theoretical to reality. And then how do you deal with a second Trump presidency from all over the world, depending on his policies? What does he say on the campaign trail versus what he would do as president? And there's been this narrative already that maybe he knows the job better than the first time around. Maybe he understands what he can and cannot do, and maybe he has a more stable team, frankly, around him than in his first administration, where he seemed to pull in people randomly to jobs who they had no experience for. And then, of course, it was, became a very erratic administration in part because of that. And so will he be more careful and considered in who he pulls into his orbit? I imagine there's going to be a lot of jostling now that's going to go on for those positions, people, campaigning essentially for those roles. But does he opt for people who have more direct experience, and what kind of voices will they be in his ear, be it on domestic policy, central banks, fiscal, or of course, all the issues that have to deal with around the world, including the Middle East, Ukraine, and China.
Leslie, very quickly, I guess now we could be on a showdown over trade with the rest of the world, but also, what role does Elon Musk play in all of this?
That is a big X factor, quite literally. But I think, to come back to the economic policy, Donald Trump could have done tariffs without the Senate. We don't know if he'll get the House, but he will. He has made it very clear. The question is, how high, and are they a bargaining chip or are they real? And I think this gets to the core of what we're going to be facing as Donald Trump begins to prepare for that transition and take place. The world's going to have to hedge. How high is he going to start with the tariffs? What is the ask? What will the negotiating ask be? Because, he's always thinking about the art of the deal. Where does he start? Where does he land? Europe's going to be deeply concerned about the tariffs at a time where we know competitiveness is an issue. The big thing for Europe, though, let's face it, is deep concern about how the war in Ukraine, what the consequence of this will be for the war in Ukraine, for NATO, for America's commitment to European security. And even if Donald Trump stays with Europe, it's not going to be delivered in a way that is predictable and stable. So what the markets say about that, big question, but it won't be clarity of purpose. There is going to be a very different style of governing coming out of the White House after January 20th.
There's so much to unpack. Thank you all for joining us. Leslie Vinjamur from Chatham House, Saira Malik from Nuveen Asset Management, and Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. Now, coming up, S&P futures touch a record high as Donald Trump closes in on victory. So we'll have the latest market reactions. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back, everyone, to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Now, Donald Trump closing in on the U.S. presidency after battleground state wins. Again, he's rallied, actually, supporters after the win in Pennsylvania was called. The electoral vote count as it's now, Trump 267, Harris has 224. Now, let's get a check on the response from the markets. Here's Valerie. Hi, Valerie.
Hey, friend. It's all about that risk-on rally in U.S. equities. We are hovering near all-time highs in the S&P futures, and the Russell 2000 index. This was the small caps, a popular Trump trade, Francine, really taking off, up over 5%. That is as volatility declines, not just in the VIX, but across assets. I also want to do a quick pre-market check on how Tesla is faring this morning, Francine. It was up near 12% at the open, 12.5% now as the pre-market trade gets underway in the U.S. Let's flip on and take a look at how the dollar has been doing, because it is on a tear, but we have come off the recent highs. We are now just higher by 1.2%. So a bit of give back on that, but still very much picking up steam. Lastly, a check on the Treasury market, Francine. Yields are higher. The curve is steepening. This move higher has been led by the long end. Keep an eye on that trade. It's up 18 basis points in the 30-year yield. If that steepening extends, Francine, it could become a headwind for risk assets, but we're not exactly seeing that yet.
Thank you, Valerie. Valerie Teitel there with the very latest. Still with us, Leslie Vinjamuri from Chatham House and Sarah Malik, Chief Investment Officer at Nuveen Asset Management. Sarah, we've also seen, quite a boost and shot up with crypto. Is there anything at the moment that you would sell off in emerging markets? Mexico will probably be hit hard because of some of the migration policies.
First of all, in crypto, I think that's benefiting from potentially less regulations around that asset class. So that's positive for cryptocurrency. I think in European markets, Mexico could potentially be under pressure because of the situation with tariffs. We don't know at this point, are tariffs just going to be applied to China or more broadly? And what does that mean for some of these regions? The European Union is already facing a strong dollar. That's negative for markets outside of the U.S. Now we have the tariff situation, geopolitical situations, and even if tariffs are only focused on China, that could also squeeze the European Union, which is dealing with somewhat sticky services inflation as well as anemic growth. Similar to Mexico, I think Mexico could be disadvantaged as manufacturing moves back to the United States. So definitely this Trump coming into office is positive for the U.S. and more challenging for the rest of the world.
And Leslie, when we mentioned Ukraine, but it does seem Donald Trump has called for a quick resolution in negotiating with Russia. There's a lot that he could do on immigration. What do you think he moves on first?
I think the immigration agenda will come quickly because it was so central. I think for many voters, probably immigration was one of their deepest concerns, that rhetoric around the negative effects of immigration. So they'll be looking to see, does he deport? That's a very difficult thing to operationalize. But if he does pursue this agenda, agenda, it is difficult. It will be difficult for many American businesses who need employees in those low service sector jobs. It could be inflationary in the medium term for sure. But I think that we will see some big ticket items. He might go back. If you think back to the first Trump presidency, one of the very first things he did was a Muslim ban, stricter controls on who comes into the country. There is an entire agenda that he has, first set out in Project 2025, then walked back from. But we know it's tough on immigration. Tariffs absolutely front and center of that policy. 10 to 20% has been discussed, possibly across the board. Giving a green light to the leader of Israel, wanting to see that conflict resolved, but without a very clear plan. I think Donald Trump has always seen himself as the person who could deliver a peace deal for the Middle East, expand on the Abraham Accords, and let's be honest, and get the Nobel Peace Prize back of his mind. This is a very difficult agenda to deliver. But for Europe, Ukraine, tariffs, and just a style of governance which is going to be very, very different from what we've seen for the past 4 years.
Leslie, thank you so much. Leslie Vintermurray there from Chatham House, Sarah Malik from Nuveen Asset Management. Now, Europe's biggest company, Novo Nordisk, also reported sales beats, but concerns persist about whether the drug maker can keep up with demand for its weight loss drugs. We'll speak to the chief financial officer next, and this is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
I'm Professor Hannah Fry, mathematician and writer. In this series, I will meet the companies, people, and pioneers transforming the world.
It's like the Jetsons meets the Flintstones.
Whatever future you dream of, if it affects us, I will explore it. The future is coming.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, amid the Trump trade fallout this morning, Novo Nordisk, one of the biggest gainers on Europe's stock 600 after sales of its blockbuster weight loss drug Wegovy actually beat expectations in the third quarter. Well, the chief financial officer of Novo Nordisk, Karsten Munk-Knudsen, joins us. Mr. Knudsen, thank you so much for being with us. So how important, given the results that were extremely strong, how important is it to have an oral GLP-1 offering, and your confidence in that given some of your rivals?
Well, so first of all, delivering 24% growth in the quarter speaks a lot to the quality of the innovation we have in the market today with Wegovy in the obesity market. So the growth we're delivering there, based on a weekly injectable test, gives a testimony to that quality. So we believe, over the long period of time, we believe that injectables will continue to be the leading approach to treating obesity for many years to come. Can there be a segment for small molecule all GLP-1s? Probably yes, if efficacy turns out to be there and the safety is appropriate. And then it's important to say that we also have an oral GLP-1. It's marketed under the brand name Rybelsus in diabetes, and we're also looking forward to launching that at a later point in time in obesity.
But, Mr. Knudsen, so when you look at CagriSema, which is this next generation obesity treatment, what can you tell us in terms of supply? So if there is something that will, especially in the light of the IRA headwinds, how easy is the drug to manufacture, supply, and actually scale at this point?
Yeah, CagriSema is our next generation anti-obesity medication following on the back of Wegovy. We are looking forward to phase 3 results later this year, so it's coming up fairly soon, and we're expecting a step up in efficacy compared to Wegovy, hopefully setting a new standard in terms of efficacy with anti-obesity medications. And we know that we're scaling into a very large market. We also know the product characteristics, and we're working hard to scale our supply chain to meet a significant demand.
What's the GLP-1 situation looking like for 2025?
Well, the GLP-1 situation in 2025 is looking as continued scaling. And it's important to note, just to take a historic background, over the last 3 years, we have tripled the number of patients using a Novo Nordisk GLP-1. So currently, based on IQVIA data, we have more than 11 million people using a Novo Nordisk GLP-1 in terms of chronic treatment, and we have around 2/3 of the market. So we have scaled significantly over the last 3 years, and will continue to scale over the coming years also.
Mr. Knudsen, given the big political news today and the fact that Donald Trump is closer to the White House, your thoughts on the U.S. market, also the Inflation Reduction Act, and what that does to margins going forward?
Yeah, so the U.S. market is important to Novo Nordisk. It's more than 50% of our top line. We have a very big footprint both in terms of R&D and manufacturing. So U.S. is an important market. We've been there for decades and will continue to be there for decades. And historically, we've been working both with the Democratic and Republican policymakers. So we'll continue to do that with the premise of our focus being on patients' access and affordability.
Mr. Knudsen, as always, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time. Karsten Munk-Knudsen, the Novo Nordisk Chief Financial Officer, and the share price of Novo Nordisk actually doing pretty well in today's trading session. Coming up, we'll bring you former Clinton administration advisor Morris Reed for analysis of this historic U.S. presidential election. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea. But ultimately, you still have to do a lot with it. It just give you very superficial ideas, but at the end, you still have to customize and how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that, when a designer is doing is the spirit, is the heart that the computer don't have.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Donald Trump closing in on the presidency after wins in key battleground states. He's taken Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, the electoral vote count. So far, Trump 267, Harris 224. Now, Donald Trump thanked supporters, calling the result, quote, a political victory that our country's never seen before.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
Let's go straight to New York now and get more from Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn. Vonnie, as we wait for the next swing state to report, is this result a foregone conclusion?
It is essentially a done deal, Francine. It would be very, very difficult at this point unless there were legal challenges mounted by the Kamala Harris campaign, and it doesn't appear that there really is enough reason for that to happen, although, that's always a possibility, that Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. That was essentially a victory speech that you heard there. We haven't heard from Kamala Harris herself. We haven't heard a concession speech. Her team said she wouldn't speak the evening of the election, that she would speak the following morning, so Wednesday morning U.S. time. I do want to point out, though, that once Georgia and North Carolina were called for Trump, all eyes were on Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. And in a surprise for some people, once that became a Trump state, and very obviously a Trump state, well, then it essentially left Kamala Harris really no option, no path to the White House at that point. I do want to point out as well that Republicans took the Senate back, the first time in 4 years that happened. They needed 2 seats. Jim Justice won Senator Joe Manchin's Virginia seat that he retired from. And also, of course, Bernie Moreno. He took Senator Sherrod Brown's chair, the Senate Banking Committee chair, we all know him as. He took his seat in Ohio as well. So that's all going to help Donald Trump, assuming that he does become indeed the 47th president of the United States, get things like cabinet positions filled, get perhaps more justices, more judges on courts and so on. I do want to point out some note of caution that we are getting from Wall Street, though. TD pointing out that Wall Street is trading this as if it's a red sweep. But Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, we know him well, he says, don't underestimate a Republican Senate's ability to hamstring even Trump. There will be a variety of Republican free agents unbeholden to Trump. He cites the likes of Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, among others.
Vonnie, thank you so much. Great reporting there, of course, on the ground in the U.S. Vonnie Quinn. Now, let's also get the view from the other side of the world with Stephen Engel, Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent. He's joining us from a major trade show in Shanghai. Stephen, what's China's reaction to the election? What are people saying at the biggest import expo where you're at?
It is absolutely on the minds of most of the people here that I've spoken to. We are here in front of a lot of the agricultural booths from the United States representing U.S. rice, potatoes, meat, California wines, and Washington cherries. And there's mixed opinions, obviously, but surely agricultural products are in the mix, in particular if Donald Trump follows through on if he is, in fact, elected president and becomes president in January. That specter of 60% across the board tariffs on Chinese imports to the United States could have or spark another trade war. That is obviously on the minds of people here as China finds ways to retaliate against that. We might be getting ahead of ourselves, but that is the specter and the possibility that people are talking about here. I talked to Al Gabor. He is the American Chamber of Commerce Shanghai chairman. Earlier this morning, before we knew the trend of the election, he said, and I quote, U.S. businesses are resigned that tariffs seem to be the way of the future. And that was referring to whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be elected president. So tariffs are something, obviously, agricultural farmers across America are worried about and are addressing right now as we are digesting in this part of the world the election. We've already seen, and I'm standing in front of the U.S. Soybean Export Council booth here at the China International Import Expo. We saw soybean futures today on the markets plummet nearly 2%, again, under this prospect of higher tariffs from the United States on Chinese products.
Stephen, thank you so much. I mean, I hear a lot of chatter even before any potential tariff policies are actually introduced. I guess traders are saying don't underestimate the impact of the effect of uncertainty on trade and markets. Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel for us in Shanghai. Now, we're joined by Maurice Reed, a former advisor to President Clinton administration, now a partner at Actum, who also advises on a lot of prime ministers across the world. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, I have many big questions on the likely path of Donald Trump, of course, to the White House. I mean, this is a pretty incredible political comeback that not many people were expecting. Why has he done so well?
Well, to quote my old boss, it's the economy's stupid. When you have the wrong track, right track numbers over 70%, and as you and I spoke in Doha, when the price of eggs, a dozen of eggs, is over $5, you're in a very, very tough position as an incumbent candidate. So he focused his message on really two things, and the one thing that really stuck was the economy. Because as I always say, and everyone that does this as a practitioner knows, the Americans, people, voters care most about what are you going to do for them today and how are you going to make their future better for their children.
I mean, it seems that it's especially the northern industrial states known as the Blue Wall that have actually not received the message that Kamala Harris was trying to tell them.
Well, I think that they underestimated the Donald Trump appeal. They tried to do the traditional 19th century approach, where he is a very unorthodox candidate. He's a different person, a different beast. Whereas he went straight for the appeal, his personality, his machismo, his macho, I'll take care of you. The Democrats really were trying to do a nuanced thing instead of really focusing and connecting on those issues that really matter. And it's going to be clear in the exit poll. The economy was going to be 1 through 5. It's going to be the top 5 things. People care the most about how they're going to make their life better. And you'll see it right away. The president-elect, or former president, whatever you want to call him at this point, will move aggressively to implement his agenda.
So what will be, top of the agenda? Again, I guess with the Senate majority, a lot of his, nominees will be easily passed through, be it if he wants a new Fed chair or his cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Sure, the Senate will be extremely friendly to him. There are a number of people that he helped elect, so I expect that they will be very friendly in pushing his agenda forward. He's going to start first with tariffs. China's going to be on the bullseye. Secondly, he's going to move aggressively on the Russia-Ukraine. I think you'll see some movement on the Israeli issue as well. But his focus will be completely on the economy first and foremost, and then he will look around the world to show that he is actually the leader that he's bragged about for so long.
Morris, what will he do for the black and Latino and white male voter that seemed to have gotten behind his messaging?
It's very interesting. Now, this is a case where there was a lot of political rhetoric, but will he reward those people that really turned out for him? If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at Georgia, North Carolina, I think you're going to see those numbers, the numbers within the numbers, that black men, Latino men, and working class men actually did deliver for him. So I expect that he's going to have to come up with a policy to address it. He's going to have to reach out and perhaps try to create some type of special task force around making sure that these men that really deliver for him, and surprisingly deliver for him, more than women again for a woman candidate. So I expect that he'll be aggressively going after them because he has, he loves to brag about this new coalition. He loves to brag about people that invest in him. So let's see what happens with this new coalition that he's pulled together.
So who does he put in his cabinet? Again, I've heard, Donald Trump the second time around is going to have more common sense the first time around. And I've also heard the complete opposite, that he's going to put loyalists that are loyal to Donald Trump and not the Constitution.
I think he's certainly going to put loyalists in. Unlike the first time he was president, he didn't know much about Washington, D.C. Now he's an experienced person. He has an experienced team around him. So I expect that he'll move quickly to assemble a task force or a cabinet committee through the transition committee to get the cabinet people moving quickly. So Lynn McMahon, the guy from Cantor Fitzgerald, Paulson, these are guys that have been mentioned. I expect one of those. My favorite is the Jamie Dimon effect. Jamie always said he didn't want a job, but the best way to get a job in Washington is to say you don't want one. So let's see if he makes any surprise choices. I don't, however, expect him to appoint a Democrat to his cabinet. I think the closest you'll get to that is he'll give Robert Kennedy Jr. some type of high-profile role.
So there's also a number of European leaders that were pretty quick, Morris, to congratulate Donald Trump as the race turned in his favor. It's not only Keir Starmer. We heard from the Ukrainian president, from the NATO chief, from Emmanuel Macron, Germany's Olaf Scholz, and, of course, Hungary's Viktor Orban. What are the countries that you think have the most to lose with Donald Trump in the White House? And if it's Mexico, if it's Germany that were definitely in his radar the first time around, is there anything they can do to temper that?
Well, I think the EU is certainly going to be a challenging situation, and NATO as well. What they need to do is to engage quickly. It's smart for them to reach out. If they haven't reached out personally, they should do that move as quickly as possible. Obviously, the guys in Ukraine are extremely worried, so it was smart for them to reach out. Surprisingly, I haven't heard that the president of Mexico has reached out to him. It's going to be a very challenging situation for the Mexican-U.S. relationship, particularly with some of the onshoring that the Chinese have been doing there. But clearly, Viktor Orban is a sigh of relief and smiling because he's going to be very pivotal for Europe and has a strong, close relationship with the former president.
Are you expecting big changes in Ukraine? Donald Trump has also said he would do a deal with Russia very soon. Are you expecting changes to come in quickly?
I predict that he will force them to the table. I think that Ukraine is going to have to come to the bargaining table, and they're going to have to give up some things. So they're going to have to be realistic. This is not going to be a situation where you have a president that's going to back them completely the way that Joe Biden did. So I expect the people in Ukraine are very nervous right now, and they need to figure out their negotiating stance, because I think Donald Trump will certainly be willing to give up more than perhaps the Democratic candidate would have been.
Morris, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Morris Reed, partner at Actum. Now, of course, our coverage of the U.S. election continues. In a moment, we'll go live to D.C. to our very own Mike Shepard. This is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everyone, to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Donald Trump closing in on the presidency after battleground states have been won. He rallied supporters, and this is the electoral vote count. Trump, 267, Kamala Harris, 224. Now, for more analysis, let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, who's staying up for us in Washington. I was going to say, Mike, you're our tireless reporter who's been up all night watching this race from the very beginning. Donald Trump is really a whisker away of getting into the White House.
Well, that's right. And we're really waiting for just one more of these battleground states to be decided in his favor so that we can say for sure whether or not he has sealed the presidency. And it really is just a matter of time. When you look at how far behind Vice President Kamala Harris is in the running counts in some of those states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, it is mathematically impossible for her to close that ground and retake any kind of lead from former President Trump. And you can't overstate what an extraordinary comeback this is for Mr. Trump. When we turn the clock back 4 years ago to early January 2021, as he was leaving office, the tumult that surrounded it, the insurrection on the Capitol that his supporters waged, seeking to overturn his election loss to Joe Biden, the criminal cases and impeachment that followed. And here we are. He is about to take the nation's highest office once again.
Mike, I know it's very early days. I know there are exit polls. I know we'll have to pore over exactly who voted for whom and which state. But who handed him so far the presidency? He's winning quite big. And it seems that there's particular classes of voters that really got behind Donald Trump's messaging.
Well, the former president really made a concerted pitch to male voters, including black and Latino men across the country, and especially in the swing states, seeking to turn them out and take them away from the Democratic column, too. And it seems to have worked. And we won't know exactly how effective that was down to the, lines on the spreadsheet. But the early indications based on exit polls is that his message to them was effective. And it also tells us, according to the exit polls, that the vice president's message for her campaign wasn't breaking through, that they didn't buy her message on the economy, her promises of trying to lower housing prices by increasing supply, by trying to tackle the rising costs of everyday goods. And instead, they felt heard, in other words, by Mr. Trump in his campaign. And that seems to have paid off in dividends in all of these states. And he is on course to take perhaps all 7 of the battleground states.
Mike, you're based in Washington. You're a Washington insider. You know a lot of the names that we talk about day in, day out, of course, on this program and on Bloomberg TV. Who do you think Donald Trump puts in his cabinet?
Well, I know there are a lot of people who are dying to get back in after 4 years away. There are a handful of people we've gotten to know over the years. We could look for perhaps Michael Pompeo, his former Secretary of State, to maybe be considered for something like Secretary of Defense. Again, these are just names that are out there rather than reporting that these people are actually in line for a position. But these are people who would logically be up for something. We've also heard the former president, now on the brink of being president-elect, named Robert Kennedy Jr. as a possible cabinet member, too, perhaps in a role overseeing one of the health agencies. And that would be an interesting mix, given his opposition to vaccines and his skepticism about some other longstanding public health practices, too.
Mike, very quickly, I mean, you made an interesting point that actually, given he has the Senate, all his confirmations are likely to go through. And do we know what Elon Musk does in a possible Trump presidency?
Well, it's a great question because Elon Musk played such a critical role in propelling the campaign in the final stages, not only with money, but through in-kind support by amplifying the former president's message on the X social media platform that he owns. And Trump has joked that he would give Musk some sort of role in his cabinet, perhaps as a czar overseeing cost-cutting across the federal government. But even if he doesn't have a formal role, he will have some sort of informal role. Donald Trump has always liked having this inner circle of trusted advisors, and Elon Musk clearly has entered that inner ring through this in-kind support he has provided to Trump over the last several months.
Mike, thanks so much. Michael Shepard there in D.C. for us, of course, our star reporter across all of the campaign. Coming up, fears of tariffs are weighing on foreign currency trades as markets are weighing a Trump presidency. We'll take a closer look at the moves. That's next. And the policies. This is Bloomberg.
Top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling.
Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is a choice that will pose a lot of challenges to us. We know about Trump's unpredictability. We know about his personal aversion against Germany and European integration. So it will be tough times ahead for the transatlantic relationship.
Well, that was Niels Schmidt, a foreign policy spokesperson for the German Social Democrats. The dollar hitting its strongest level in a year as Donald Trump pulls ahead in the race for the White House. Joining us now, Rachel Evans, managing editor of our U.S. and EMEA FX and rates coverage. We'll also be joined by Ross Matheson very shortly. Rachel, thank you for joining us. If you look at financial markets, I mean, they're kind of on a tear. I mean, they reacted very strongly to this potential re-election. Is a Trump trade going to be short-lived?
Jury's out on that one. I think it's going to depend a lot on what the ultimate overall picture of results looks like. At the moment, we've been really seeing people, as you were saying, rushing back into that Trump trade. And that's partly because people paired their bets heading into this week. We did see kind of an easing off in kind of those bets on the dollar and bets against treasuries that are now going back into the market. But I think it's going to depend a lot on whether we see the Republicans take not just the White House, it looks like they will be doing, but also the House. And we know that they've got the Senate. So do they get that red sweep that allows kind of some of those policies that Trump has proposed, particularly around tariffs, around tax cuts, to kind of be given sort of free rein? Or is there a sort of check on that power coming from a Democrat House?
But, Rachel, at the same time, I mean, I don't know if it's the bond vigilantes or there are pockets of the markets that are really worried about potential, budget deficits getting stronger and inflation.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've seen more recently in the UK, right? When we saw the budget last week, we saw yields really kind of taking off on some of the concerns about spending. The bond vigilantes are definitely keeping a watch on different spending proposals around the world at the moment. So that's something that Trump and his administration will have to be aware of, that they may not get kind of carte blanche from the markets to actually go forth and spend as much as they perhaps want. So given we're seeing kind of that rise in yields, it will be interesting to see whether we start to see any kind of floor kind of emerge about exactly how much further treasuries can sell off.
And from the Fed, I mean, it's later tonight, we're expecting 25 basis point cuts, and then I guess it's wait and see.
Yeah, so it's tomorrow, Thursday. Yes, we've got another day, thank goodness. But yes, we are expecting to see them cut rates again. But we've been seeing investors today kind of paring back on those bets for next year because we do expect to see kind of the Federal Reserve have to keep interest rates slightly higher for longer, just in order to offset some of those more inflationary policies coming through from the political side.
We're also joined by Ross Matheson. Ross, so we're at 267 in terms of vote counts for the Electoral College for Donald Trump. If something like Michigan gets called, then he's above 270 and he's in the White House.
Well, that's right. So he's on the cusp, as you say. He's only a vote shy. And also we can see from the overall voting trend, potentially he'll get the popular vote as well. So either way, we're heading towards a pretty clear-cut victory for Donald Trump. In contrast to all those polls that we saw for weeks and months beforehand showing that it was going to be a really tight race, we're expecting this to have taken days, if not longer, potentially contested, very deadlock race. And instead what we're seeing is potentially quite a large margin of victory for Donald Trump as he heads towards the reality of a second term come January. And now really the questions are turning very quickly towards what is this going to mean to have Donald Trump in the White House again.
Roz and Rachel, thank you so much. Our coverage continues.
I prided myself, probably wrongly, having worked in many countries, been brought up as a child in the Middle East and in the Far East, having a mother who was not British, she was Hungarian, she was a survivor from Auschwitz, and I was the son of a Holocaust survivor, and being involved with lots of people, I thought to myself, I know a lot about diversity, and I know about inclusion and not being included. But actually, when I came out, I realized that my level of understanding was not very high. And actually, I could see both the support and the rejection of being different, and what you had to do to live a life where you were different. And I'm immensely pleased that I was outed when I was 60, just under 60. Because had I not been outed, I probably would have said I could stay in the closet and still believe that I knew everything, which I didn't. And that was a very important moment for me.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
A victory for the former President Donald Trump, all but certain, after a crucial Pennsylvania win with Vice President Kamala Harris's path to 270 evaporating. The scores as it stands: 267 electoral votes for Trump, 3 shy of the 270 needed to clinch the victory. Welcome to continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. Lisa, the Trump trade's being put on in a big way.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything that everyone was expecting except on amphetamines and goose around the world. What you're seeing right now, the dollar very much front and center, surging the most, going back at one point and looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index since 2020, March of 2020, at the highest levels in about a year. You could see the 30-year yields climbing almost 18 basis points, also the most in a year, to 4.61%. That comes ahead of a 30-year auction later. But again, this idea that Trump will potentially put on tariffs, will potentially cause inflation to be marginally higher. That is risk off for bonds. And then Bitcoin surging to record highs, $73,837. Russell 2000 futures. I just want to point this out. The fact that they are up 6%, that is the biggest surge in more than a year. They are pointing to potentially a record high. This is everything that everyone thought that it would be. Question is, how long will it take before we get some sort of resetting? What is going to stick and what isn't?
It's a move that just for now keeps building and building. It's the clearing event that Mike Wilson and Morgan Stanley talked about. And it's also gone global too, Manus. Risk everywhere is being bid.
Yeah, and I think you see that through the FX prism. It depends which capital you actually waking up in this morning. Is it in Kyiv? Is it Putin in Russia? Is it Zelensky? Is it the trade currencies that are most at risk? Is it the yuan and the euro? That's where the ground zero is, because you look at the history of Trump. One, and then reflect on what Trump 2 might mean in terms of tariffs. We saw Europe with 25% on steel, they 10% on aluminium. So you are seeing this pressure. That was, of course, back in 2018. So what is Trump 2 in terms of tariffs? How big could they be? 10, 20%, 60% on China? You know, Trump 2, for one thing, it's going to be more demonstrative than Trump 1. And then you look at China. The risk is this, of course, you see moves in the yuan. What is it that breaks on the yuan? What could bring intervention into some of these markets? We've already heard it from some of the Indonesian central bank talking about this. Yuan is ground zero for tariff risk. Euro also reflected in that. And I think, Danny, the musculature of the dollar is just reflected. The EM currencies are under pressure. So we are on intervention watch as well.
Yeah, that dollar-mex trade really, really painful. Let's just go over the state of play as it stands at the moment. The two swing states of Georgia and Pennsylvania, both of them going to Donald Trump. We still await 4 other battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump only needs one of them to win. The Senate, in the meantime, that gets called early for the GOP. But Lisa, in terms of waiting for a result, it's not the presidency that is taking days, it seems. It is the House that could take days.
The big question right now, is this a red sweep? Is this a Donald Trump victory as well as potentially Senate control, or is it the whole shebang, right? And essentially there are 22 races that are in contested areas for the House that still have yet to be called. This was as of about a half an hour ago. Really, we've only heard about 3 of them really having a presumed winner. Here's the issue, and really the notes are flooding in from a number of different people. Michael Zizas of Morgan Stanley saying that united versus divided government is the key to the deficit debate. If you end up with divided government, that could potentially temper some of the rise that we've seen in yields. If not, corporate credit Goldilocks is at risk, and so too is this idea that bonds will eventually get bid up because it could be too much of a good thing, and you could get the no-landing reacceleration that some people are thinking about.
Yeah, I know JP Morgan's level for the 10-year, should we get the sweep, is 4.6. We're not too far away from that at that moment at 4.42. Let's get some more of the details of how things have been shaping up over the past 12 hours. Kate Ackley of Bloomberg Government joins us now from Washington. So, Kate, any of that outperformance that people were expecting from Harris, it did not materialize.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, it looks like Donald Trump is poised to have a second administration. And we're also, the Senate was more predictable. This was sort of what the polls were indicating, that the Senate would go for Republicans. We still don't know what the margin will look like, though, because we're still waiting on some of these key Senate races to be called, although they'll likely be called here pretty shortly. The House is another matter. As you mentioned, there are, a couple dozen races that are still too close to be called, and that will determine, does the Republican Party hold all 3 of these key levers of power, the House, the White House, and the Senate, in the next Congress, or will there be a Democratic House that sort of impedes the Republican agenda to some extent?
And therein lies the point for the markets this morning. Kate, good morning to you, which is the checks and balances. If the House does not flip, there's going to be a lot of horse trading over the tax promises that were made by Trump to the nation on this campaign.
Right, and we know that tax policy is just going to be a huge debate in the next Congress in the new year after the new president is sworn in, because there's a whole bunch of these, going back to the 2017, first Trump administration tax law. A lot of those are expiring. A lot of those provisions are set to expire. And so we know that's going to be front and center on the agenda. If there is a Republican House, Senate, and White House, that tax overhaul debate is likely to look a lot different than if there is a Democratic House. So then you would see, maybe do they just, extend the current, tax, the 2017 tax breaks, and just extend them for a period of time, or do they get sort of, does Trump sort of become a deal maker in some way if he does have to deal with a divided government? All stuff that we'll be watching for.
One thing that I find fascinating is just the composition and what we've gotten so far. Danny, to me, the fact that the GOP defeated banking chairman Sherrod Brown in Ohio, this raises a question about deregulation. especially at a time where you see banks absolutely flying on the verdict that we've gotten so far?
Well, you get both deregulation and higher yields helping banks. Lori Calvasine of RBC basically made all of her strategists put together a note and say, what is the biggest risk? What is the biggest thing you're looking for in a Trump? Nearly every single one of them said deregulation and said banks. But on the campaign trail, nothing was said about the banking sector. So this is a case of the market really running with a narrative.
Then this is where the argument comes in, which is the banks had already flown higher on the third quarter results. You had the NIMs driving the banks rather than the deregulation. This is cherry on the top in terms of the propulsion of the banks upwards this morning. Just look at some of them, 5% on JP Morgan. You're looking even at the regional banks as well. So this is about what happens with Basel III, the endgame, and this happens what happens with regulation.
So, Kate, just quickly here, how much control already does Donald Trump have to get his agenda through, given the fact he does have the Senate that will have a lot to do with confirmations, a lot of potentially any appointees? How much does he need that majority in the House?
Well, I mean, the House could stop, the House, if the Democrats have the House, that would be the sort of stopping block for a Trump agenda. So he would have to reach across the aisle. It's likely to be a very, very tight margin, whichever party controls the House. But, in the House, the majority rules. And if it is Democrats, that would be a stopping block for the Trump agenda to that extent.
Okay, Kate, we'll check in with you through the morning. That is Kate Ackley there of Bloomberg Government. 10-year is propelling higher this morning. Just take a look at it. We're off the highs of the day, but the question is, of course, the path to the presidency is clear. The Senate is clear. The House remains in question. Derek Halpenny joins us now. Derek, you make this point very, very clearly, which is we have this speed of this clarity that we didn't think that we would have, but it is about checking the rise in the yield if they don't get the House. On a red sweep, so just talk us through the scenarios. Right now, the bond market's topping out. If the House stays with the Democrats, do yields cap out at this level?
Yeah, certainly I think, the primary policy expectation of a Trump clean sweep for the Republicans would, of course, be the fiscal policy and tax cuts. And that essentially goes away. So from a 10-year yield perspective, that certainly is maybe a 10 or 15 basis point differential. So what we were assuming on a clean sweep would be a 10-year yield jump today of potentially 25 basis points. So, yeah, for sure. If the Democrats win the House, it's a game changer in terms of expectations on debt and deficits going forward.
Well, the other narrative is, of course, we kicked off this show talking about the tariffs, talking about the risk around the world. And the ground zero is in the dollar, the musculature of the dollar, but perhaps the pressure that we're seeing in the euro and in the yuan. Again, it's the same kind of question to you, which is tariffs are something which sit within the White House much more so than within Congress. So the musculature of the dollar, you still think that we can propel higher here on the yuan, higher here against the euro? We've yet to understand the size and scale of the tariff narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from a tariff perspective, I think this administration is going to be different to 2016. In 2016, he waited. He focused on tax first. Obviously, if the Democrats win the House, well, then for sure the tax focus goes away. But even if the Republicans win the House, I think he's going to act pretty quickly on tariffs. We've heard that in communications, indeed, with the Bloomberg interview that we had, where he spoke about the beautiful word of tariff. So I think he's going to act quickly. The question is it in one big swoop to the levels that he has spoken about, in particular for China, at 60%? I think not, but he will act. He will implement tariffs, possibly 10% across the board, and then threaten and verbalize his plan to do more. And therefore, I think the FX markets price in quite quickly the idea of, the full tariff agenda being implemented. And of course, winning the majority, the popular vote, and this pretty strong mandate, he is going to be very, very convinced on implementing his policies going forward.
And Derek, perhaps that's what we're seeing. If I can jump in, that's what we're seeing in currencies, which you were just saying as I jumped in. But elsewhere, you have risk ripping, you have small caps rallying some 6%, you have bond yields pushing higher. When you sort through the moves that we've had overnight, what to you looks logical and what do you think has gone too far?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if you look, for example, in the G10 space, Aussie's outperforming the rest of G10. The dollar's up across the board, of course, but Aussie's outperforming. Kiwi's outperforming, and then the pound is the third best performing currency. There's a logic there, perhaps, in that we've had some announcements over the last 24 hours from China, where they're talking about having substantial capacity for fiscal stimulus. So the idea here is that China is ready and waiting to counter what potentially is going to happen on the trade side by boosting domestic demand, and that ultimately could be a positive for Aussie and for Kiwi. And then, of course, if you look at the UK, direct exports to the US, 2/3 of those exports from the UK are services. Only 1/3 is goods. So relative to Europe and elsewhere, you could argue that the pound and the UK is better positioned to deal with a goods tariff war relative to some of the others in G10.
Okay, Derek, thank you so much. That is Derek Halpenny of MUFG. And Lisa, again, it looks like ground zero for some of the currency pain might be dollar MEX. Out down 2.8%, but you do just see this currency volatility dropping across the board because we have a certain result.
So George Cervelis of Deutsche Bank came out with this. We move our year-end euro-dollar forecast down to 105. That's not such a far cry if you take a look at what's happening today. I believe right now it's at 107, massive move. Even without control of Congress, a Trump victory would be decidedly dollar bullish via the impact of tariffs. One thing I find notable in all of the notes that are coming across Wall Street right now, there is a sense of a competing question. Is it tariffs? Is it immigration? Which is going to really drive things? You have TD Securities really honing in on what could happen with immigration, talking about the potential for slower growth and higher inflation. People are going to be sussing this out for a long time to come.
Well, it's going to take time to understand exactly what the policy is. As Derek just said, he thinks it's going to be a straight blanket 10% and then ratchet after that. We know that Trump has history on this, which is saying one thing and executing another, and perhaps stepping back if the markets react viciously. The question is, how much more impact will this have on China if you go for 10%, if you go for 50%? The risk is this: UBS have it in as if they go for 60% tariff on all of Chinese imports, you're looking at growth dropping by over 50%. And this is what it forces the Chinese to do more stimulus in their own backyard. And that is more fiscal support. And that is the kind of counterbalance to the argument.
Again, I go back to the fact, though, that Mexico is perhaps more vulnerable. They are closer to an American trade partner than China is, not to mention all of these companies who just moved their international supply chains to Mexico to try to prevent this very thing from happening.
So the theory right now is just that China is filtering products through Mexico. And that is the fear. We'll have to see how this works out. There's a lot of time before inauguration, and I'm sure we'll get some more color about what the willingness is.
That is perhaps an understatement of the century. We definitely have more to comb through. We'll get more into the politics next on your Election 2024 coverage.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race. Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
It's your continuing coverage of the election 2024. Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. The risk is bid this morning, and it has been for much of the past few hours. Just look at Russell 2000 futures, a great encapsulation of the Trump trade, up 6.3%, rallying to the highest since November of 2021. Meanwhile, bond yields higher across the curve, but it is a bear steepening. We are witnessing 30-year yields up 18 basis points. We get $25 billion on auction today, Manus, of those 30 years.
Yeah, just what is the tipping point and when does the bond market choke in terms of the fiscal policy? This is all to play for. Let's dig a little bit more into the results. We have our Bloomberg senior editor, Joe Sobchak, now in Washington. We know the Senate. We're waiting on Congress. I think the latest is only 3 of the 22 battleground calls have been made. So when are we going to know the rest of these? And is this going to take a considerable length of time?
Well, it could take some time because California will be sort of the tipping point. There were several competitive races there that will be decisive in who will have the majority in the House. Historically, California has taken some time, up to a week, to get all their votes counted, given how big the state is, and that will be only exacerbated by the fact that a lot of these races are very close. However, I would point out that there were a lot of predictions that the presidential race would not be known for some time, so we may yet get a bit of a surprise here.
Joe, how much are you watching with respect to only 3 of the 22 up for grabs House seats that have been called so far? Which are the next that you're looking for tea leaves about whether it is a true red sweep?
Well, I think there are a few outstanding in the Midwest, but again, it's going to be the California races that there are Republicans who are running in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. So that will be the decisive points for the election, and I think that we can. These are Republican incumbents who are being challenged by Democrats for the most part.
Joe, making a generalization, but for the most part, Trump outperformed in many areas. How much do we understand that also trickled down into down ballot races for the GOP?
Well, you know, it is interesting. He did outperform expectations and his 2016 and 2020 and some 2016 as well. But there has been a bit of ticket splitting going on, as we're seeing in Arizona with Ruben Gallego looking to be victorious, even though Trump is leading in the state. But it certainly helped unseat Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That was going to be an uphill climb anyway, but he had defied gravity previously in a very Republican state, and we are seeing some of the House races in New York that were expected to flip did not. The Democrats did gain a few there, but not nearly as many as they had expected.
Joe, thank you very much for that update. That is Joe Sobchak in Washington, D.C. Coming up, leaders from around the world congratulate former President Trump as he inches closer to a victory. We'll have the details for you next.
case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and proactively, productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that is long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires.
There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry. It's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
Bloomberg has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondele is reporting
Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. Let's get you some front page news, a look at what's making headlines around the world. And we start with the BBC. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that he looks forward to working with Donald Trump. Starmer says that the UK-US special relationship will continue to prosper on both sides. Lisa.
Yeah, next up, let's take a look at what's going on in Israel. Next up, in the Jerusalem Post, Benjamin Netanyahu calling Donald Trump's election victory, quote, history's greatest comeback. He says it is a new beginning for America. And Manus, it is a recommitment to the alliance between Israel and the U.S. A lot of people wondering what this means for that relationship.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are questioning what it means for a number of hot conflicts around the world. Bloomberg leads with Bitcoin, jumping to a record high as Trump heads to victory. Investors expect friendlier U.S. crypto rules under his administration. Bitcoin is viewed by many as the so-called Trump trade. Will there be a strategic fund for Bitcoin? That's the question that goes through everybody's
I have to say, Bitcoin really closely all night tracked what the betting markets were doing. And it got it right this time.
Yeah, well, here's the issue, that basically this is a presidential candidate and now potentially or likely president who talked about United States as the crypto capital of the planet and deregulating this industry. He raised a lot of money from them, so a lot of people focusing on just how much higher it could potentially go.
Yeah, one of the cleanest trades really for Trump and trying to price that out. Okay, coming up, we're going to break down some more of this market reaction. We're going to be speaking to State Street's Marvin Lowe as risk assets, well bid, and bonds are sold.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure, it's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care, but also a continuum of knowledge.
The convergence of technology and medicine is driving innovation in both sectors, with scientific and commercial possibilities just beginning to come into focus.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, welcome to continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger with Manis Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz. So President Trump all but clinching the victory. 267 electoral votes, 3 shy of 270. We heard from the former President Trump basically declaring victory. We have yet to hear from Harris, but this market, Lisa, happy to trade in the Trump presidency.
Well, and basically it's been building all night, and the Trump trades are pretty much what we expected them to be. Take a look at that dollar. The Bloomberg U.S. dollar index surging the most at one point since March 2020 at the height of the pandemic, up 1.3%, surging versus the euro, surging versus the yen, surging versus the Mexican peso. Yields also climbing 18 basis points. The 30-year yield 4.6%. How much do we see this continue in a time that people are really wondering about the 1-2 punch of tariffs and then potentially immigration and what that means to potential growth and inflation? Bitcoin, the proxy, as you were saying, surging to a record high of 73,557. This might be the crypto capital of the world, according to Donald Trump, and Russell 2000 futures rising almost 6% to a new record high. If you take a look at what's going on with specific names, there is one in focus. It is Tesla. It is ripping. It is tearing up the screen, up more than 12%, up now almost 15%, as Elon Musk likely will have a main seat in the White House, at least as an advisor to President Trump. And then if you take a look at the bank stocks, wow. If you take a look at the big banks, they're doing great. If you look at the smaller banks, they're doing even better. JP Morgan, Bank of America, both up 6 to 7 to 8%, and then Citizens and Regions both up more than 8%, nearly 9%. Danny, this is everything that people thought would come to fruition. The question is how long it will last.
Because it's everything people thought would come to fruition, which means that they front-run a lot of these moves. Heading into today, a lot of these things were already bid, and they're being bid even more, which begs the question, can it really last?
Well, especially given the fact that Stuart Kaiser of Citi basically says this equity rally, this risk rally, will work unless there is one potential risk, or two, but this is the main one, a further surge in bond term premium. That could curtail some of the risk appetite. We've heard that from Priya Misra over at JP Morgan as well. That's what people are looking for. When does this hit a tipping point where suddenly people say the risk reward is becoming uneven across markets?
Well, already for international markets, a stronger dollar is already a problem, Manis.
Look, it depends which capital of the world that you're waking up in this morning. From a security point of view, you're waking up. We have a redhead. It is called, let's interrupt ourselves. It's official. Donald Trump has been elected President of the United States. Multiple networks are calling this. He has taken over 270 in the Electoral College. That is the breaking news headline. Donald Trump is the President of the United States of America 2024.
Yeah, we were expecting this, just to give you a sense, just to repeat the comments that he had last night when he did, or this morning, early this morning, at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. We are going to help our country heal. We have yet to hear from Kamala Harris, Danny, and that, I think, is one key question as we go forward.
It also did not take too long before these results started running in that Kamala Harris said, I will not be speaking tonight. It was two vastly different moods of celebrating in the Trump camp. And again, it was a market that Manus really was willing to price that in early, and it paid off.
Look, he talks about reinstating the golden age of America, make America great again, fix our borders for every citizen. It was a speech of breadth. I mean, it was a speech for everybody. He praised the MAGA movement as well. So it was a very, very extensive, broad-ranging West Palm Beach. But let's get to Trump headquarters now. Tyler Kendall is standing by in West Palm Beach in Florida. So we heard from the now president, the next president of the United States of America, a little bit earlier. The question is how much more emboldened he might become. They have the Senate. We wait to hear about the House. But the reaction in Palm Beach tonight, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, Manus. So I was here earlier at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump declared victory. You noted some of his comments at the top there. He told his supporters that he is leading the, quote, greatest political movement of all time. He then ended his comments with a bid seeking unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. However, he did do kind of his signature, what he calls the weave, hitting multiple issues. Notably, didn't hit too much on the economy, which we do know is the #1 issues for voters this election cycle. His vice presidential candidate, now his vice presidential-elect J.D. Vance, did join him on stage. He did end his remarks with the economy. You also said it there when we are talking about what a future Trump presidency looks like. He can't do any of his agenda without buy-in from Congress. That is why it is so critical that Republicans were able to flip the Senate last night. The House still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson is still here in Palm Beach. He touched down late last night, coming in from Louisiana when the votes started to come in. And we know he's spending his day making inroads with the Trump campaign.
Tyler, it was an outperformance by Trump in many regards. And early, a couple hours ago, shall we say, early in the morning hours, you get the swing states starting to move to Trump, too, Pennsylvania being one of the more noted ones. When we look back at this campaign in the period, how will we reflect on the polls and the results we got?
Yeah, exactly, Danny. So Pennsylvania in particular, right? We saw Vice President Kamala Harris focus her entire last day before Election Day. Their former now President-elect, I have to get used to saying that, President-elect Donald Trump doing 2 stops there before Election Day. But our Bloomberg News Morning Consult polling repeatedly told us that the economy would be a motivating factor for voters. And if I can, I just want to pull from some of the exit polls that we trust, finding that 48% of those surveyed on Election Day today were concerned about the cost of gas, 51% concerned about the cost of housing. When our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll consistently told us that former President-elect Donald Trump was polling better when it came to voter confidence on the economy compared to Kamala Harris, those were the types of statistics that we know that the Trump campaign was trying to capitalize on and might give us some insights into what ultimately propelled him, particularly in these battleground states. There's a Bloomberg analysis looking at kind of an uneven recovery when it comes to post-pandemic economies in these battleground states and how that could have played a role in how those voters were resonating the 2 different messages from the campaigns.
Tyler, there's also a demographics question here. There's been a huge divide between men and women, with men disproportionately voting for Donald Trump and women disproportionately voting for Kamala Harris. You've seen Donald Trump pick up some votes with people of color in a number of different places, particularly men. Do we have any sense, and I realize it's still early days, but do we have any sense of how that broke down in terms of turnout, in terms of any shifts for now President-elect Donald Trump?
Right. Well, Lisa, we do know that since we were expecting such a big gender divide, that the Trump campaign was really trying to target these young male voters, which actually normally turn out at lower propensities. They're less likely to vote, partly because our polling shows us that they are more weary of the institutions that they are being asked to participate in. But we really saw the Trump campaign go in all in on them. For example, going on podcasts, clinching that last-minute endorsement from Joe Rogan, sort of bids like that to try to bring them into his campaign. It does remain to be seen as we start to get these results in where those final gender divides and gaps land. But we do know that this was one area in particular that the Trump campaign was trying to harness, and it appears it helped him out.
Tyler, appreciate it. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting live from the Trump campaign headquarters. Again, to reiterate, Trump has surpassed 270 of electoral votes, the necessary number he needs to win. The battleground state that tipped him over the edge, multiple outlets just calling Wisconsin in Trump's favor. This is an outcome that had been expected ever since Trump overtook Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. And it is a market reaction, Manis, that is not moving that much after it already was, because this is what we expected.
I think such a great deal has already been placed into this market, into the dollar. But the consensus is from everybody on the IB and who we've spoken to is that there's still more to go in this dollar trade. And if you think about it, this is going to be one of the oldest presidents elected. I mean, this is not his first rodeo, so he's much more familiar with the construct of Washington. He has Elon Musk. He's got various people around him. Of course, he's got Supreme Court, a level of immunity perhaps that is a new facet to this as well. He's better equipped. And it's a question now of who he surrounds himself in this cabinet. Who's going to advise him on the scale of tariffs, of the pace of tariffs? Who's going to advise him in terms of how to govern for this next 4 years of the United States of America?
And there's also the key question, is this a true red sweep? Yeah. Or is this just going to be Senate and presidency, but then we're going to also get the House turning Democrat? There still are, I believe, 19 races that are too close to call in the House that will make the difference about whether or not it is a divided government.
Again, it is a market, though, that is not waiting for that. We are pricing in something close to a red sweep. And on that note, let's bring in Marvin Lowe, Senior Global Macro Strategist at State Street, joining us now. Marvin, these moves are serious. At the moment, you have something like a 16 basis point move higher in the 10-year yield, small caps up nearly 6.5%. What to you looks like it might stick and what looks overdone?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this can stick, to be honest with you. We've been talking about this Trump trade for a while, but the fairly aggressive market reaction shows that investors, while they've been talking about it a lot, didn't know what to put on. And now they know what to put on. So, I think that we're going to unpack the winners and losers in all of this. So I think a lot of this is going to stick. I think the question a lot of us are going to be asking this morning is which ones potentially have either a lot more to move or really doesn't yet reflect the type of administration and the policies of administration, which could be even more significant if we get a red sweep. I think that there's still that part of the equation, which is very, very important.
Well, as Ed Yardeni told Lisa and the rest of the surveillance team, the bond vigilantes are coming out. But Marvin, can this government be moved by the bond market if at the same time we have a day like today where risk is rallying and the equity market looks strong?
Yeah, I mean, there is a level of yield which is going to crack a lot of the other risk assets. Clearly we're not there yet now. Term premium is something that I've talked about with all of you, actually, over the course of the last several quarters. And if we kind of just look at what potentially might be expensive, we know stocks are expensive by historical standards. We know credit spreads are expensive by historical standards. What we also know is that yields are not anywhere near some of the analogs that we're talking about. We had term premiums that were higher than where they were when the bond market had troubles back in 2023. So, there's scope for further bear steepening, which will get to a point that risk assets pay more attention to.
So that's the point that I think a lot of people are wondering about, Marvin, and I'm glad that you brought that up. We're looking right now at real yields of about north of 2%. And what is that tipping point? The fact that we haven't seen any tipping point, that it's quite the opposite this morning, what does that tell you?
You know what? We have an economy that is giving us a lot of comfort in terms of, really navigating through some of the worst of these recession discussions. I will point out, however, Lisa, that, when we were talking about term premiums, back in October of 23 or so, when the Treasury rearranged their issuance schedule because term premiums got 25 to 30 basis points above where they are now, that's when the market really started to pay attention. I would use all of these markers, if you will, as potential stress points in thinking through this, because we're all just figuring this out. We're really entering a period of both political and economic orthodoxy that is very, very hard to put into the economic models, because some of the some of the discussions are things that we really haven't seen.
Marvin, there's a real question about what we're pricing in this morning as well. Is this just Trump plus Senate, or is this truly a red sweep that's already getting baked into yields?
I think it's just Trump plus Senate, to be honest with you. There is a lot more, I think, economic fragility that we need to talk about with the red sweep, just because the timing of whether or not tariffs come early and how long that might, how growth might get affected both in the short term versus the more intermediate term. All of that does come into play much more so in a red sweep.
So not to interrupt the euphoria of the equity market or perhaps the misery of the bond market, but we have a Fed decision, Marvin, and the market has already begun to reprice less cuts, 100 basis points in terms of cuts. The boomerang that you get with this Trump administration, many people say, is inflation. How much more difficult and how much more capacity does the Fed really have to cut into 2025 facing a Trump presidency?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Think about how much that changed since Jay Powell met with us 6 weeks ago, when the market was saying that the Fed was going to be able to cut well below 3%, and now we're pretty much pricing 100 basis points of cuts throughout the end of the cycle, and it just really began. So. Inflation, I do view a lot of these tariff and immigration discussions as inflationary. That's pretty much priced into a lot of the markets at this point. But if we talk about mass deportations and the effect that might have on the labor market, the effect that a labor market which already is still trying to kind of get back to more even keel, there's scope to think that neutral rate is still potentially higher. In other words, less cuts than what the market is saying at this point. It's moved fairly extremely. I think it's probably fair for the discussion at this point, but those first 100 days are going to really create a scope for the Fed to think about what it could do. As far as tomorrow is concerned, the Fed still believes they're restrictive. It's going to be carry on. They really can't set policy on a fiscal situation that they don't know yet. So we're going to get that 25. We're going to get conversations that they're data dependent, which is ultimately what they've said. But really, once they sharpen the pencils, once they understand what the inflation response is going to be, that's when they really think about, do I actually have the 150, 175 basis points that I think I could do, which is what they were saying in September.
Certainly a fog heading into 2025. Marvin, thank you so much. State Street's Marvin Lowe, thanks for joining us this morning. Just to recap, Donald Trump has now secured a total of 277 electoral college votes. That puts him over the edge to become the 47th president of the United States. He's won most of the battleground states at this point: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, 2nd District of Maine, Pennsylvania, and now Wisconsin. We still await Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada, with Trump leading in all of those. This is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling.
Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Why
why should I want to invest in the pharmaceutical industry? Is it going to continue to grow as it did last year? And what about your own company? Do you think it's going to have good growth prospects over the next couple of years?
I think the reason to invest in the sector is the science. I mean, when you look again, if I go back into the history, for most of the last century, we were only giving people pills and small molecule drugs. Then we discovered that we had this whole world of biologics, and we could treat diseases with biologicals. More recently, we've discovered that we can reprogram your cells. We can edit the genome. We can use these RNA therapeutics to completely transform areas of medicine. Those technology areas are at their very nascent stage. And what we're going to find is they're going to open up whole new areas of growth from our business standpoint and a human health impact standpoint. We hope that as we work in our areas like cell therapy and RNA therapeutics, we will also be able to climb to a whole other level of market cap over time.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Menace Graney, Danny Berg alongside me, Lisa Abramovich in New York. Well, Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States in a political comeback. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson joins us now from Washington. I look at the exit polls and I say to myself, 45% of the voters out there felt they were financially worse off. He picked up more black and Latino voters despite everything that's happened on this campaign trail. What is it on their messaging and their operation that you think worked better than the Democrats?
I think he focused on the economy and immigration relentlessly. Even when he went on, Donald Trump, even when he went on his long rambling rallies talking about electrocution and sharks and silly things like that, he blamed the economy on the post-COVID economy, on Joe Biden, and then on Kamala Harris, relentlessly. He blamed immigration on the two of them relentlessly. And the Democrats' message, while they did talk about the economy to a certain extent, Kamala Harris rarely talked about immigration except to say she would sign the bill that Donald Trump had killed last year in Congress. And she talked about what an awful person she believed Trump was. She called him the fascist after his former chief of staff did. And that message has now proven over two presidential cycles, that message, Donald Trump is awful, doesn't work. You have to give voters a plan to vote for. Donald Trump did that, and I'm not sure that Kamala Harris successfully didn't do that.
Wendy, a lot of people were saying that a lot of this came down to turnout, and a lot of this came down to, in particular, the gender divide. And I keep going back to that. I'm looking right now at exit polls from NBC News talking about men 44% voting for Kamala Harris and 54% voting for Donald Trump. Is there any sign or any evidence that there was a stronger male turnout after traditionally flagging, particularly behind women?
Yes, I think there was. I think his message, to young men, to Latinos, to black voters was successful again because he talked about the economy. And Lisa, one of the things that just blew my socks off, surprise, was that even in states where abortion rights referenda succeeded, Donald Trump still won. So we were all expecting that any place where there was an abortion rights referenda that expanded abortion rights for women, that would carry Kamala Harris across the finish line in those states. In Arizona, it did not. And in other states, it's not happening that way either. And so, and Donald Trump also fared better in the suburbs than we expected him to fare. And that may be that there were conservative women who decided to vote for Donald Trump anyway. But he also outperformed Democrats with Latino voters. And that's another thing I believe Democrats will be studying as they gaze at their navels after this and figure out what the heck happened, which is that Donald Trump captured about 45% of the Latino vote, which is he was up 10 points with Latino voters this time. Biden was up 23 points with Latino voters, and Hillary Clinton was up 31 points with Latino voters. So Democrats are losing the Latino vote, and I think it's again because they're not focusing on the economy, which is important to every voter, regardless of their ancestors' country of origin.
A real postmortem to come. Wendy, we appreciate it. That's Wendy Benjaminson in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The notion that we would cut rates. Financial markets are wide open. Equities are at all-time high. Financing is available. Real estate prices are going up in every market. And yet we're stimulating. And we're stimulating fiscally. It is not clear that we need more rate cuts at this point. To the extent we accelerate the economy and have to go in the other direction, that would not be a good day.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. Donald Trump declared the winner and it will be the next president of the United States. Lisa, this market is moving. Small caps up 6.5%, 10-year up 16 basis points. Marvin Lowe of State Street saying not only will much of this stick, it could go further if there's a red sweep.
Which raises some real questions for the bond market. I'm looking right now at 30-year yields up almost 20 basis points with an auction coming at 1 p.m. How much further does that have to go?
Ground zero is the euro and the yuan. If you look at it from the global perspective, what kind of tariffs will be brought to bear? Is it going to be a blanket 10% and then see it from there? And what will the Chinese have to do to retaliate? That's it from the coverage today in New York.
we see an incredible amount of potential benefit from this technology, right? Something that Dario and I talk about a lot, together with the company, with our co-founders, is just the potential for this technology to transform sectors like, healthcare, right? Or even science. I think some customers that have worked with us, Pfizer, the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, right? The type of work that they're doing is truly amazing, and we're proud to be able to support businesses like that. I also think we have felt very strongly that there are some lessons to be learned from kind of prior, technological waves or innovation. And this is not that, we're so incredibly prescient. We've just had, several decades now of time to kind of look back on things like social media and say, wow, there was a lot of good that came out of this, but there were also a lot of harms that were kind of caused by this technology. Whether or not you could have anticipated those in advance, hard to say. But I think we are trying to be the most responsible actors that we can be, and think about what are the potential externalities that could be caused kind of accidentally by this tech. And we really try and take a very broad approach to how we think about that. Of course, we don't have all the answers. We try to be humble, but we've tried very, very hard to sort of think about what are the areas where something kind of could go wrong.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, where we have a speaker on around the studio, so we're going to have to turn that off, and hopefully someone can run into the studio and turn off said speaker, because, Lisa, you and I are going to hear some strange words going back and forth around the studio all morning.
Yeah, which is probably the way people are feeling right now in markets, because what we're seeing is a complete reset with the Trump trade really taking hold. And that's what I can say is really the main question right now. Are we pricing in simply Donald Trump winning the White House as well as Senate with Republican control, or are we actually pricing in a red sweep with Treasury yields on the 30-year bond up 20 basis points?
I think there's some people here that still haven't gone home from, yesterday morning. Should we start the show again? I think we can start the show again. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg surveillance starts right now. Before sunrise on the East Coast, Donald Trump declared president-elect, and we've got some big moves in financial markets worldwide. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. The move in small caps absolutely stunning, up by 6.5. In the bond market, check this out. It started at 7:30 Eastern time yesterday evening. Yields higher by 17 basis points on 10s, on 30s, up by 20. And in foreign exchange, once you see a move like that, Anne-Marie, you know what's happening in foreign exchange. The dollar, a whole lot stronger.
So everyone's pricing in. Obviously, Trump won this presidential race. Whether you like him or not, this is the greatest political comeback we have seen in our lifetime. There's only one other president historically who's done this, and it's Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. But to Lisa's point, what is likely also being priced in, we know the GOP now has control of the Senate. We're still waiting to see how big that majority is going to be, but they already have control. Now we're just waiting on the House. Whether or not the House remains Republican, Donald Trump will be going in as the 47th president, basically, potentially, with a mandate. So all those election campaigns and slogans and promises, some of them may actually come to fruition, and that is what you're seeing playing out in the financial markets.
It's clear a lot of people were up all night. It's clear that a lot of people were at their trading desks, and whether it's speaker issues, whether it's trading desk issues, we've gotten a bunch of notes out of a number of different Wall Street desks. One of them, George Saravelis of Deutsche Bank, now saying he expects euro-dollar of 105. Stuart Kaiser of Citi, and this I think is really interesting, saying there are two key risks to this euphoria that we're seeing in equity markets. The first one is a further surge in bond term premium. At what point does the sell-off that we're seeing in bonds, John, end up curtailing some of the euphoria that we're seeing everywhere else?
So Chris Verona Strategist wrote in a little bit earlier this morning and said to me, I'm a buyer of bonds this morning. You can quote me on that one. So I just did. Is a bar of bonds this morning.
We heard a similar note from Peter Scheer of Academy Securities, who I know is on with you guys about an hour ago. And really what he basically said, not sure treasuries are screaming buy, but I don't think Trump will be as bad for deficits, at least not initially, as is getting priced in. Now comes the game of who is coming in, what the personnel are going to be, and what the composition is of House, where we now have still, I believe, 19 toss-up races that have yet to be called.
So if you are just tuning in, welcome to the program. We begin with our top story. Donald Trump heading back to the White House.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
Donald Trump securing the necessary 270 Electoral College votes to return to the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris staying silent overnight, expected to speak later on today. Our team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in West Palm Beach and Akayla Gardner in Washington. Tyler, you've been up all night. I imagine some of the Trump campaign have been up all night as well. Walk us through the mood.
Yeah, good morning, John. I was there at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump made those remarks that you just played, saying things, as you heard, that he is leading the, quote, greatest political movement of all time, and also in a bid to try to bring some unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. But I also want to pull on something that his vice presidential candidate, now-elect J.D. Vance, said, because he ended his comments on the economy. I know that we've been repeatedly talking about it this week leading up to Election Day, since it was the #1 issue for voters. But if I could just pull on some of the exit polling that we trust, that shows that 48% of those surveyed yesterday on Election Day say that they were concerned about the prices of gas. 51% saying they are concerned about the prices of housing. When we then pair that with our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, which has repeatedly shown now President-elect Donald Trump leading Vice President Kamala Harris when it comes to voter confidence on handling the economy, that can give us some insight into what propelled him in some of these critical battleground states like Wisconsin, which just landed in the last hour or so. Now, you alluded to it at the top. Another critical thing for now President-elect Donald Trump last night was that Republicans flipped the Senate. No matter what type of agenda, economic or otherwise, a president in a new administration needs to work with Congress to get his legislation through. John, we should note that the House is still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson flew from Louisiana, was there on stage with him last night here in Palm Beach, and he's spending the day here working with the Trump team.
Akayla, it was a bruising defeat for the Democratic Party last night and potentially can get even worse when we get more of these states being called in terms of the down ballot races. What are we expecting to hear today from the vice president?
Yeah, well, the Harris campaign has been pretty quiet yesterday and this morning. We know that Vice President Harris is going to speak today, but this is a hard pill to swallow for the Democratic Party. They have not only lost the White House, but the Senate. That was sort of expected here. We thought that the Senate was going to go Republican, but the Harris campaign said that this race was going to be close when it comes to the presidential. That has not been the case. They had also said it could potentially take days. Of course, we're now knowing less than 24 hours after polls close that Donald Trump has won the presidency. And perhaps the hardest pill to swallow is the fact that this party pressured Joe Biden to step out of this race less than 4 months ago, hoping that another candidate could really carry the baton. Vice President Harris was not able to do that. She was not able to overcome Donald Trump's advantage on the economy and immigration. And now she's going to have to face that. And voters across the country, especially women voters, are going to have to face the fact that we are still not going to have a woman president. Really, people hoping that she was going to be able to break that barrier, but not the case today.
You both need to get some rest. On behalf of us all, thanks for the hard work overnight. Akayla Gardner alongside Tyler Kendall. Isaac Boltanski of BTIG joins us now. Isaac, welcome to the programme. We've got some time to work through some of what we've learned overnight. What went right for Trump and what went wrong for Harris?
I think it's going to take a lot of time for us, and I think that there are going to be a number of postmortems on this. In talking to Democrats, I've already heard a fair amount of focus on the economy. Obviously, that's the number one issue. That's what they're starting to see from the exit polls. But there are also claims and concerns of misogyny and other issues that are in play. And so I think Democrats are going to have a lot of soul searching to do, John. This was a resounding shellacking that they received last night. I mean, when you go through some of these numbers, it's pretty staggering. Trump expanded on his previous margin in 2,300 counties. He only decreased his margin in 240 counties. That's absolutely astounding. Just the fact that he won the popular vote is something that I don't think many of us had anywhere near our bingo card. So I think for Democrats, they're in the wilderness right now, and I think it's going to be a long few years before they figure out who their new standard bearer is and what their message is.
Well, when it comes to the standard bearer of the Democratic Party, the sitting incumbent president, do you think the fingers are really going to be pointed at him right now, or is it the VP?
I think that we're going to have a circular firing squad in the Democratic Party for the next few days. I think that everybody is going to have to eat a little bit of blame for the strategy here, and realizing also that there was a tough hill to climb here. Right. And I think that we're going to have a lot of revisionist history in terms of when we should have had Biden exit, if we should have had a full primary. All of those things are going to take up a fair amount of time and air within the Democratic community. The question to me is, are they going to be able to govern from the House, or are they going to be in a minority there as well? That's the biggest question for me, and I think everyone else at this moment.
What are the tea leaves telling you about those House races right now? There's some dozen or 2 dozen we're still waiting to hear from.
Look, all of my Republican contacts are optimistic, but that might be just the broader euphoria that they're feeling this morning. It's going to take 2 or 3 days. We're going to have to buckle in for this. Ultimately, I think what I've tried to highlight to clients over the past few months is no matter who's in control of the House, it's going to be a very slim margin from the looks of it. And you're going to have the same dysfunction that we saw with the speaker fight just last year. And I think that's going to be a theme that markets are going to have to deal with, especially as we get to some of these big ticket spending efforts that I think we all care about.
Isaac, just to build on that, I think is one of the big questions in markets this morning. We were just speaking with Marvin Lowe, for example, who is saying he thinks right now the bond market and broader markets in general are pricing in just Donald Trump at the top of the ticket and the Senate turning red, not a red sweep. What are you hearing from clients about how much you could get a very much accelerated move on the idea that those 19 still undecided votes that could flip the House do go the way of the Republicans?
Yeah, look, it's a huge procedural issue, right? If you have Republicans in charge of the House, you're able to use budget reconciliation, which is an incredibly powerful tool, as we all know. And I think we would have to change some of our assumptions at that point regarding what will be spent over the next 2 years. And so to me, if you have that red sweep and that's confirmed over the next few days, then I think our deficit assumptions are going to have to be ticked up a bit because of the budget reconciliation process. And so to me, that's the ball game at this point when we think about it. A lot of what we're going to do over the next few days is separating rhetoric from reality, right? How much of his immigration proposals is he going to advance? How much of his tariff proposals is he going to actually advance? But on the spending side, the most important issue here is, do Republicans have control of the House? Because that unlocks budget reconciliation, and that's an incredibly powerful means of advancing your agenda.
There's been a lot of discussion around who Donald Trump would surround himself in the White House, who his cabinet would be, what kind of tenor it would be, whether it would be hawkish, whether it would be dovish when it comes to foreign policy, when it would be more expansionary or hardline or not. Do we have any early indications based on who was with Donald Trump last night, who he is surrounding himself with early this morning?
I found it interesting that we saw the return of his daughter and his son-in-law to the stage. I think that that's not something that we've seen recently on the political side. So I think that's noteworthy and is something that we should continue to track. I think you're also going to see the return of other folks who have maintained their place in the orbit, whether that's Steven Mnuchin, or you're going to hear a lot more from Robert Lighthizer, who I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on for Treasury Secretary. Those are some of the names. I think that there also is going to be a pronounced focus on Wall Street. Look, John Paulson is part of this conversation, for example. You've seen a number of other hedge fund managers who I think are going to have the ear of the president. I don't have the answers at this point, but I know that those are some of the names that you're hearing mentioned most frequently.
Isaac, appreciate your time, sir. As always, no doubt we'll be talking again soon. Isaac Boltanski there of BTIG. Isaac mentioned the financials. Check out the banks in the pre-market. If you have a moment in your morning so far, I know everyone's super tired, but if you just have a moment, just check out the banks in the pre-market. JP Morgan is up by 7.5%. We're talking about like the biggest financial institution on the planet, up by 7.5% in the pre-market.
Yeah, how much is this because Donald Trump did win and is going to make deregulation, in particular around banks, part of the issue? Sherrod Brown, who is head of the Financial Committee over in the Senate, kicked out and overturned in Ohio. How much are you looking at races like this to give you a sense of what's going to happen? Not just JP Morgan's of the world, PNC up more than 8%. Regions Financial, a similar type of move. This is across the board from big to small.
A bruising defeat for Sherrod Brown. I think it was very telling at that moment in the night when that headline dropped. You realized people were not voting with a split ticket in mind. They were voting red across the board in a lot of these states that, it was going to be tough for Sherrod Brown, Senator Brown, to really pull that off. But there was a lot of money spent on this race, the most expensive Senate race in history. It was very telling that really was going to be. This was the red wave they never got in 2022.
These stocks are getting more expensive. Bank of America up by 9%. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, yesterday. It sparked widespread protests by citizens and opposition politicians. Gallant had pushed for a hostage release in exchange for a ceasefire with Hamas. The Prime Minister, on the other hand, wanted to press on with the war. Netanyahu and Gallant also clashed over domestic political issues, in particular the conscription of ultra-Orthodox Israelis. Musk has more lawsuits coming. The Tesla CEO and his pro-Trump America PAC were sued by 2 swing state voters in separate lawsuits. One alleges that Musk and his PAC profited from the contest by driving traffic to his platform X, which could collect personal data that in turn could be sold. The second suit claims that the giveaway was partisan and eliminates anyone who isn't a Republican or a Trump supporter. NVIDIA has become the largest company on the world, sealing the day on Tuesday, surpassing Apple, underscoring just how dominant AI has become on Wall Street. Shares rose 2.9% during the trading day yesterday. They're up again pre-market 1.5%. Market cap hit $3.43 trillion. The chipmaker accounts for 7% of the weight of the S&P 500 and is responsible for about a quarter of the benchmark's 21% gain so far this year. And that's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes time. Up next on the program, Trump's pledge for his second term.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
The view on the markets just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by 2.3%. The small caps absolutely flying. From New York City this morning, good morning.
in San Francisco. Our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture,
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Equity futures flying here on the S&P 500 higher by more than 2%. The move on small caps. The move on small caps is nuts. We're up by 6.5% on a Russell. Under surveillance this morning, Trump's pledge for his second term.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor.
So here's the latest. The Trump trade gripping markets worldwide, with Donald Trump winning the race for a second term as president of the United States. Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital writing, there is a sense of certainty and clarity as to what the playbook should be. Long stocks with the focus on domestic companies, long dollar, expect higher rates and steeper yield curves, long financials. The negatives are that the tariffs can come sooner this time around. Anastasia's with us around the table. Anastasia, good morning.
Good morning.
Are there some moves on the screen at the moment that you think that maybe people should be fading?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you were mentioning how small caps are really up bigly this morning. But if you look at the performance of the Russell 2000 index, we're actually not gone anywhere in about 2 or 3 years' time. So I don't think it's a fade. And, the thing is, there are election trades that have been whipsawed around. But the truth is that we now have a new investment regime, most likely for the next 4 years, or at least the next 2 years until the next midterm election. So that means you can actually commit to some of those trades. And, the reason why small caps in particular are rallying so much is because they are typically more sensitive to, Republican majority. And so that's helping sentiment. They're also more sensitive to the domestic orientation and potential for lower taxes. And of course, they're sensitive to rate relief. And so you kind of have this perfect combination of factors that's at play now.
There can be too much of a good thing. This, according to Michael Zizis of Morgan Stanley, a concern that if it is a full red sweep, suddenly there is a fear that yields keep climbing and it curtails some of the trade that we've seen, particularly in risk assets. How much are you looking for that tipping point, or how much do you reject that and say this is going to come on stronger growth? And frankly, this is an economy that's shown again and again it can handle yields of this type.
Well, let's talk about yields. First of all, the 10-year has already risen by 80 basis points since the beginning of September. And if you look at the reaction of the 10-year in 2016, in November, December, it also rose by about 80 basis points, but then it sort of flatlined. I also think the regime right now is very different than we saw in 2017 and 2018, because remember, the Fed was raising interest rates, was in the hiking mode in 2017 and 2018. Today, they're in the easing mode. So I think that's a very different backdrop. So that's one point. The other point is, Lisa, you're right. We had to reprice for higher growth, maybe for some higher inflation expectations, and maybe for less rate cuts, but we've done that. And if you look at the fair value estimates, whether it's from Bloomberg, whether it's from analysts at JP Morgan, the 10-year Treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. And then the last thing, I know that, first of all, it's not a done deal that we have a red sweep. And the second thing is, I know people worry about what does a red sweep could potentially mean for budget deficits, but I think there are a lot of Republicans in Congress that actually do want to rein in budget deficit. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out of control spending.
So how much do you lean into? You said you do like regionals, you do like small caps, you do like some of the trade. Do you also lean into the dollar at the strongest level in a year? It's surged. The Bloomberg Dollar Index surged the most going back to March of 2020 overnight, just giving you a sense of how big the move is. Do you lean in, or do you say, okay, it's over, let's reassess and figure out the pieces?
No, as I mentioned, I think it is a new regime. And, I think it is going to focus on protecting the domestic economy and bringing more flows back into the United States, and all things equal, that should be dollar positive. I also think that maybe the Fed does move a little bit slower than they could have otherwise if you do have, this boost to growth. So all of that is supportive for the dollar. Personally, of course, I do look more to the equity markets, and I think of what does this mean for the places I want to be in the equity markets, and that's why you go to small caps. That's why you go to regionals. That's why you actually probably put together a basket of stocks that has a high percentage of domestic revenue. By the way, we've done all that. We've done all of that in 2017 and 2018. So I think we may need to dust off some of those trades.
It could be days, maybe even a week or two before we actually figure out the full composition of Congress, because what is going on with these House races? This might come down to California, absentee ballots. It could take a long time. So then I want to talk about tariffs, because unilaterally, Trump can come in and do this on day one. And you say this could be sooner than 2016. You just got back from Asia.
Yeah.
How is a place like China preparing for maybe 60%?
Well, it's very interesting, and they are preparing for it, but what they're truly preparing for is a negotiation. And the sentiment that I personally picked up from some of the conversations is that China policymakers are not actually afraid of Trump 2.0. They might actually be welcoming Trump 2.0, and the reason for that is their mentality is transactional. They also want to get a deal done. They also want to negotiate certain things, and so the ability to engage in negotiation, that's what they're focused on.
So would your advice to investors be this was Donald Trump on the campaign trail having negotiating tactics, or do you think he comes in and puts blanket walls up as high as 40, 60, 70%?
Well, I think he might. I do think there has to be some consideration given to what does that do for the consumer that voted for him, the consumer that voted lower inflation. You probably want to be careful as to how you phase in and scale up those tariffs. But at the same time, in the Bloomberg interview, I guess a month ago at this point, he did talk about this being a negotiation tactic. He talked about, you can't put a 10% tariff and expect to bring people to the table. When you put a 60% tariff, that's when people come to the table and want to negotiate. But once again, I think the ultimate end game is not to have 60% tariffs in place, but is actually to convince China, for example, to build factories in the United States. So that's hopefully what the markets are going to be focused on as well.
We've got a lot to work through. Anastasia, it's good to see you. Bond yields are higher by 20 basis points on a 10-year, but the dollar's stronger. Is it fair to say this morning that we're baking in a better profile for growth? Maybe higher inflation, the prospect that the Fed can't cut too much, and not real deficit concerns that lead to a buyer strike? Because if it was the latter, you'd expect some dollar weakness, and we don't see that.
This is an embrace of American exceptionalism. It is not a rejection of it. And I think that you see that in the dollar, even though you have these higher yields. What people are looking at right now is the idea that you're going to get deregulation, that the tariffs will come, but there'll be more negotiating tactics, that maybe there'll be some sort of regulating force, and that the deficit won't become as problematic as we currently see. Watch that 30-year auction. See what that clearing moment is, as Priya Misra likes to talk about, and then we can go from there.
The 30-year today's up 23 basis points. It's quite a day to have a 30-year auction.
There's also a lot of questions about the sequencing and exactly what type of inflationary push, whether it is growthy, to use some of the language, or if it's actually going to come with some disinflation because it suppresses growth.
Big moves in markets worldwide. Coming up on the program, we're live from the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. What went right for Trump? What went wrong for Harris? Live from New York City, this is Bloomberg.
the Vivian Tom clientele.
Yeah, power women, like the dragon women. They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they're all important decision makers, women in the world.
Why do you position your products for this group of women?
When I started, designing, I always want to do something that just empower women.
When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the T-shirt, for example.
My customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too, They are like in the 20s, so it's a more affordable price for them. And then, my powerful women's daughter wearing their mom's dresses, and they feel that the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more.
Season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Many of you waking up to this, and this move really started at 7:30 Eastern Time yesterday evening. We weren't getting surprises from state to state, but we started to see some things in counties starting to shift Trump's way. And this market started rallying really hard and never looked back. The small caps up by more than 6%. On the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. In the bond market, yields up by double digits, up by more than 20 on a 30-year, up by 19 on 10s at 445.91. On 2s, up 9 basis points to 427. This Federal Reserve meeting this week, snooze. December gets a whole lot more interesting. Looking out to 2025, if we get this sweep confirmed and we start to look out to 25 and beyond, all the policies, and this market's starting to price in a much growthier inflationary outlook, can the Federal Reserve keep reducing interest rates?
That was exactly the question that TD Securities and the team over there was asking early this morning. This is their conclusion, that it is likely that the Fed will remain on hold during the first half of 2025 after cutting rates maybe 50 more basis points because of exactly that. This raises a question of a higher benchmark rate going forward. We have to see what the policies are, how they trickle out, a real question about how much growth versus inflation we're going to see. But the bottom line is this. This is the worst case scenario for a lot of bonds. At the same time, it hasn't mattered for stocks. So is it really? And I think that that's really one of the main questions.
It's the best case scenario for the US dollar right now across the whole of G10 and against EM as well. Danny did a phenomenal job of this yesterday.
Gets into effect because these are some of the issues that can be done unilaterally. With the Euro region, that's a real question at a time where you have a real differential and now it's just growing, and you have to imagine the ECB is going to be loath to cut rates too aggressively because they don't want to widen that differential too much.
Worst fear for Berlin and Brussels, without a doubt. And I imagine you hear some people say things today like they're prepared for it this time in a way that they weren't last time. And people might say the same thing about NATO as well, Anne-Marie, and we can talk about that right now. I would say this, though. That Eurozone economy is not in a good place. The German economic model is not in a good place. There is a war on the doorstep of Eastern Europe right now as well. I don't think we can sit here and say they're better prepared for it this time around, because I think the European economy right now is weaker this time around.
And it's going to get worse, because if the walls go up, it doesn't mean the walls are just going up for imports coming from Europe into the United States. The walls are going up for Chinese imports. China, where do they have left to go? Where are they going to dump? On Europe. It becomes much harder for Europe. I got some messages yesterday for individuals who were hanging out with some European representatives in Washington, D.C. And to be honest, they were bracing for impact. The biggest thing they were most concerned about was how are we going to deal with tariffs? How are we going to deal with former president's rhetoric when it comes to NATO.
Under surveillance this morning, former President Donald Trump winning the U.S. presidency for the second time, taking key swing states Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina and Wisconsin. And right now in the headlines, another projection just crossing.
That's right. Senator Jon Tester has lost his seat. Republican challenger Tim Sheehy has won. Look, Tester, three-term incumbent. Clearly, Montana has soured on him. Going into this was the feeling that everyone thought he was going to be kicked out of the Senate. But you cannot bet against Jon Tester in the sense that he has had challengers before and he's been able to come out on top. This was his toughest challenger yet. And this just says this is another R in the column for Donald Trump to go in with an even bigger mandate and basically some more maneuvers he can do in the Senate. Maybe he can pull, instead of one senator out of the Senate to maybe go to the Secretary of State or another department, maybe he can play around and have two, because this is definitely a red state. Jon Tester, though, political fight of his life, and he lost it.
So here's the latest on the Senate. Republicans winning the majority in the U.S. Senate. The GOP defeating banking chairman Sherrod Brown in Ohio, fending off a challenge in Nebraska and picking up an open seat in West Virginia. The win coming ahead of key tax and spending battles for next year. I think we should talk about the Senate Banking Committee because banks are up big time this morning. JP Morgan up by something like 7, Bank of America up by more than 8.
Donald Trump ran on a deregulation campaign, and that seems to be the people he's surrounding himself with. And to boot, to your point, Sherrod Brown, who is the head of the Banking Committee, getting tossed out in this race. It raises the question of just how optimal this is, also coming with higher rates and potentially more mergers and acquisitions. That is what I'm watching. Who do they put at the head of the FTC that could potentially give more clarity onto whether deals can actually get done?
That's a great question, especially since we know how J.D. Vance felt about the one person in the Biden administration he thought was doing a pretty good job, and that was Lena Khan. Going back to Senator Sherrod Brown's race, Bernie Moreno picking that up. This was the most expensive Senate race in history, eclipsing the $412 million spent in that Georgia 2020 race between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. A ton of money was spent to try to keep Sherrod Brown at the top in the Banking Committee. The issue was, for him to win this race, you had to see more split ticket voters. What did we see last night? No one was splitting their ticket. This was not a red ripple. This was potentially, let's see how the House shakes out, but this was a red alarm across the board. This was red, red, red.
That's an alarm for the Democrats. The final piece of the puzzle, which way does the House break? The Federal Reserve kicking off its two-day policy meeting today. Economists expecting the central bank to cut interest rates by 25 basis points tomorrow. Traders awaiting Chairman Powell's news conference for clues on the Fed's December meeting. In December, they have to put out new projections. Now, there's a big difference, as we all know, between campaigning and governing. And we don't know whether these campaign promises become legislative reality. But ultimately, if you have to put out some promises, some forecasts in December, at a time when we've got a better picture of what the outlook is for policy in Washington, how offside is this Federal Reserve going to look?
I've heard that dartboards are on sale on Amazon, and I believe that they're putting one up.
And blindfolds too?
And blindfolds, and they're just going to have targets and throw them at them. To me, what this does is it puts the Fed on the back seat. People aren't going to be paying as much attention to what the Fed says or does at the meeting tomorrow or potentially in December. Next year, it makes it very interesting, because then you'll start to understand as policies take shape, does it put the Fed on hold? And right now, they're not going to mention this. They're going to stay far away from this. But that, I think, is what markets are trying to suss out.
We certainly need to get Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute back on this program, because it was months ago, when no one was talking about a mandate for Republicans, that he was saying potentially next year it's going to be inflationary. If you have tariffs, it's going to be even harder, and the Fed may have to start hiking. And you have to think, what is Jay Powell going to say tomorrow morning? How difficult is this going to be, especially since the former president recently said it's the easiest job in Washington? It's a coin toss.
I think in some ways this might be the easier one, relatively speaking, compared to, say, December, because he doesn't have to provide projections. They don't have to provide a commitment to December, and he can steer well clear away from any conversations regarding Washington, D.C. I just think it's the December meeting where this gets a whole lot harder for this Federal Reserve. The market's already trading 2025, 2026, and has been for a long, long time, and now it's Forward's trading that with some greater clarity. Federal Reserve can't play the game just yet.
That's a great point. In other words, this market is basically tightening. You're seeing financial conditions tighten on the heels of the cuts that they've already made. If it continues, they need to respond to that, if nothing else. If they want to see it easier, then they need to make some sort of statement and give some sort of sense of what their path could be.
Let's get you some team coverage from two key swing states. We can do that now with Bloomberg's David Gurra in Philadelphia. Romain Bostic is in Detroit. Romain, something you said this time yesterday morning stayed with me. We were all talking about the economy and you said two words: foreign policy. In the data that you see so far, how are things stacking up? Does it speak to that?
It certainly does. We haven't gotten the full breakdown on sort of a precinct by precinct basis, but it does appear that some of those swing voters, some of those undecided voters who were concerned about some of the foreign policy stances of the Biden-Harris administration did manage to swing the vote in several key areas. I do want to talk about a differential here, and I'll throw this back at you, John, because you said something overnight during our coverage. We asked one of our guests that really stuck with me, and that was, what is Joe Biden thinking right now? Michigan is no longer a blue state. Let's make that clear right now. And it's not just that Harris lost this state, but she underperformed Biden in almost every way imaginable. Biden in the last election won 11 of the 83 counties here. Harris this time around looks like she's only going to win 9. And of those 9, 7 of those counties, she underperformed Biden versus Trump on a percentage basis when it comes to the margin of difference here. It gets even worse than that. When you look at the House races, based on the final counts that are coming in just this morning, it looks like the 13 House seats that the Michigan has in the U.S. Congress, 7 of those seats will be held by Republicans. That will be the first majority that they have held on a House basis in quite some time. And adding insult to injury, one of those seats that got flipped from Democrat to Republican was the seat that Alyssa Slotkin vacated in order to run for that vacant Senate seat. And it looks like right now, based on the vote tallies, that she will lose that race, making Mike Rogers the first Republican senator in the state of Michigan, going back to the early 2000s, 2001, and only the second Republican senator in the last 67 years.
It's shocking, and Romain, what I can tell you is I imagine the incumbent president, Joe Biden, right now is thinking, I could have done better with rank-and-file voters in Detroit, in the suburbs of Detroit. Romain, what are you hearing about the individuals who voted, who swung this election for Donald Trump?
I'll tell you, Emery, it's still very early here. The sun's not even up. I'm going to spend a lot of day asking those questions. My guess is the Harris campaign is going to spend a lot of time asking those questions as well. It's not quite clear why this swung, not just in the direction of Trump, but why it swung so forcefully. Remember, as of right now, Trump is up by more than 100,000 votes in basically a state that Biden won by 150,000 votes 4 years ago. So what went wrong? It wasn't third-party candidates that were the spoilers, but it does appear that his message did resonate with a lot of those swing voters. That includes Arab and Muslim Americans. That includes Jewish voters. That includes a lot of the Eastern European voters, and includes a lot of Hispanics and a lot of black males.
David, we just heard from Romain there talking about the fact that it looks like the Republican open Senate seat in Michigan may go to Republican Mike Rogers. Sorry, it was a Democrat that held it as the incumbent. David, what is going on with the down-ballot Senate race in Pennsylvania? Does David McCormick beat the incumbent Casey?
Right now, he's in the lead, and I think that's something we're going to watch very closely over the course of this day. Can he hold on to that lead as the remaining votes are being tabulated and come in here? But I think that's a surprise to a lot of people who looked at the polling going into this race and saw just a few weeks ago Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat, with a 9 percentage point lead over David McCormick. That, of course, narrowed in that latest poll from the New York Times and Siena College. But you cannot overemphasize how much Bob Casey is a son of this state, has been here in the Senate for 3 terms, was looking to his 4th, has this heritage going back to his father, who was the 2-term governor of this state. Just somebody who is a real institution in this state, and this is a huge move. In fact, it plays out the way it looks like it is. You know, I want to pick up on something that Romain Bostic said just a moment ago, and that's underperformance. Yes, the kind of topics and issues are different here. I don't think foreign policy played as big a role here in Pennsylvania as it did in Michigan, but you look at this state and where Kamala Harris won and where she didn't. Where she did win, she underperformed Joe Biden in that last race. And this is a story of the kind of Rust Belt cities and the rural parts of this state. We had a lot of conversations last night about how big and varied and diverse this state is. I'm here in a city that historically has gone for Democrats. Indeed, we saw that in yesterday's race. Democrats still had an edge here in Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs and exurbs, but you move west, very red, and that is an area that Donald Trump was really able to capitalize on here in 2024 in much the same way that he did in 2016. You look at kind of the data that we have thus far, and like Romaine, I'll be studying the numbers and talking to folks over the course of the day here. He appealed to those same voters who ushered him into power back in 2016 quite successfully this time around, guys.
David, just quickly here, I'm curious, it is early days, but are we getting some sort of sense from the exit polls, from what people have observed in terms of the number of voters, about the size of turnout, as well as the composition across the state?
We don't have a huge amount of detail here on composition yet, but we know that turnout was huge. We know that the number of people who turned in those mail-in ballots early, that was a big number as well. Maybe not mirroring what we saw during the pandemic, but getting close to it. As Anne-Marie and you have said over the course of the morning, look, so much money was poured into this race. So much effort was made to turn out voters from both the two candidates and their campaigns and these outside groups. That effort really paid off. And I was thinking as I went to bed for just a few short hours last night, sort of what path forward the Harris campaign might have to challenge this. What I kept hearing from every county official I talked to yesterday was, yes, how big the turnout was, but how kind of seamlessly everything run. There weren't the kind of aberrations that we saw in cycles past. So I think that there is a recognition among the Harris campaign, certainly, that they had very little movement here in terms of what they could do to kind of challenge anything here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
David, Romaine, I've said this a few times over the last few days, but truly world-class over the last 48 hours. Appreciate it, guys. David Gura, Romaine Bostick. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. With an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Novo Nordisk shares are surging in the European trade, 6 1/3%. The company's weight loss drug saw a jump of nearly 80% sales last quarter. Revenue for Wegovy climbed 79% after the medication became available in more countries. Sales rose by 50% in the U.S., even as prices fell. Novo does have an edge over its rival Eli Lilly, who reported disappointing obesity sales last week. A ballot measure for protecting access to abortion in Arizona has passed. Arizona had been considered among the most restrictive states for reproductive rights. It was one of the 10 states where voters had a direct say on the issue at the ballot box. The state will now amend its constitution to establish a right to abortion and prohibit interference before fetal viability. In Nebraska, a ballot measure limiting abortion access won by a slim majority, prohibiting the procedure after the first trimester. And shares of Tesla, they are surging nearly 13% in the pre-market as Donald Trump seals a return to the White House. Investors betting that the car maker run by Elon Musk will be a major beneficiary of a second Trump term. Musk was arguably the most prominent supporter of Trump during the election, backing Republicans with more than $130 million in spending. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes. Up next, King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar.
That conversation up next, live from New York. This is Bloomberg.
If I were at the Fed, I would be thinking about the tools that we have in the toolkit differently.
I would be utilizing quantitative tightening, and to a great extent, they have. Post-COVID, $12 trillion came into the global economy from central banks everywhere. And right now, we've seen about $5 trillion has been hoovered back out. That still leaves $7 trillion sloshing around in the system globally relative to where we were before COVID. Now, adjusting that for, larger GDP growth globally, probably we need to see about $3 trillion more come out before we get to an equilibrium of where we were before COVID. I don't think the Fed really appreciates the quantitative tightening tool as much as I do, and I think as much as the markets do.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
A snapshot of the price action. It looks like this. Equity futures up by 2%. Check out the euro, holding on to 107. 107.07, negative 2%. Under surveillance this morning, King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The strength of the fiscal stance in the U.S. compared to everything we've done in Europe is that it has helped the economy outgrow the rest of the world spectacularly. Trump wants more growth. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar. You get the currency your policies give you, not the currencies you wanted.
So here's the latest. The dollar surging the most since 2022 as U.S. President-elect Donald Trump claims victory. Mark McCormick of TD writing, a Trump win or red wave are bullish for the U.S. dollar. We favour long dollar exposure given scope for growth and equity outperformance and as a Trump hedge. Mark joins us now for more. Mark, we've got a lot to work through, but it's the equity piece of this that I think makes your call slightly more original. What is it about the equity market that you think is going to basically feed what happens in foreign exchange?
I think one of the things that's really interesting, you talk to clients, like one of the things you try to figure out is what is the gap between productivity? It is one of the linchpins of all FX behavioral models is trying to figure out relative productivity trends. The thing that we get from equity markets is they tell us real time about innovation, about sectors, about how markets are performing. So one of the things that you can do is you can actually kind of see real time which countries are generating the most potential productivity over time. And that's where I think U.S. equities performing relative to, say, Europe and China are the thing to watch in terms of how well the dollar could perform. It's also one other reason why the dollar has continually outperformed its overvaluation on a lot of these slower, longer-term models.
So let's go there, especially given the fact that there's a difference when it comes to currencies that are differentials in interest rates versus those that are a tariff trade. We were hearing about that from Danny Berger last night and through the morning. How much are you seeing this more as a trade from interest rate differentials, growth differentials, and less relevant when it comes to some of the tariff trades? And I'm thinking in particular of the yuan and more significantly, the Mexican peso.
Yeah, I think you have to unpack that it's pretty much a lot of the major things that drive FX. It's equity performance, it's growth outperformance, it's rate differentials, it's the risk premium that comes through on the trade uncertainty. So if you look at kind of your WCRS screen on Bloomberg, what you're going to see, this is a broad dollar move. So if we think about it, this is U.S. exceptionalism. So the key tenets of this is basically emerging market currencies are going to underperform, largely because with U.S. exceptionalism, you have outperformance of U.S. equities, you have a steeper curve. The number one thing the market's going to talk about now is the higher terminal rate in the U.S. where that lands, how the markets have to reprice the Fed, whether the Fed is going to be on pause now starting in December. All those things are going to be very bearish for pretty much every emerging market currency. Asia's more focused a little bit maybe on rate differentials. But if you go, again, back to Latin America, if you think about the Mexican peso, this is the worst case scenario. You have trade uncertainty. You have a USMCA sunset clause that comes through in 2026. You have an underperformance to the carry trade. And now you actually have the uncertainty of whether or not Trump wants to strike a deal with China and find a way to cut Mexico out of the supply chain, or if he wants to find a way to basically say to Mexico, we're going to renegotiate the trade standards here that we have in USMCA, which puts them down a rung anyway. So those are all key concerns, I'd say, with the euro. Again, we have uncertainty around the German government, which is likely to collapse at some point in the near term. And we're looking at potential elections in Germany. So there's political uncertainty in Europe, and there's pretty much, growth revival that's coming through in the U.S.
Right now, it's not really volatility. It's just straight and up to the right. I'm just wondering how much we end up with, if there is a wobble in equity markets, that will be that much more damaging to the dollar because it does undermine what you're talking about. How much do you take notice if there is a sell-off?
Well, I do think that you have to work through the first and second order effects. So as a lot of people have mentioned, we've underscored as well, all these policies, especially if there's a red wave, if they have the House as well, this is going to be inflationary. The first order effect is this is kind of very bullish again for the equity market. This is a repricing of the Fed. This is a steeper curve. This is a bit of a reflation trade with the theme around U.S. exceptionalism. The second order effect is, again, and we see this in Japan. We saw this in the UK budget. We are seeing this all over the world. We are continuing to see a coordination of easier monetary policy and easier fiscal policy, but yet pretty much every country around the world has inflation above target. So central banks are dealing with something that's very challenging. You can't ease financial conditions and boost fiscal policy at the same time when inflation is already above target. So I think the second order effect here is, yes, that is a huge concern that the bond market is going to have a significant impact on whether or not the equity market can trade as exceptional as many are going to expect and extrapolate it to. That is, again, not the first order effect. That is, again, maybe a story that comes through in the second half of 2025. But that is something that we're going to be focused on a lot, given that, again, you can't get as much growth as you want. You can't deliver as unprecedented fiscal stimulus and not have to worry about inflation. Inflation is going to be the major driver of the FX market starting in 2025.
Mark, the former president, though, has talked about the fact he wants a weaker dollar. Is that at all any chance in the cards for him?
There's an old saying, don't tell me, show me. I would say there's again, the second order effect, I think, is actually quite interesting because everything that's happening now as we're talking about the trading theme is U.S. exceptionalism. And again, the dollar should strengthen. Would not be worried that dollar positioning is long right now. This is a bit of a game changer. I do see the ability to weaken a dollar through a couple channels. First one being striking a deal. You know, what does Trump want and what does Trump need to deliver on? They need to deliver on industrial policy to the states in the Rust Belt that want to see manufacturing come back. One way that you can do that is through a weaker dollar. The other way you could do that is by basically revaluing and trying to figure out how to get Asian currency stronger. So there could be a deal made in 2025, 2026, stronger dollar or weaker dollar, stronger renminbi, stronger yen, stronger Korean currency, all these currencies that are extremely cheap on our models, which would be a way to see the dollar go lower.
Hey, Mark, we got to go. It's good to see you. Mark McCormick there of TD. Up next, Mohammed Al-Aoun of Queen's College, Cambridge, Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, and the former Kansas City Fed president joining us.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I prided myself, probably wrongly, having worked in many countries, been brought up as a child in the Middle East and in the Far East, having a mother who was not British, she was Hungarian, She was a survivor from Auschwitz, and I was the son of a Holocaust survivor. And being involved with lots of people, I thought to myself, I know a lot about diversity. And I know about inclusion and not being included. But actually, when I came out, I realized that my level of understanding was not very high. And actually, I could see both the support and the rejection of being different, and what you had to do to live a life where you were different. And I'm immensely pleased that I was outed when I was 60, just under 60. Because had I not been outed, I probably would have said I could stay in the closet and still believe that I knew everything, which I didn't. And that was a very important moment for me.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The notion that we would cut rates. Financial markets are wide open. Equities are at all-time high. Financing is available. Real estate prices are going up in every market. And yet we're stimulating. And we're stimulating fiscally. It is not clear that we need more rate cuts at this point. To the extent we accelerate the economy and have to go in the other direction, that would not be a good day.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
President-elect Donald Trump. Check out these moves. If I told you, and you hadn't seen this, and I told you that the Russell was higher than it is right now, a little bit earlier, by a fair bit, you probably wouldn't believe me. We were up by more than 6% earlier on this morning. We're now up by around about 5%. On the S&P 500, equity futures up by 2 full percentage points. But we're seeing some big moves in the bond market. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, higher by 20 basis points. On a 10-year, up by 23 on a 30-year. 446 on 10s. And in foreign exchange, the move you're seeing in euro, 2 full percentage points against the dollar, 107.10, the biggest move going back to spring 2020 on euro dollar.
And on track potentially for the biggest move going back to 2016. Here's the question: how much does this stick, and how much is this just basically a knee-jerk lean in to basically an exaggerated 2016 trade? And that, I think, is one big question, especially with the bond sell-off. This is a different moment than it was 2016 from a deficit perspective, from a stimulus perspective, as well as from a growth perspective. At what point do yields become self-limiting to some of the risk rally that we see absolutely tearing through markets?
I want to pick up something Romain Bostic said out of Michigan. He's really drilling into what went wrong in this state. Alyssa Slotkin left her district, Michigan 7, to run for the open Senate seat. Double whammy. Not only has that seat flipped red, but according to Romain, she is on course to lose the Senate. A double whammy for Democrats when it comes to that congressional district and the Senate. And that is just basically foreshadowing the entire, not just looking back at the evening, but what potentially could come for the House races.
It's a beating, that's for sure. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. We begin with our top story. Donald Trump heading back to the White House.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna We're going to turn it around.
What a comeback. Trump taking the battleground state of Wisconsin and making his return to the White House official. Vice President Harris expected to speak later on today. Joining us now, Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohammed, welcome to the programme. We've got a lot to work through, so let's get to it. How much does this redefine the outlook from your perspective?
In a major way, John. This is not just a big win for President Trump. This is not just a big win for the Republicans. This is the emergence of a new power structure in the United States. And I think the markets are reacting in an incredibly rational fashion. In fact, if you look at how the markets have treated the last few months, they've done much better than the political scientists in terms of predicting what could happen and then in reacting to what has happened.
I would echo that, Mohammed, because before we even saw any real clarity in the vote, this move started at 7:30 Eastern Time yesterday evening and never looked back. Bond yields higher, equities up, small caps outperform. Let's separate this, Mohammed, from asset class to asset class, and we'll just sit on fixed income for a moment. We're higher by 20 basis points. You know this market better than most, that's for sure. Do you see that as a move off the back of a better outlook for growth, higher inflation, a recalibration of interest rates relative to what we thought was going to happen? Maybe they have to stay where they are. Perhaps they even have to consider hiking interest rates in 25. How do you think about breaking this down?
You're going to hate my answer. All of the above. And it's consistent with what's happening elsewhere. So there is an embracement of higher growth that comes from deregulation. There is concern about higher inflation. And there is also a revisiting of the conventional wisdom of the Fed. So all three are playing in. And John, you know, we've now seen an over 70 basis points move since the Fed delivered its jumbo cut on the 18th of September. So there's been massive moves in this market. We're seeing the curve steepen. So it's all of the above. And over the next few weeks and months, we're going to have a better feel for which one's going to prevail or not.
If bond vigilantes are screaming, equity markets don't hear them. And I think that this is one of the big questions. At what point does the rise in yields really create concern about the deficit versus just simply, oh, yeah, by the way, that's just another sign of growth and potentially these other issues, too, but don't worry about it?
But, Lisa, two of the three reasons are such that the equity market is right not to hear the bond vigilante, to put your word, screaming, because higher growth is good for equities, because the Fed not having to cut rates for the right reasons, which is that the economy is doing well, employment is doing well, that's good for equities too. So it's only the third one, higher debt, higher deficit, higher inflation, that they should worry about. But I totally understand what we're seeing in terms of reaction. When I look at markets today, be it at the broader level, at the headline level, or be it in terms of components, they are behaving very rationally.
At a certain point, you have to wonder what playbook we're going to in terms of the economic trajectory. We were playing with no landing, soft landing, hard landing. Before this election, something that nobody noticed was the U.S. Services Index that came out, and it was actually much stronger than expected. I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is this economy looks like it was on solid footing coming into this. What is your fear that we could see a real reacceleration of both economic growth and inflation that becomes unsustainable?
So let me tell you first what the upside is. The upside is you could get supply side improvements, and you could get a faster productivity boost than most people expected. That is clearly on the cards. So if you remember, there was a third scenario. Everybody focused on is it no landing? Is it a soft landing? Is it recession? I kept on saying there's a third one. There's a fourth one. It is bigger but not hotter. And the probability of bigger but not hotter has gone up relative to where it was yesterday. In terms of your question of what can go wrong is that we get the inflation coming much earlier than the productivity improvement. And where would the inflation come from? Mainly the imposition of tariffs. So that's the balance that the administration is going to have to figure out. That's the balance that the market is going to have to navigate.
Yeah, and I think it's trying to navigate it right now. Transatlantic, the divergence we're starting to see. Mohammed, check this out. I've got a German 2-year down 10 basis points. I've got a US 2-year up 11. It's unusual to see things like this take place, and I think trade is the right place to start to have this conversation. The prospect of there being a more inflationary impulse to US policy, and the bottom line being that the Europeans are going to have to eat Chinese overcapacity, take a hit to growth, and the ECB is going to have to cut interest rates. How are you considering the divergence we might see, ECB to Federal Reserve, growth, interest rates, inflation, transatlantic, and what it means for that spread?
Yeah, I remember coming on your show when the market was expecting the ECB and the Fed to cut by the same amount. And I'm saying, what's going on here? These economies are at fundamentally different places. You put it really well in the previous hour when you said the difference with 2016 is that Europe and I would say China are both in a weaker position today than they were then. And that is what the market is feeling, and the market is reacting in that manner. Two things Europe is worried about. One are the consequences, the spillovers from what happens in the US on them, in terms especially of relative performance. And then the other thing they're worried about is the big sucking sound that the US will have, which is mop up even more of foreign direct investment that's on the move around the world. So this should be a wake-up call to Europe to get its act together on productivity, on growth. And they have the Draghi report that tells them exactly what they need to do.
Well, it is a wake-up call. Olaf Scholz already taking to Twitter just 10 minutes ago saying America has voted, but trying to make sure they're putting out that olive branch, that the U.S. and America have this partnership and friendship. Mohammed, what kind of reciprocal measures could we see out of Europe if we are basically heading into potentially a trade war?
I'm less concerned about a trade war with Europe. I'm less concerned about a trade war with Mexico, to tell you the truth. I think that ultimately that these will be negotiated. Where I think there will be more tensions is with China. And you're going to see that across the board. I think at the end of the day, remember, tariffs, and President Trump said it himself, are used also as a weapon to threaten in order to change behaviors. If behaviors change, then you don't have to impose the tariffs. I think China is a completely different story. China today has got some really difficult decisions to make, including whether they are in a position to implement a big stimulus. I don't think they are in a position to implement a big stimulus. And they've got to have to figure out how to navigate this more difficult environment.
Well, that's interesting because some analysts at Goldman Sachs were basically saying they were waiting on big stimulus, waiting for a bazooka, holding back that firepower because they wanted to see whether or not Donald Trump was going to win. But you're saying it's actually the opposite. Why?
Well, they've been holding on to that bazooka for a very long time. And I always start from the assumption that people are rational. So why would you hold on to your bazooka? And the reason why is your bazooka has unintended consequences that you want to avoid. Your bazooka puts on steroid your old growth engine that is problematic and that you're trying to move away from. So there's a reason why for the last 2 years they haven't used their bazooka. This argument is they're going to use an even bigger bazooka ignores the fact that the Chinese government fundamentally understands that it has to move to a new growth model. So I'm not in the Goldman Sachs camp that we're going to see now a massive bazooka because they're worried about what's going to happen in the U.S. I think they're going to have to accelerate the reforms they need.
If there is no bazooka that comes on Friday after the result, and meanwhile, American exceptionalism in full tilt that isn't necessarily going to bleed over into the rest of the world, there is increasing fear that this leaves the Euro region getting closer and closer to recession. James Knightley over at ING basically saying that just even renewed uncertainty and trade war fears could drive the Eurozone economy into recession as soon as the turn of this year. Do you agree with that?
I think Europe has problems, and I've been saying this for a while, and they really have got to get their act together. Look, they're going to benefit from a positive demand effect coming from the U.S. So will emerging economies. So there will be a positive demand effect. They will suffer from a negative price effect coming out of the U.S., and they've got to navigate that. And they're going to suffer from a negative foreign direct investment effect. So there is a positive effect, but it's not big enough to offset the others. This has just made it even more urgent for Europe to move on the sorts of reform that the Draghi report details really well.
Mohammed, we'll miss you tomorrow afternoon when we cover the Federal Reserve decision. I just want your thoughts on that Fed decision. It's going to be fascinating.
Going to be a great press conference.
What do you want to ask in that news conference? What's your number one question for Chairman Powell right now?
It's not going to be answered, but it is how do you think about the election? That is what I would like to ask. I think he's going to sidestep that question, and he's going to wait. And he's right to wait, because he needs to see what actually emerges in terms of policies.
And then in December, they've got to come up with some forecasts. Good luck to them. Mohammed, it's good to see you, sir. Appreciate it. Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge, with an update on stories elsewhere. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Bitcoin hit a record high as markets watch votes come in for Donald Trump overnight. The largest cryptocurrency topped 75,000. It's widely viewed as a Trump trade because he has embraced digital assets during his campaign. Crypto-related stocks, those are also rising in the pre-market trade. BMW shares, those on the other hand, falling in the German trade, down 6%. It reported its main measure of profitability had fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years. BMW's costs have risen from a faulty braking system, which forced it to recall as many as 1.5 million cars. It's also dealing with faltering demand in China and Europe. Apple is set to face the first ever fine under the EU's new digital antitrust rules for big tech. According to people familiar with the case, watchdogs are readying the penalty levied on the iPhone maker for forcing app developers to stay within its Apple App Store. Just months ago, Apple was hit with a $2 billion fine for similar abuses under the bloc's traditional competition rules. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes. Up next on the program, Trump 2.0.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
And it's shaking up this market worldwide. From New York City, that conversation up next. Good morning.
The Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Number 45 becomes number 47. Donald Trump, president-elect. And these are some of the moves you're seeing off the back of that decision by this nation. Check out this rally in the pre-market. JP Morgan higher by 7%. Bank of America up by 7.6%. Citi up by almost 8%. Under surveillance this morning, Trump 2.0.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
So here's the latest. Stocks surging and treasuries tumbling as Donald Trump wins another term in the White House. Libby Cantrell of PIMCO writing in terms of the collective economic impact for Trump, given a president's unilateral authorities over tariffs, there are more risks from both an inflation and growth perspective as it relates to tariffs. Libby's back with us. Never really left, Libby. It's good to see you again.
So nice to be here within 2 times within 12 hours.
Good
Lucky
morning.
me.
It's good to see you.
Nice
Let's talk about what we can take away from last night.
Yeah.
Your big takeaways.
Well, look, we had been characterizing this as a knife fight in a phone booth between the two candidates. This was a knife fight, maybe, but he brought a machete and she brought a butter knife. I mean, this was a resounding win for former President Trump. The Senate looked like it was going to flip regardless, but looks like Republicans are doing better in the Senate. Open question in terms of what kind of majority they have in the House. They probably will keep the House, but by a narrower majority than what they had when Trump was first president. So remember, when he was first president in 2017, he had about a 25-seat majority in the House. He may only have a 5-seat majority, and that may, eyes may glaze over, but that's actually quite important when we talk about tax policy, when we talk about spending and what have you.
When you look at, though, his outperformance from his 2016-2020 numbers and how Kamala Harris was not keeping pace where Joe Biden was in 2020, this feels like a mandate for him.
And I think that's right. I mean, and of course, going back to just the tariffs, I mean, he can do a lot from an economic perspective unilaterally. He does not need the Congress to impose tariffs. We already know that from Trump 1.0. In terms of immigration, he can do quite a lot. So will this embolden him in terms of, advancing that agenda unilaterally? Absolutely. It just comes a question of what can he get through a narrowly united Congress. Again, he'll have a bigger majority in the Senate than I think most folks had expected. And that bodes well in terms of who he wants for the Treasury, who he wants for Fed, who he wants for other.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. In Washington, D.C., personnel is policy. This morning, Dan Ives, Lena Khan, out, ? The biggest thorn in the side of big tech has been the head of the FTC. Where do you see these kind of positions stacking up? Who does he go to?
Yeah, so Lena Khan is very likely out. Her term, of course, expired several weeks ago. So she is basically a lame duck. So he will just have to nominate somebody and, of course, get them confirmed. That shouldn't be a problem. Similarly, the CFPB is out. The FHFA is out. So some of these other independent agencies like the Fed, very unlikely he can fire Powell, for instance. But for the CFPB and the FHFA, he can usher change just given the structure of those agencies. So again, there will be a big change, even just from a regulatory perspective. So even when we're not talking about legislation or spending or tax policy, what he can do unilaterally is going to be pretty significant.
So basically, you think that a base case is a red wave, but it isn't necessarily as red as it was, so it won't necessarily be as much of a mandate. How much, what is the main question you're hearing from clients right now?
We haven't heard from any of our clients yet. I've heard questions from our traders.
What are your questions from traders?
Of course, around the night. Well, I mean, we were talking about this last night, too. The curve has steepened a lot. And I think, our view on this in some ways is that the curve should have steepened regardless of who won, just because that they were both going to be bad for the deficits. I think you can argue, and this is a nuance here, so just give me some time, that actually with a Republican sweep, and I'm not sure you call this a Republican wave, but definitely a strong Republican sweep, there could actually be more offsets to a tax bill than there would have been if he had had a divided Congress. And what do I mean by that? You could get pay-fors in terms of rolling back some of the Inflation Reduction Act, sort of scaling back some social entitlement spending. So you actually could get I just don't think this idea, the sort of narrative in the marketplace that he's going to be as bad much worse for deficits under a Republican Congress is necessarily justified.
But there is this question about the cutting, right? And sort of Elon Musk's role in all of this. I think of sort of the Elon Musk proxy as Tesla is surging. And I think about that $2 trillion of budget cuts, basically slashing the government by a crazy amount. Is that crazy, or is that not crazy? Is that something that people are looking for?
Yeah, so that is, well, I'm not sure if it's crazy or not crazy. It's more unlikely just given where the Senate is. And again, even though he has a pretty commanding majority in the Senate, likely, he will not have 60 votes. And this is actually quite important. The filibuster is not going away. You still need 60 votes for most spending bills. So all of the things that Elon Musk was talking about, for instance, would go through an appropriations process. You need 60 votes for that. He won't have that. So could you see maybe some deficit reduction at the margin? maybe, but it would be very difficult to do something it's significant like that. You just won't have the votes in Congress.
Libby, I want to go back to the polling, only because you actually nailed this, even though you were shying away from it last night. You had said in your notes, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you had said for quite some time, if polling is correct, Trump wins. So polling was, in a sense, to your mind, do you think accurate?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think that polling was, and I think what we were talking about is sort of this idea of maybe a systemic polling error, whether it was a 2020 or whether it was a 2012. 2012, of course, went in favor of Democrats. 2020 went in favor of Trump. And this was much more a 2020 election for sure. I think that polling more or less got this right? Polling was within the margin of error. Trump absolutely did better. He outperformed where he was polling, but again, within that margin of error. So pollsters probably feel okay this morning. This was not a miss like we saw in 2016, for
Queen
instance.
of polling, though, and
Queen of polling, she was wrong.
So let's talk about the women.
Yeah,
let's talk about this potential pink wave.
Those women did not happen. Those women. Those women. We were just talking about. Those women turned up. They just turned out for Donald Trump. So I mean that is I think the thing. I think the sort of what she saw, the tea leaves, and she's been pretty good about identifying some of these national trends historically. Not this time, is that those suburban women never broke.
Where does this Democratic Party go from here?
I mean, that is going to be an open question, and I think it's probably too early for sort of the recriminations, and but I think you're already sort of seeing it on Twitter at least. But I think we'll just have to see. The dust will have to settle. I think that folks will be very focused on what 2026 looks like. As you know, the Senate map is actually, not that we should be talking about another election, but 2026, the Senate map is actually bad for Republicans. So I think you're going to try to see a Democrats running candidates who can actually win. I mean, the country has spoken. We are a center-right country, and I think for Democrats to be able to compete in these sort of centrist, purplish states, they're going to have to field candidates who can appeal to that.
I wonder if that's the message they receive, because the people I'm focused on over the next few months are the people who've been quietest, who might become the loudest. Progressives didn't complain about anything, didn't pin Harris down on unpopular things, didn't remind her of what she committed to back in 2019, the press tried. I just wonder how forceful they will be in the next few months, how angry they will be, because ultimately Harris tried to run as a pragmatic moderate, did she not? And it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, I think again we didn't really know exactly what platform she was going to run on. I mean, I think there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking.
Well, we're doing it right now.
I'm just not sure, honestly, if she had picked someone, say, as a running mate who's even more progressive than Tim Walz, and Tim Walz was more progressive, right? He's more progressive than Josh Shapiro. I think that was sort of.
Should she have not chosen Josh Shapiro? He's beloved by Pennsylvania, the one state you have to win.
Yeah. Again, a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking here. However, I'm not sure if it really would have made a difference at this point. I mean, he just did. It's just you look at the rightward shift across the country, and maybe picking Shapiro would have helped marginally.
Well, what would have made a difference? Should Biden have dropped out after the midterms, opened up a primary, and actually maybe the Democratic Party could have picked someone who can untether themselves from the White House?
Do you think a moderate would have come out of that process? Do you think a moderate would have come out of that process?
It's a great question.
If they'd had a primary? Give me a break. There's no way that party is going to select a moderate.
You're right, but the one thing that person potentially could have happened, if it was Kamala Harris, she would have been a better candidate. Maybe you wouldn't have the View gaffe. Because guess what? To go through a primary, you become a better candidate. Or they would have gotten somewhere, maybe, Libby. Do you think that could have put some distance between them and Joe Biden?
Maybe, but I just also think, the big issue, and we've been talking about this for months, is gas and groceries. It was gas, groceries, and rent. This was a huge headwind for whomever the Democratic candidate was going to be. I mean, I agree, you could say, what would the primary process would have fielded a better candidate? Maybe, maybe not. But there was a huge incumbent headwind. Yeah. And I think maybe the knock on her was, or Biden, was maybe not recognizing just how inflation has basically been a regressive tax for voters across the country.
Libby, we got to go.
earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez is reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Equities right now on the S&P 500 up by 2%. On the small caps, the Russell up by 5.9. On the Nasdaq up by 1.5. Just a phenomenal rally off the back of the nation's decision to give Trump a second term. In the bond market, it means we're selling bonds in yield to higher across the curve. Up by 20 basis points on 10s, up 23 on 30s. And just compare and contrast what's happening in the European bond market. 2-year in Germany down 9 basis points. Lisa, the 10-year unchanged on the session. Very different picture.
There's a feeling that the Euro region will be hurt disproportionately by what happens by the United States, by the Donald Trump administration, and that, frankly, the ECB should be cutting rates more aggressively to offset that weakness. What you see in currency markets just tracks that with the complete plunge. At one point, the most since 2016 in the euro versus the dollar. Here is the question. How much of this sticks? Do we start to see policy that actually underscores this going forward? Or is this something that's going to be considered, in retrospect, a dislocation?
You said at one point, we're back to those levels right now. So euro dollar down by 2.1%. The biggest move potentially since June of 2016, June 24th. You remember that date well? That was the Brexit fallout. Euro dollar negative 2%. A break of 107.
What's interesting, and Mohammed El-Ariad really pinpointed this, essentially this is the same seismic shift in global reordering of power that you could look back to the Brexit vote or potentially even more. And that's really what markets are trying to sniff out right now. And you can see that across the board. You can see that with the dollar stronger across the board, not just against the euro, but the Mexican peso as well with respect to tariffs. And I think that's what people are looking at. What is the new world order and how does it really play into markets?
The peso move is painful. Dollar Mexican peso up by 2.8%. Under surveillance this morning, Donald Trump winning another term in the White House, the former president flipping key swing states Georgia, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. There was just a feeling overnight that this was done and dusted and pretty quickly.
Yes, definitely so. And the reason more for that is because Donald Trump was outperforming his 2020 numbers and Kamala Harris was underperforming in key counties where she wasn't even matching what Joe Biden was getting. So you saw the strength almost immediately in the Sun Belt in places like Georgia. Then he grabbed North Carolina. And then, of course, winning Pennsylvania. It's all over. When it comes to what Libby Cantor was talking about, we have to still wait on the House. But when it comes to potentially this mandate, Donald Trump's speech last night definitely felt like he had a mandate because the fact that he's winning the popular vote, because the fact that he overperformed last night certainly feels like 2016 when it comes to this market.
It certainly feels that way in a big way, particularly looking at small caps absolutely flying. Let's talk about the Senate. Republicans winning control of the U.S. Senate, giving the party powerful leverage ahead of high-stakes tax and spending battles next year. The House is the Democrats' last hope for power, with the party needing a net gain of 4 seats to take a slim majority from the GOP. This was a high-conviction call, relatively speaking, for most people, that the Republicans would take the Senate, but they've taken a bigger lead than many people thought.
Exactly. The conviction was they take it. The question was by what margin, and we still don't know yet how big the margin is going to be. I'm looking at these races in Pennsylvania, whether or not Dave McCormick of Bridgewater can unseat someone like Senator Casey, potentially eventually that margin is going to be bigger. When it comes to the House, though, beware. This could take time because some of these absentee ballots out of California could take days, maybe even a week or so.
Libby Cantrell was really brilliant on this when she basically said it sounds mind-numbing, but it matters incredibly for just how much we can really count on the deficit getting bigger. Because essentially, if you start to have a narrower majority, even if it is a red sweep, you don't necessarily get the same mandate or composition that Donald Trump had in 2017 when he took the office last time. That is what I'm watching, not just simply the color of the overall majority.
The bond backdrop is so different compared to 2016. I think we have to keep repeating this as well. The difference is now, between now and then. In 2016, this market was hungry for fiscal stimulus. We were talking about this all the time. The only game in town was the Federal Reserve. We needed to see more from the government. They needed to spend more. That's not where we're at right now. We're in a very different place.
To me, this is the key question, and I think it's fascinating for the economy. How much are we seeing productivity gains? How much are we seeing an acceleration of a recovery that we already had? And how much does that sustain risk assets at a time when bond yields used to be thought unsustainable at levels we're currently seeing can keep going? And that, I think, is one of the key existential questions behind some of the moves we're seeing.
Mohamed El-Arian nailed it yesterday in the FT when he quoted JFK. When it's times of sunshine right now, when the government has that time of sunshine, when you're at U.S. exceptionalism, you start fixing the roof. You don't dig deeper into holes. And when you look at these campaign promises, potentially when it comes to the fiscal deficit, you are digging deeper into holes.
Running a budget deficit at 7% when unemployment's around 4%. We've heard complaint after complaint about that over the last few years.
Okay, I'm not going to beat my drum, but just to quickly give you a little taste of it. I mean, basically, interest rate payments on U.S. government debt more than tripled over fewer than 4 years. If you take a look, $900 billion of interest payments for this year, you start looking out, that goes up and to the right, significantly, especially if these yields are sustainable.
Beyond the election, we get a Fed rate decision tomorrow. That'll be interesting. The market widely expecting a 25 basis point rate cut. Donald Trump sharing his thoughts on the Fed chair just last month.
I think it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's see. Flip a coin. And everybody talks about you like you're a god. Oh, what will he do? I think that if you're a very good president with good sense, you should be able to at least talk to him. I don't say make the decision at all.
Joining us now is the former Kansas City Fed President, Thomas Hoenig. Thomas, welcome to the program. The former president, now president-elect, says it's one of the easiest jobs in Washington, D.C. Is that job about to get a whole lot harder?
It's going to be harder, but not all that much harder. All these issues were there, whoever was elected. So I think that continues to be their challenge. And their challenge is, as you were just saying, there's a huge deficit, there's a growing debt problem, and the Federal Reserve is unwilling at the moment to speak out and say that is, if you keep that up, we're not going to be able to control where interest rates go, and that is a major problem for any politician. So I think the problems are only going to get more acute, but not necessarily different than what they would have otherwise been.
Thomas, walk us through the process at the Federal Reserve. You've been there. I think we all want to understand what the December meeting will be like. Not this one this week, but in December when they have to put out projections. This market's already making a projection on things like growth, on interest rates and on inflation for the next year and maybe even beyond. How stale will the Fed projections look in December, given that they have to look at campaign promises but can't do anything with it until it becomes legislative reality? What do you do with that at the Federal Reserve?
Well, remember, those projections are based on what they think will happen, and if they think that the deficit is going to get worse, some of the members will take that into account, and you would see, I think, a change. I think the ones that I just did will be stale. I think you will see a less decline in interest rate, other than the pressure they're going to feel to lower interest rates. But I think it'll be a very difficult period for the Fed to try and outline what the future lies in terms of their dot plots. So I think it's a matter of degree. It's hard for me to say whether they're going to do one thing or another, but I think basically they should show a less steep decline in interest rates going forward because the debt. I mean, you have to look at what's been promised. I mean, we got tariffs to deal with. We have extension of tax cuts to deal with. That all has impacts on the long-term debt, and that has impact on what the Fed can do with interest rates.
Thomas, how much already is just the move that we've seen in longer-term yields a real warning signal to the Federal Reserve, enough to really curtail any further rate cuts beyond this year?
Right. I think the market is saying that the debt is going to be a major problem. You are not going to be able to control that, even though there'll be a lot of pressure on them to buy that debt to keep interest rates lower. That means inflation. The market knows that, and that's their signaling. And what I don't understand is I think the Fed carefully but should be making the public more alert to their limits, to the Fed's limits, if we don't get the debt under control.
Let's talk about those limits, Thomas. You were at the Federal Reserve during the financial crisis, during the initial rounds of quantitative easing, where the Federal Reserve did exercise its ability to monetize the U.S. debt. And I'm wondering how high that bar is to do that again if certain people are put into the Federal Reserve, onto the Federal Reserve by Donald Trump to potentially buy more debt, expand the balance sheet, offset some of this increase in issuance.
Well, I think that will be the pressure, because if you don't do that, with the amount of debt that has to be put out there, there's going to be enormous pressure on the Fed to buy that debt, or the rates will continue up. I mean, that's just the fact. And so that pressure will be there, I think, extremely so. But the problem with that is they're supposed to be independent to say no to that and to alert the Congress that that kind of spending and that kind of debt cannot be sustained, and therefore the Fed is not going to monetize that debt. In a crisis, yes, the Fed will monetize it, but the question is, will they stop doing that as they should? In their recent history, the last 15, 20 years, they continue their monetary easing well past the crisis, and that enables the Congress to continue to spend without constraint, and therefore the debt continues to grow. So the Fed has to say, we're going to put an end to this, and that is going to be one tough job for any Fed and any chairman of any Fed.
Thomas, if they don't do that, what's the potential consequence? I know you said inflation, but can you give us some sort of range of potential outcomes if there is a greater willingness to monetize some of this debt?
Well, first of all, I think people tend to focus on consumer price inflation, but what is going to happen is asset inflation is going to reignite even beyond what it is today. And you think a house is unaffordable today? Well, look at what's going to happen when they monetize that debt and asset prices go up. The stock market will go further up. The divide between the haves and have-nots will grow in the United States. The Fed has to know that, and that's why they have to put the alert out in a very prudent way. These things can be highlighted by the Fed. That's part of its responsibility, because it's limited in terms of what it can do with a full yield curve under these circumstances of debt growing at these kinds of rates.
Thomas, this was super thoughtful. We appreciate your time. Thomas Hoenig there, the former Kansas City Fed president, on the outlook for the Federal Reserve. Adam Posen in the Financial Times earlier this year, late summer. Chair Powell should make it clear that the Fed's monetary policy stance could reverse after the election, even if it sets up rate cuts in the coming weeks. He should also remind markets and households of basic economic realities. The argument that Adams made over the past few months is that they should take a page out of the playbook from Governor Carney at the Bank of England. Now, I would caution that once you start playing that game, even if you believe it is sound, economically sound to make these points, you attract the wrong kind of attention when it comes to things like political independence.
I was just about to say that. If he stands up on that podium and he says, well, we don't delve into political issues, but then he starts to give a warning about just what those consequences could be, then all of a sudden he takes a page from Carney, all of a sudden people are saying, what do you think you're doing? And so it's a very slippery slope. Here's also the issue that we've seen time and time again. The Federal Reserve is not the Bank of England. The U.S. economy is not the British economy. And I think that they're going to have to grapple with and walk this fine line between independence and being economically prudent at a time where we do not have clarity on what economic policies will be.
We're going to be in a really strange place with the Federal Reserve for the next few months. They'll be on a planet over here, and the market's going to be on another planet over here. And we're seeing that play out right now. The market's already taken a view on rates for 2025. away from the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is not going to be able to talk about it for months.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember, when the Fed worried about tightening of financial conditions. Right now, they don't have to worry about tightening of financial conditions, but they have to reflect that. Why is that happening? At what point does that become a constraint? And if it's not a constraint, at what point does that indicate a much higher terminal rate? At what point do they have to reflect the fact that markets are showing a different economic reality than they were, say, even 2 weeks ago?
Bonds down, yields up. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Some earnings for you. CVS shares are rising in the pre-market 8.9%. Third quarter revenue came in over 6% higher than a year earlier. CVS, though, opted not to give investors guidance for the remainder of the year or for 2025. It did announce a new president for its troubled Aetna insurance unit, facing headwinds on rising costs and decreased government payments. CVS shares have fallen 30% so far this year. Amazon co-founder and executive chair Jeff Bezos sold over 213 million of his shares of his company, according to an SEC filing. Amazon recently reported third quarter sales that surpassed expectations, an 11% increase from a year ago. Bezos has sold more than $13 billion in Amazon stock this year. And world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump on securing a second term in the White House. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated Trump on an impressive election victory. French President Emmanuel Macron said he was ready to work with Trump again for 4 years. Leaders from Germany, Israel, Australia, India, and the UK also offered their congratulations to Trump. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. Jemana covered this a little bit earlier. What did Ukrainian bonds do? Rallied.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's this question of, do you get some sort of resolution to this sooner? I mean, the fallout effects from this are massive. And some of that was actually a move that was a bit counterintuitive, I think, from what some people were expecting.
Seismic changes potentially. That was the words of Mohammed Al-Arian. I'm paraphrasing, but ultimately the message from Mohammed a little bit early this morning, about 40 minutes ago. Next on the program, a big repricing in the bond market.
The 10-year Treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out-of-control spending.
That conversation up next, live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
Voters want to see legislation on market structure. They want to see standards enacted in legislation for stable coins. The Harris campaign, like the Trump campaign, understands that 52 million Americans want to see crypto in their future, and that it's critically important that any new administration address those concerns and productively engage with legislation that's now pending in the Congress and rulemaking that's long overdue to provide people with the stability and clarity that this market requires.
There's one thing I feel very confident about, and that is the Biden administration's approach to regulation of the crypto industry. That is coming to an end for sure. And I think no matter where this plays out at the presidential level, we'll have a more constructive engagement with this industry. It's a critical industry. It's an innovative technology, and I think the United States should be at the forefront and leading.
Don't miss the next Bloomberg Crypto.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Mornings like this are really rare. Stay tuned. Check this out. Up 2.4% on the S&P 500. In the FX market, a move we haven't seen on the euro. Going back to 2016, it's a break of 107, 106.90. In the bond market, yields a whole lot higher. Up 17 basis points, 4.44. Under surveillance this morning, a big repricing in fixed income.
We had to reprice for higher growth, maybe for some higher inflation expectations, and maybe for less rate cuts. But we've done that. The 10-year Treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. People worry about what does a red sweep could potentially mean for budget deficits. But I think there are a lot of Republicans in Congress that actually do want to rein in budget deficit. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out-of-control spending.
So here's the latest. Treasury yield surging to 4-month highs as the bond market braces for Donald Trump's return to the White House. Joining us now to discuss is Vishy Tripator of Morgan Stanley. Hey, Vishy, welcome to the show, sir. What a move we've got in fixed income to start this conversation with you. I want to understand, first of all, have you changed your mind about anything in your outlook for fixed income based on the results overnight?
I think we are processing, I would say the best thing to say is that we are processing a lot of the change that's happened and still awaiting whether it will be a red sweep or not. That's still we are processing. I think the thing that we are spending the most time thinking about really is sequencing of policy. So we had imagined that under a red sweep scenario, what are the potential things that could happen? We would think about I would put that in sort of 3 buckets: tariffs, immigration, changes to immigration policy, and changes to tax policy. I think a lot of the conversation you've just had focused on the deficit expansion and the tax policy. We think that actually takes time. Even under a red sweep scenario, legislation is a messy process. Lots of interest groups are involved, in lots of details, and we still don't know if it's a red sweep or not. But even under a red sweep scenario, we think the thing that could happen most immediately are the tariffs. It's consistent with the first term, what he did in the first term. It's consistent with the campaign messaging to the entire campaign. And it's something that does not require a congressional approval. So we think really sequencing-wise, we think will be the first order of impact. So even there, are we going to see across the board all the tariffs? Are we going to see some tariffs that actually grow over time to, say, 60% for China? We don't quite know yet. And those are the kinds of details I think the market will have to come to terms with, and what the potential impact of tariffs would be on the economy and on inflation. And before really digging into the effect on the deficit expansion, which will still, as I said, will still take time.
Well, let's pick up on that last point. I think we can explore guardrails and regulating forces. Vishy, do you think that this bond market will act as a regulating force on the tax cuts, hopes and dreams of the Republican Party?
To be honest, we don't know. We think it's possible that we've seen bond markets do some of this in other countries. So, clearly, we've seen that happen in the UK. But I think the bond market will have to evaluate what the effect of this on both on inflation and on growth from tariffs, and how do that interlink with the deficit expansion under the new tax policy. I don't think the market quite knows this yet. I think the market will have to come to terms with these competing issues, and that is going to take some time. So I would consider some of the knee-jerk reactions that we are seeing may get reevaluated.
Vichy, the real issue to me is that you say the knee-jerk reaction needs to get reevaluated, but the knee-jerk reaction is fascinating in that even this massive climb in yields at the long end has not at all diminished the trade that we're seeing in small caps, in bank stocks, in across the board some of the more pro-cyclical aspects of risk assets. And I'm just wondering whether we have to rethink what a neutral rate in this society is and this economy currently and the trajectory that it's headed on.
I won't push back on that. I think we have to rethink a number of things, including what you just said. I think how do we price in the animal spirits, and how do fixed income markets react to that? So I'm thinking as a credit person primarily, I'm thinking in terms of credit likes moderation, and what we may end up having is more than moderation. And if we have a high level of if interest rates or yields stay elevated, that will start putting some pressure on the parts of the market that some of the interest coverage ratios, et cetera, will be challenged. So the way I'm thinking about this is that how do animal spirits play out in the bond market? It's not entirely clear at this point, but I'm a little concerned that from a credit investor perspective, the animal spirits may benefit more of the equity investor versus credit investors.
Interesting, especially at a time where potentially there are certain companies that having a refinance. But that's what I want to ask, Vichy. Haven't we basically just stress tested all these companies? Aren't they going to be able to manage through? Haven't we seen that?
Yes, we have seen that, but we have seen that in two different ways. I think if you've seen the fixed rate borrowers, whether it's investment grade or high yield, we have not seen a lot of the pressure testing into those companies because they had issued a lot of debt in 2020 and 2021. So they didn't have to deal with a lot of pressure on their higher interest expense. That didn't really show up because they're fixed rate debt. That did show up. Where it did show up was in floating rate borrowers, leveraged loan borrowers, where we did see the effect of higher rates really put pressure on rating downgrades, interest coverage ratios, and defaults, et cetera. So we have not seen the fixed rate borrowers experience that incremental. They have not been stress tested in that sense because they had locked in higher level of rates.
I think for a lot of us still staying awake, Vichy, we've all been stress tested for the last 12 hours. Got to leave it there. Vichy, thank you, sir. Vichy Thrupatur there of Morgan Stanley. I want to make an observation. It's not a forecast, OK? It's an observation. It's not a forecast. What we're seeing in the market right now, let's start with what we're not seeing. Yes, we should be talking about deficits and whether it will constrain what's happening in the bond market, the hopes and dreams of policymakers in Washington. But I don't think you're seeing that fear around the deficit. And I'll tell you why, and I can point directly to foreign exchange. The dollar's stronger, like really strong. I think the point you can make purely from an observation, looking across markets right now, is what we're seeing evidence of is a positive growth shock. In the United States of America specifically, small caps outperforming, financials rallying, yields higher across the curve, including at the front end.
I would completely agree. I think in addition to the currency, you can also say the Russell 2000. That typically has underperformed when yields went up. This time around, it's the opposite, and that really points to what you're saying.
We'll see if it sticks. It's just an early observation and certainly not a forecast because I'm not in the business of providing them. Up next, a man who is, Jay Pawlowski of TPW, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow, Torsten Slok of Apollo, and we'll catch up with Gennady Goldberg of TD. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Asia is a continent of contrast. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Min-Sung, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The notion that we would cut rates. Financial markets are wide open. Equities are at all-time high. Financing is available. Real estate prices are going up in every market. And yet we're stimulating. And we're stimulating fiscally. It is not clear that we need more rate cuts at this point. To the extent we accelerate the economy and have to go in the other direction, that would not be a good day.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Why should I want to invest in the pharmaceutical industry? Is it going to continue to grow as it did last year? And what about your own company? Do you think it's going to have good growth prospects over the next couple of years?
I think the reason to invest in the sector is the science. I mean, when you look again, if I go back into the history, for most of the last century, we were only giving people pills and small molecule drugs. Then we discovered that we had this whole world of biologics, and we could treat diseases with biologicals. More recently, we've discovered that we can reprogram your cells. We can edit the genome. We can use these RNA therapeutics to completely transform areas of medicine. Those technology areas are at their very nascent stage. And what we're going to find is they're going to open up whole new areas of growth from our business standpoint and a human health impact standpoint. We hope that as we work in our areas like cell therapy and RNA therapeutics, we will also be able to climb to a whole other level of market cap over time.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to the minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
The financial market price action worldwide is absolutely gripping. These are moves cross-asset. Collectively, you only see a few times every decade, and it's playing out this morning. It looks like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. Small caps up by more than 6%. Regionals, some of the major players on Wall Street, the financials doing really, really well in the pre-market. Here's some of the why. In the bond market, repricing yields a whole lot higher, up 18 basis points on a 10-year, 4.45, up 8 to the front end. With that, some dollar strength for you against the euro. Euro-dollar breaking 107 a little bit earlier this morning. Lisa, down more than 2%.
I think you nailed it at the end of last hour when you said all of this together looks like the pricing of a growth shock more than, say, something else. And I want to build on that. There seems to be this feeling that higher yields will not curtail the risk-on feel in markets, that higher yields will not curtail the idea of American exceptionalism, and that higher yields will not stymie American borrowers from going out and continuing to borrow, which is the reason why regional banks are actually doing better than expected because of deregulation. You put this together, what's going to stick will really depend, frankly, on the actual policies that people come in place and the margin that we still haven't learned in the House of Representatives.
We're still waiting on the composition of Congress. Is it a trifecta, or is it just 2 out of 3 for the Republicans? Conviction call going in from a lot of people was there was going to be a red Senate. The Republican presidential nominee has done so since 1988.
The pieces of the puzzle coming together. If you're just joining us, welcome. We begin with our top story. President-elect Donald Trump.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
Trump clinching the battleground state of Wisconsin earlier this morning, sending him over the required 270 electoral college votes to seal a return to the White House. Jay Pawlowski of TPW Advisory is back with us. He was with us, what, 6 hours ago, Jay? It's good to see you again.
It's nice to see everybody.
I feel so bad to start with this, but you made a really bad call on this election. Harris landslide. What went wrong?
Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that. It's a nice way to start the conversation. Always love that.
No elephants in the room here.
Well, look, right, I mean, my thought is it's a good thing we're not paid to be political prognosticators, because we were of the view that the Democrats would win. Women vote, abortion, youth vote, etc. None of that really materialized. And what's really interesting after a few hours of sleep is the idea of good economics has turned into bad politics for the Democrats, right? The Biden-Harris administration, best economic outcome in generations. The U.S. is the envy of the world, best growth, lowest inflation. And the Trump policy mix, which I think economically speaking is going to prove to be not very good, but was clearly good politics. And so as an investor, here we are sitting. We need to think about exactly what we just discussed. You know, is it going to be a sweep? Because that means the policy mix, more of it is likely to materialize. If it's not a sweep, then we'll see how it all plays out. But I think for us at TPW, we're focused on a long cycle opportunity, good global growth, good risk asset opportunity, and a lot of that depends on policy continuity. And I think what we're going to have in the U.S. is clearly policy discontinuity, and the question is going to be, how does that play out? And the setup I'm thinking about, like right now, this morning on the way in here, was you have the U.S., which is an over-owned, expensive asset. Foreigners have never owned more of U.S. financial assets at a time when the policy mix is deteriorating versus, for example, China, which is a cheap asset, under-owned, just to finish, cheap, under-owned, and arguably the policy mix is improving. City Economic Surprise Index turning up, PMIs above 50. And I think we're going to see, at the end of this week, a further policy response by China, because they understand that their growth right now is export-driven. And with tariffs, that could be a big problem.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but before we get to
China...
I
don't like that.
Don't interrupt you.
John can criticize me, but no interruptions.
He hasn't slept. I've wound him up. So ready to go.
It's okay.
All right, so third down or fourth down. How much do we need to get?
There's a question.
Give me the vote.
There's a question here about whether you then fade this move. If you believe that actually this is not the right policy, do you put your money where your mouth is?
Well, that's a great question. And I thought about that. And tactically, I think you have to enjoy the bounce, right? And the reasons are multifold. First, seasonality. This is the best 3 months of the year for stocks. Positioning is pretty light, right? You're seeing that play out. Right? You don't have 5% moves, 2% moves in the S&P if everybody's already long. So people de-risked. Now they have to re-risk. Technicals are supportive. And importantly, most importantly, fundamentals are supportive, right? We're just coming out of Q3 earnings. They were double what the expectation was going into the earnings season. The projection was 4%, ended up being around 9%. And most importantly, I think we've seen a complete collapse in the VIX. That's what needs to be up on these charts here for Bloomberg, right? The VIX has gone from 25 to 15 in a matter of hours.
2 hours on TV last night. He's producing now.
I need a new job, John.
I want that up on the screen. Let's go.
I need a new job.
That's political forecasting. He's producing.
Yes, exactly.
You got some sleep.
Something's got to work.
Now you think you could just take over. So your tripolar world, even though your political conviction was wrong, your market conviction, in a sense, was accurate.
Yeah, exactly, which is, it goes back to what I said last night. Remember my mea culpa, I think it was 12:50 last night, was, look, do you want to be, the old market saying, do you want to be right or do you want to make money, right? And I struggled with that for years because my background is a sell-side strategist, and so you want to be right. Really important as a sell-side strategist. As an investor and an advisor, we want to make money. And so we're fully invested. We're long equities. We are completely out of Treasury, so this Treasury move is not affecting us in any way, shape, or form other than helping us beat our benchmark.
What would it take to get back in?
Yeah, you know, that's good. That's, again, the question to be asked, I think. And, you know, it's a little tempting tactically, again, because as I said last night, going into this week, the long end of the Treasury market, as represented by ETFs, was massively oversold, right? The RSI, Relative Strength Index for the 7 to 10-year ETF, IEF, was 15. They don't really get down around 15 very often. So tactically, I think you're probably, I wouldn't be a seller if I were as an owner of Treasuries right here, the long end. But I think the bigger question is the deficit. And clearly, again, the Trump policy mix, it's not just my point of view, pretty much every independent person who looked at it or group, Moody's, Goldman, Peterson, et cetera, it's bad for inflation, it's bad for the deficits, bad for rates, and theoretically should be bad for growth. But I think there's an idea that this is going to be a hothouse effect, which is what you guys have been talking about.
So what are you looking for to decide whether or not to bite the bullet, sell stocks, buy bonds?
Yeah, part of it is to see the makeup of the House. Is it a trifecta? Part of it is to kind of like see what China does, right? Because there's going to be a response. Well, you know, we're global, we're multi-asset. So we have the whole world as our oyster, and there are going to be opportunities to play. I think for now, as I said, we enjoy the bounce, we enjoy the ride, and we think about you know, at some point maybe lightening up. I think for the U.S., I mean, I think the call for us is going to be, if we really do believe in the tripolar world, competition between China, the U.S., and Europe. China has taken the high ground in the clean energy space. You know, Trump wants to end EVs, et cetera. The real fight now is AI. And I don't see that this is, you know, the two countries are separating their tech stacks. That's our whole thesis with China tech. And, you know, I think the issue right now is, do you want to press that bet, right? So you reduce the U.S. And you go further into Asia, which has been down 5 weeks in a row, is cheap and under-owned. I mean, those are the things you want to play.
As you say, he wants to end EVs. Tesla's absolutely soaring today.
Well, that's the Musk thing.
Who do you think is the biggest loser in terms of your tripolar world with this composition we see in Washington?
The U.S., clearly, because Europe has got to respond. They know that. The whole Draghi report on competitiveness was we got to do more of the things that China and the U.S. are doing. And to us, there's a new industrial policy mix that is being implemented around the world. To compete in AI, to compete with climate mitigation, to compete in conflict, you need public-private partnership because it's too much money for the private sector alone, and the public sector doesn't have the expertise. So who can marry that best is going to be the winner. And I think you also have to think about immigration. Who can leverage the immigration to improve their growth profile is also going to be a winner. And in the policy mix that the Trump team has laid out to date, it's anti pretty much all of that. And so, you know, strategically, as I said, the U.S. dollar is the most over-owned. It's expensive. And the policy mix, in our view, is deteriorating.
There's a lot to unpack there. I just want to pick out a few things. The former president, now president-elect, has been quite clear that he wants national champions, which is why there's the proposal on the campaign to drop the corporate tax rate to 15% with conditions for domestic manufacturing. Now, you said, when asked who's the biggest loser, you said the US, and then you said clearly. It's the clearly piece of it that I'm going to push back on because it's not so clear to a lot of people watching the programme right now. Sure. You acknowledge that at the moment, I think you called it a hothouse theory right now in America. That's what it feels like. It feels like if you're investing in America, you'll do well. If you're trying to export to America, you might have a problem. That hothouse theory, what's the biggest hole in the window right now?
Well, I mean, I think it's J.P. Morgan who laid out the case that if Trump implements the 60% tariff on all China imports, that will lead to almost a halving of the earnings growth that's expected for 2025. In other words, the earnings are expected to grow by about $35 next year from this year, 25 to 24. the tariff effect will carve out $15. This is JP Morgan's estimates. They got, reams of economists thinking about this stuff. And so you're basically talking about taking your earnings growth and having it at a time when, you're not going to get multiple expansion.
Yeah.
So it's all about the earnings growth. Year 3 in a bull market tends to be the year of rest. We are going into year 3. That's historically the case, typically single-digit returns. And so I think that the idea of national champions, sure, that's why Tesla's probably rocking. Musk is going to be one of the national champions. But I think overall, the whole thrust of the U.S. policy mix has been reshoring, right?
Got it.
And reshoring with the dollar getting more expensive, those two things don't compute. So that's a big hole in my view.
I'm going to suggest those JP Morgan economists aren't too unhappy this morning. The stock is up by 6.5% in the pre-market. Jay, it's good to see you.
Likewise.
And seriously, appreciated your time overnight and this morning.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you,
been
sir.
great. I mean, one of the things that's great about this is that you have to think in real time. Right, so by coming on and engaging in this debate and dialogue, it makes our process better, and so we appreciate it. And good luck to everybody, and hopefully the next time we see each other, we'll all have had a little bit more rest.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah,
Jay,
exactly.
Thank you, sir. Jay Filosky there of TPW Advisory. With an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's cross over to Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. The Arizona Abortion Access Act has passed. The state will now amend its constitution to establish a right to abortion and prohibit interference before fetal viability. Arizona is one of 10 states where abortion rights were on the ballot this election cycle. Shares of the U.S. biggest banks, as you mentioned, John, are surging pre-market. Investors are hoping President-elect Donald Trump will make good on his promise to lower taxes and reduce regulation for the industry. The shares also getting a boost from higher yields this morning. During the campaign, Trump vowed to cut the corporate tax rate to as low as 15% from 21% and to eliminate 10 regulations for every new one. NVIDIA became the largest company on the world on Tuesday, surpassing Apple and underscoring just how dominant AI has become on Wall Street. Shares rose 2.9% during yesterday's trading session, resulting in a market cap of $3.43 trillion. That cap tops Apple's $3.38. The chipmaker accounts for 7% of the weight in the S&P 500, and it's responsible for a quarter of the benchmark's 21% gain this year. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, the morning calls plus this. Tesla up by close to 13% in the pre-market. We'll catch up with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow in just a moment. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
DOJ
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
So is there some tension here? Check it out. Equities up by 2%. In the bond market, we're down. Yields are higher by 16 basis points. For how much longer? Max Kentner, HSBC. If Treasury yields were to rise into what we call the danger zone, a point at which higher longer-end expectations can trigger a broad-based sell-off, such gains may prove short-lived. That danger zone, 450.
Stuart Kaiser of Citigroup echoing that, although he didn't put a number to it. There are two risks to the equity rally. One of them is deterioration in the U.S. labor market, but the first is that further surge in that term bond premium. So here's the question. When do you hit that peak? Is it 450? Is it more? Does it depend on some of the policies coming with it?
We're getting closer to that. Let's put it this way. Let's get you some morning calls as well. First up, Bank of America downgrading Universal Health to neutral, viewing Trump's victory as a negative for healthcare facilities. That stock is down by close to 8%. Your second call from Bank of America downgrading Five Below to underperform with a $75 price target. The analyst citing exposure to China and possible Trump tariffs. We're down by more than 13% on that name. And finally, Barclays lowering its price target on Yum Brands to 155 as its brands increase focus on value. Turning to Tesla, the stock surging in the pre-market as Donald Trump secures a return to the White House. In a speech to supporters, the president-elect praising the carmaker's CEO, Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning.
Joining us now for the latest on the West Coast, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Ed, we missed you overnight, buddy. I want your thoughts on the election and what this all means for not just Elon Musk, but for the companies he runs and owns.
Well, I was awake and I've spent a lot of the night on the phone, as you'd imagine. And, you know, it's not just the alignment between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. You know, it's essentially an endorsement of Elon, right, by Trump on stage, the president-elect. But the potential policy platform that Trump brings, you discussed with your last guest, the winners and losers of this outcome. You know, Tesla's strategy as a global company kind of fits the idea that Trump would want to have conditionality around manufacturing in this country. Tesla, for quite a long time, has had this policy where it wants to manufacture in the markets that it sells into. In other words, don't build cars in America and sell them into Europe. Don't build cars in Europe and sell them into America. But I guess one thing we should talk about is what is Elon Musk going to do himself? The assumption of sources that I've spoken to, and it's an assumption, it's not known, is that any role within a Trump administration or federal government role would be advisory. And what I heard from people overnight is that the plan internally in all these companies is that Elon Musk remains at the helm of them, which I think is a really interesting idea.
Well, yeah, Ed, and that's one of the main question marks. How much can he be the beneficiary if he has to sell out his shares or freeze them and then leave? There are a lot of issues here. There's one with SpaceX and how much that could take over some of the space program in the United States as Boeing and NASA take more of a back seat. And then there's a question about electric vehicle policy. There is a broad feeling that Donald Trump will be terrible for electric vehicle policy, considering some of his prognostications about it. And yet here you see the shares of the biggest electric vehicle maker surging 14% on the heels of this. How much will the policies of Donald Trump and his next administration help just Tesla or the broader market?
Well, for every winner, there is a loser, right? And yes, Tesla is up significantly, but I'd look to the European automakers, how significantly lower they are in that European session, going back to the same logic that if President-elect Trump were to move forward with the idea of tariffs on imported vehicles, the way that company is organized, Tesla, it would set up to be a beneficiary in that market environment. You raise so many interesting points. Space is highly regulated. but SpaceX is the contractor of choice for the US government and its activities as it relates to space. And I think one area that Musk has pushed back on consistently is that Tesla or SpaceX in either context are not that dependent on subsidy. I think we could debate that, right? There's definitely evidence in periods of this year where the federal tax credit, $7,500 on EVs, has helped Tesla lease a lot more vehicles. But again, they would push back as a company and say, we haven't taken handouts. We've done a lot of this ourselves organically. The forecasters, be it Bloomberg NEF, Bloomberg Intelligence, the sell side, whatever, they all do feel that under a Trump presidency and Trump term, there will be some repeal of the Inflation Reduction Act and other EV-related policy. Very hard to call.
Ed, on the campaign trail, the former president said Elon Musk is one of our geniuses, and we need to protect our geniuses. If he had one ask from the U.S. government, the
direction Tesla's headed, robo-taxis, autonomous driving, the biggest barrier right now is rules and getting vehicles on public roads. And as we discussed, Anne-Marie, a few weeks ago, and I've written about, Musk talked about that quite explicitly on Tesla's last earnings call. And that might be one ask. Make some rules or cut some rules for the future of autonomous driving.
Ed, you speak to these automakers all the time. Do they face federal hurdles or state-level hurdles?
Both, but remember, the risk can be a tailwind. It works both ways. That take California, for example, or other state-by-state specific manufacturing policy, that's helped some automakers. Rivian, for example, is highly supported by the state of Illinois. But again, it is difficult. I think one complaint that I hear from CEOs, and honestly, if the CEOs of the automakers are watching and you know who you are, speak about it publicly, is they've been very frustrated with the organs of federal government and how little public officials understand about supply chain. So for all of the legislation, be it the CHIPS Act or the Inflation Reduction Act, actually getting money out of the legislation and into the system has been very hard for them, as has been sort of navigating the ability to access raw materials. China is something we haven't really talked about, but we could talk about a bit more, given how critical it is for supply chain and end market as well. The point is those CEOs are frustrated and have been for the last 4 years or so.
We've got months. We've got 4 years to talk about China. Sure. And I just want to squeeze this in, just quickly. Where is he going to find time for this? Where will Elon Musk find time to do all this?
Very fair, reasonable question. Simply, he spends a lot of time on his cell phone and on his jet, which is Starlink Wi-Fi enabled. He doesn't sleep very much, by all accounts, and you can see that from his social media presence. I think that he's just one of those people.
Just incredible. Ed, thank you, sir. Appreciate the update from the West Coast and looking forward to your coverage alongside Caroline Hyde at 11 o'clock Eastern Time on Bloomberg Technology when they go through some of these issues. What a phenomenal character. We're talking about some of the biggest companies on the planet. If you could own one and run one, that would be a win. But we're talking about multiple platforms now.
SpaceX, Tesla, X, the AI company he's starting, and now he's potentially going to have this advisory role. So here's the question. At what point will the policies just benefit him versus the broader industry? Because what you're seeing right now is auto manufacturers in the U.S. actually getting a little bit of lift, not like his. But it doesn't seem to mean, at least in the market's eyes, that this is going to be wholesale terrible for car makers that make EVs in the U.S.
I just want to know where this $2 trillion he says he can cut from the U.S. government is coming from. Because even if you fired everyone in the U.S. government, you're not saving $2 trillion.
Up next on the programme, Torsten Slock of Apollo, a man who thought the Fed would pause in December. I imagine he feels pretty good about that this morning. We'll speak to Gennady Goldberg as well of TD Securities.
season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
So here's the first upgrade. Chris Harvey, Wells Fargo, raising the price target on the S&P 500 to 58.30, which is close to where we are, from 55.35. They say sell the news is over. By the election, the pain trade is a rotation. Let's talk about what's happening on the small caps. Absolutely flying going into the opening bell. The Russell right now up by more than 6%. With some movers this morning. Manus Cranny, take your pick. There's so many. Good morning to you.
Jonathan, it really is take your pick for the Trump anonymous trade. You spent a little bit of time on Tesla. And I think what you've got to do here is sort of say to yourself, this is the very personification of FOMO. But you need to disaggregate between the emotional part of this trade, in other words, the affiliation between Trump and Musk on the campaign trail together. A new star is born, and the financial. And I think Dan Ives tries to do that this morning. He says that this is a $40 to $50 boost for Tesla from pricing and scale. If you've got the president's ear, how much of the EV-related provisions are actually going to be rolled back? And that's about access to conversation, which creates policy. Roll it over. Go to the banks. Why not? It's probably what we do best at Bloomberg. Bank of America, it's a mere representation of JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. This is about capital status quo and deregulation. We don't really know what kind of deregulation you may be going to get, but capital status quo, that is very, very different. And what Bloomberg says is you can stave off the 9% capital increase. You get a watered-down version of that. That's the bid side. The offer side is, of course, higher yields. What does that do to your mortgage? What does that do to your customer out there in the United States of America? It certainly boosts your NIMs. And I leave you with a soupçon of Coinbase. Bitcoin smacks out that record high, but I like what the CFO had to say. Not what I like, but what he said. Foster crypto innovation over litigation. Mike Novogratz goes for $100,000 on Bitcoin by January. And Bloomberg's brilliant line to close it off, Jonathan. Crypto's political muscles, they're strong.
Manus Cranny, appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Let's turn to bonds as well. That's an equity picture. Bonds are sliding. I think that understates the move. Yields are higher by 17 basis points. The 10-year, 4.4452. The Trump trade gripping markets this morning worldwide. Tomorrow, attention turning to the Fed rate decision. Torsten Slock of Apollo expecting a 25 basis point rate cut, adding, quote, we don't expect the Fed will cut interest rates in December. Torsten joins us for more. Torsten, good morning.
Morning.
I'm not sure if you've been to bed, so let's start with the election. Good night, good evening, wherever you want to go. I want to understand whether this has changed anything for you or just cemented what you were already thinking.
Well, I think, of course, what always comes with elections is that now we need to figure out what policies are actually going to be implemented. It's clear that yesterday at around just before 9 p.m. we found out what the Trump trade really was, namely that rates were going higher, the dollar was going up, and stocks were going up. So from that, of course, we can derive that, well, if this continues, it does, on the one hand, mean easier financial conditions because of the stock market going up, but it also means tighter financial conditions because long rates are going up. So now the challenge for markets is to figure out, why are long rates going up? Are they going up because of the economy expected to be better, or are long rates going up because of worries about fiscal sustainability? And this becomes a very important debate, namely, what will the term premium, meaning what will happen to the part of rates that in long rates that have nothing to do with Fed expectations. So therefore, the conclusion is that we still need to wait and see what policies actually will come.
Which one do you think it is, and why? Where's the tell?
If I look at my Bloomberg screen and the term premium coming both from the San Francisco Fed and the New York Fed, they both say that the term premium in the last 6-7 weeks has been going up more than 50 basis points. So that's telling you that rates in the long end are going up for reasons that have nothing to do with Fed expectations. So now it becomes therefore a little question about, okay, so if rates are going up for reasons that have nothing to do with Fed expectations, what could those other reasons then be? And traditionally, one interpretation has been that markets do focus on fiscal sustainability. And given that both candidates have been scored by the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Committee for a Federal Responsible Budget, that we will have more deficits both under Harris and under Trump. One interpretation has been that rates have generally been going up in the last month or a little bit more because of renewed worries about the fiscal situation.
That said, this morning what we're seeing is small caps ripping. What we're seeing is some of the consumer cyclical stocks ripping. Some of the lower rated credits actually doing very well, which actually flies against this idea that it's going to be tighter financial conditions that constrains the economy. Instead, it suggests something about growth reaccelerating. Are you saying that this is an inconsistent response from the market, or can you take that as sort of a signal here?
Well, for small cap in particular, absolutely rates higher for longer is negative, because let's remember that 40% of the Russell 2000 have no earnings or negative earnings. So that means the Russell 2000 companies are characterized by having low coverage ratios, meaning very little earnings to pay for the interest payments. So that's, of course, negative for small caps. What's positive for small caps is likely, first of all, we may get now get more growth, but also from a regulatory perspective, if we now have that the Republicans are going to, at least as the market textbook would say, create an environment that is, in the market's language, more business friendly, well, that would also be a reason then why small caps should now be benefiting. So there's a tug of war going on between tighter financial conditions, meaning higher interest expenses, and at the same time, what could be characterized more tailwinds to the business environment.
I'm trying to get my head around this because I want to understand how the Fed's going to grapple with this tomorrow and how Fed Chair Jay Powell is going to signal about yields going higher on the long end that ostensibly should be tightening financial conditions, but aren't, if you see ISM services like what we saw yesterday, but aren't if you see what we're seeing in the employment market. At what point does it become a concern? What are the red flags to you?
Exactly. So that's why tomorrow is easy for the Fed. December is really difficult because now we get to the very difficult situation that we already, even before the election, had ISM services going up really significantly, including the employment component. We've all been assuming now for several quarters, employment is slowing down, non-farm payrolls will gradually weaken. But then suddenly we began to see, of course, in September, non-farm payrolls went up. October was distorted by the weather. But if we get a payback from the weather in here, the data for November, and on top of that, we're already seeing ISM services for employment also going up. The challenge for the Fed is that both organically, if you will, the economy is actually still in a good spot. And now you have some questions about, well, what type of policy will come? Will we have more fiscal policy? Will we have, therefore, more support to the economy? That will then become the challenge for them in terms of what they should be doing in December.
Well, Torsten, the highly regarded Cook Political Report just put out a note saying the most likely outcome now is a GOP trifecta. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, just texted me saying the Republicans will keep the House. This is someone that knows the House very well and also knows those California districts very well. So if there is this trifecta, what policy can actually get done?
Well, so now we go all back and look at the Penn-Wharton budget model, which had a quantification of what would be the implications for GDP of the potential here of a red sweep. And the answer to that is that we will generally see a boost to the economy. We will probably also see some boost to inflation, which will certainly complicate the Fed's job. So that's why it remains to be seen what of the things that Trump has talked about he will be implementing. But if we do get a red sweep, then certainly we should be going back and studying hard what has the quantified models been showing in terms of the implications for the economy.
How does Jay Powell talk about this tomorrow?
Well, it's a very difficult challenge for him here because obviously if we agree that tomorrow is easy with 25 basis points cut, then how do you start to talk about including this in your forecast? I think that one way that he might begin to talk about it is to say, well, we just don't know what exactly will happen. We don't know which of these policies will be implemented. So we have a list of things that Trump has talked about, and they have all been quantified by a number of different institutions. But what of these things will actually come through and in what order of magnitude becomes a very important issue, of course, for the Fed.
We can play around with this a little bit. Does anyone start auditioning to take Chairman Powell's job?
Well, as we all know, his term will run out in May of 2026. So now we will already begin to have, in the second half of next year, a debate about who should be the next Fed chair. And of course, this will also become a very important part of discussion in markets.
We're going to have it right now, aren't we? Doesn't that debate start right now?
100%, especially because what we were talking about with Thomas Honig, I think we cannot emphasize enough. The tools that the Fed has are not just cutting rates. They also are quantitative easing. They also are bond purchases at a time where there's a real question about the long end. And I wonder how long before we start talking about that.
Torsten, just one final question. How similar is this to 2016 when we were waiting for the tax cuts to come from the Trump administration? And we're having similar conversations with Fed officials. I remember the news conferences. I remember the Fed speakers at the time. It was, at what point do you start to bake this into your projections? And they had to wait until it became reality. Is it much worse than that? Is it the same? Do you see some parallels here?
This is very different because at the time we had two policies. We had lower taxes, the TCJA, the Trump tax cuts, and then we had at the same time tariffs. Now, we don't have significant tax cuts, at least not of the same magnitude. So if the tariffs are now going to be even bigger than what we had in 2017, then you can begin to wonder, well, if we don't have the offsetting effect that tariffs will, generally speaking, lead to higher prices and, generally speaking, the risk of lower sales, there was an offsetting positive effect to the lower sales part by the tax cuts, and we don't have that magnitude of tax cut potentially. There are some suggestions that he's talked about lowering corporate tax rates to 15% for domestic manufacturers, so that could maybe offset some of it. But given what we're talking about on the tariff side is so much bigger than what we had with 60% on China, than what we had in 2016, that means that the risks are more tilted towards tariffs potentially playing a bigger role.
This is the beginning of a much longer conversation, but just a final word. 2025 rate hikes? You ready to go there?
Well, if we now get a tailwind to growth from a better business environment, from easier fiscal policy, and we might also have a little bit higher inflation because of tariffs. If we deport illegal immigrants, that might also be lifting wage inflation. That would all be arguing for the Fed definitely not cutting as much as the dot plot is telling us at the moment.
Torsten Slok of Apollo, one of the very best. And the market and policy is moving in his direction, that's for sure. Torsten, thank you, sir. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. In about 50 minutes from now, this market will open up and small caps will rocket. Equity futures right now on a Russell up by more than 6%, on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%, on the Nasdaq 100 up by 1.8%, and in the bond market we've got to look at that too. Check this out. Yields higher by 18 basis points on a 10-year, on a 30-year up by 20, 464 on 30s, Lisa approaching 450 on 10s.
Just ahead of a $25 billion auction of 30-year notes at 1 p.m. today. A real question, as Priya Misra of JP Morgan says, these are clearing events. They are risk clearing events where we can find out the new price. Does this stick? Do the buyers come in? If they don't, does that change the tenor of how people look at this as almost a benign sell-off in bond prices with yields going higher simply because there is the expectation of something of a growth shock?
On the bond market, jumping into the seat, Gennady Goldberg of TD Securities. Gennady, it's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Bonds are on sale. Are you buying?
I'm waiting until they stabilize a little bit. I think at these kinds of events, you said market clearing event, and it's certainly going to be one of them. We have to wait until this plays out. We have to wait until the market settles down into a new equilibrium. Then we could think about jumping in. I think at this point, rates could continue to edge higher until we know the extent of Trump's policies. And that might take a little time as well because we still don't know exactly who won the House.
Given that, how unfortunate is the timing that they're selling bonds of 30-year denomination later today?
I'll put it to you this way. I think the Treasury will probably not make this mistake again. That being said, they've done it in the past. Yeah, I'm sure they'll take a note. But I think they'll be still somewhat bought. I mean, I'm not expecting a massive tail at this auction. But if there is weakness here, it could suggest that maybe we shouldn't be scheduling auctions for election days. It is tricky, though, right? It's hard to concentrate this series. It is the big one, theoretically. So, every 4 years, you're forced to do it.
There is a real question, especially as the dust settles, about what of these knee-jerk reactions will actually stick. Mm-hmm. And the point that John was making earlier about the divergence between the European bond markets and the U.S. one is just really surprising. You see bond yields actually declining across Europe. You see bond yields surging in the U.S. At what point do you buy into that? Do you expect that to widen? And at what point is this, again, a moment where something else is going on? You don't want to get involved.
I think you always want to wait a couple of days for things to shake out, especially big election events like this. Markets have trouble pricing election risks, period, right? Historically, they will adjust until kind of the right level. I think the issue here is twofold. One, we still don't know who won the House. So we don't know the extent of potential tax cuts, potential fiscal policy. Two, we still don't know what the impact is going to be on tariffs, on immigration. These are all things that Trump has said in the campaign. The question for investors now is, how seriously is he going to take them? Tariffs are easy. Tariffs are really up to the president. The immigration part has to take a lot of work, a lot more work. I think that might involve Congress to some extent. So if he doesn't actually win Congress, it could make it a little bit more difficult. And that is one of the swords that's kind of dangling over the market in this uncertainty. So we still have to wait for these things to shake out before we can actually see the real damage.
But we know what he wants to do on tariffs. And Trump 1.0 moved in quickly on tariffs. Maybe not as big as what he's talking about now. Is that enough to make moves on?
I think the tariff side is likely, right? So if you're looking at the extent of Trump's policies, tariffs are quite likely. The big question for us is immigration, because that could actually be quite a bit more damaging for the next several years, not just for next year. We're talking about a 10% tariff across the board. We're still not entirely sure whether it includes the USMCA as well. That might just be a threat and might not materialize. But if we're talking about, mass deportations, as Trump has talked about, that could be huge for the labor market, which has actually now come into much, much better balance, and actually could be inflationary for wages. So it could put some long-term price pressures on the economy.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. What we're doing around this table is just pure scenario analysis. Does the Federal Reserve need to do the same thing publicly?
I think it's a little too soon for them publicly. Tomorrow is going to be an exercise in saying nothing for about 45 minutes at a press conference.
And reading the notes.
And really reading the notes and trying to repeat themselves. And to be fair, they also don't know, right? They have to wait for this to shake out. I think a November cut is effectively a done deal. December still very much up in the air, really depends on the data. Once you start getting into next year, once you get past the inauguration, and to the earlier point, Trump 2.0 is going to act a lot faster than Trump 1.0. We have to see what's coming. There is a risk, certainly, and I think the risk coincides with some of the stronger data we've been seeing. They may want to take their foot off the brakes a little bit.
They've got a bias to ease. Have we just disrupted that?
I think we've softened it, is the way I would put it. I think the Fed is still moving in the direction of easing. Now we've thrown a major wrench into that, major source of uncertainty. They'll have to see how it plays out. All else equal, I think they still keep taking rates lower. But even with the data the way it's been, it's still not as fast as it would have been before.
I'll finish with the same question that I asked to Torsten Slok at the end of the interview, and hopefully you were listening. Rate hikes 2025. Are you ready to go there?
I don't think so. I think a much more likely scenario is Fed on hold for a lot longer than anybody anticipates. So let's say the first 6 months, the first 8 months of next year, maybe even all of next year, if the economy is still doing well and we're getting inflationary pressures. I still think rate hikes are a long ways off. That would be quite different from what they're doing. Not impossible. I think the market will start to price in some chance of that, but I still think cuts over hikes.
Let's see how quickly this conversation changes as we make our way into 2025. Gennady, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Gennady Goldberg there of TD Securities on the bond market, on fixed income, and on the Federal Reserve. With an update on stories elsewhere, here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Hurricane Rafael is gathering strength in the Atlantic Ocean. According to the U.S. National Hurricane Center, the storm has sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 1 hurricane. It's expected to make landfall in Cuba later today. The Florida Keys could also see localized flooding, according to the National Weather Service. Bitcoin hit a record high as markets watched votes come in for Donald Trump overnight. The largest cryptocurrency topped 75,000. It's widely viewed as a Trump trade because he embraced digital assets during his campaign. Crypto-related stocks, those are also rising in the pre-market trade. Democrats are holding out hope that they can avoid a complete red sweep and take control of the U.S. House. Democrats need a net gain of just 4 seats to wrestle the slim majority from Republicans. But with several key races still too close to call, particularly in notoriously slow counting California, it could be days before it's clear which party has the majority. And that's your brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you for this morning and overnight as well. We appreciate it, Danny. Thank you. Up next on the program, we'll set you up for the day ahead. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
the Vivian Tom clientele.
Yeah, power women, like the dragon women. They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they're all important decision makers, women in the world.
Why do you position your products for this group of women?
When I started, designing, I always want to do something that is empower women.
When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the T-shirt, for example.
My customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too, They are like in the 20s, so it's a more affordable price for them. And then, my powerful women's daughter wearing their mom's dresses, and they feel that the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
It was important that when we came into office, we looked at the books, we assessed the state of the economy. We needed to understand the damage that's been done, and that £22 billion black hole is a real problem that we've got to deal with, and make sure that we go through all the processes necessary for a properly thought through budget.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
"40 minutes away from the opening bell. I'm exhausted already. We've got a full day of this ahead of us and a Federal Reserve decision tomorrow. Equity futures on the S&P up by 2%. Bond yields higher by 16 basis points. A 10-year 443.54. As we count you down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary. The next couple of days looks like this. Tomorrow, a Fed rate decision plus another round of jobless claims, plus a Bank of England rate decision too on Friday. UMich consumer sentiment on Tuesday, earnings from Home Depot Wednesday, US CPI data next Thursday, PPI plus earnings from Disney. Dropping by the studio, Bloomberg's Michael McKee, our economic and policy correspondent. Mike, good morning to you. Can you give me an impression of Chairman Powell tomorrow in the news conference with you? What is this going to look like? What's it going to sound like for 60 minutes?
Well, they only go about 45 now, which is a benefit to him because he's
maybe
going to be
this one goes 30.
We don't know. They don't know. I think they do the 25 that they've basically told us for this month, and they were never going to really commit to another 25 in December because they're looking at a lot of mixed data lately, and they could say, we'll wait and see what the data say. Now they're going to have to wait and see what policy is going to be. I mean, there are definitely some Trump proposals that would throw, to use a British expression, a spanner in the works for the U.S. economy, and they don't know what that's going to mean to them. So it's going to be a lot of bobbing and weaving and ducking and dodging.
So I can do an impression for you. I was thinking about this morning. Basically, we look at the data we have, we respond to it. There is a moderation in the labor force. We have seen that inflation has moderated and seems on a downward trajectory to our 2% goal. So we are on a path to cut rates incrementally, but we will evaluate data as it comes in. Key question I'm curious about. How do you interpret the long end of the yield curve rising so significantly? How concerned are you about what that signals if it does tighten financial conditions at a time where you think that this economy is fragile, and if it doesn't, about where the neutral rate is?
Well, that's going to be an interesting question for the Fed to look forward to. And I think in December, you're going to want to read the minutes because they'll have a much more deep discussion on that. And then in 5 years, we'll get to see what the Teal board said. Meetings, they'll be talking about this more and more and trying to divine what it means. But with the long end going up, if you look at break-evens, that's what's driving it. It is inflation concerns, and that's one of the key things for the Fed is inflation expectations. So we get Michigan sentiment on Friday, but it's.
I think we got the Michigan
sentiment. It's not going to tell us much about inflation because of the limited amount of time in that survey. But that's something to watch in the future.
Marie, that was
too.
good.
Mike,
I like that.
Well, we did. I mean, we're waiting on the House, but I'm hearing many people think potentially it's going to be a trifecta, reading the tea leaves. Trump told Bloomberg News that Powell could serve out to the end of his term of May 2026, quote, especially if they thought he was doing the right thing. The right thing from the former president, real estate mogul, is low interest rates. His policies may dictate something else.
Yeah.
How does Powell deal with this?
Well, he ignores it as much as possible because that's the only thing he can do. He can't respond to the president, or he just risks creating a market reaction that's going to be a lot of problems for him. He will get the questions tomorrow, no doubt about it, and he'll say, our job is to focus on the economy, and I'm not going to comment on anything else. But it is a question because I don't want to say you can't believe anything Trump says, but you can't believe anything Trump says. So if he says he can serve out his term, he may change his mind and decide, I want to try to fire the guy. Who knows what would happen then? We all end up in court, but who knows?
I've refined that point. I don't think you can believe anything anyone says on the campaign trail. And that's the problem that you've got if you're a policymaker trying to set policy on campaign promises.
Yeah, although there is a market response and there is some sort of read-through that you have in a knee-jerk way. And on one hand, you can say, we look at the economy, but on the other hand, there's like a dumpster fire behind someone, and they're like, there's nothing to see here. The data is going to come out. At what point do they feel forced to actually have some sort of comment?
This was a fast and furious Trump sweep. This was 2016. You have to think Jay Powell last night and this morning was thinking, I wish it was 2020. I wish I can go into this meeting and say, we can't comment because we don't know. They do know. And they do have an idea of how Trump 2.0 will be because they can look at Trump 1.0.
Michael McKee, it's good to see you, sir. We've got to leave it there. We appreciate it. Thanks for catching up.
The dot plot's out the window, put it that way.
Yeah, we'll get a new one of those in December. I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. We'll have special coverage of the Fed decision and Chairman Powell news conference starting at 1:30 tomorrow on Bloomberg TV. We're going long once again. Tomorrow morning, we'll catch up with Laurie Calvasino of RBC, Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank, and Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. The comeback kid, 78 years old, from Queens, New York City, the 45th President of the United States, poised to become number 47. President-elect Donald Trump. From New York City this morning, good morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The notion that we would cut rates. Financial markets are wide open. Equities are at all-time high. Financing is available. Real estate prices are going up in every market. And yet we're stimulating. And we're stimulating fiscally. It is not clear that we need more rate cuts at this point. To the extent we accelerate the economy and have to go in the other direction, that would not be a good day.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure. It's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care, but also a continuum of knowledge.
The convergence of technology and medicine is driving innovation in both sectors, with scientific and commercial possibilities just beginning to come into focus.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
If I were at the Fed, I would be thinking about the tools that we have in the toolkit differently.
I would be utilizing quantitative tightening, and to a great extent, they have. Post-COVID, $12 trillion came into the global economy from central banks everywhere. And right now, we've seen about $5 trillion has been hoovered back out. That still leaves $7 trillion sloshing around in the system globally relative to where we were before COVID. Now, adjusting that for, larger GDP growth globally, probably we need to see about $3 trillion more come out before we get to an equilibrium of where we were before COVID. I don't think the Fed really appreciates the quantitative tightening tool as much as I do, and I think as much as the markets do.
We are going back, and it's risk on for U.S. assets. 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Our special coverage of Election 2024 starts right now.
And coming up, a decisive victory. Donald Trump stages one of the most dramatic political comebacks in American history.
From the dollar to stocks, everything in between, the Trump trade erupts across financial markets.
And Republicans win control of the Senate, giving the GOP powerful leverage in tax and spending battles. The House still a question mark. All of that and more coming up. But let's take a look where markets are trading and that Trump trade underway. You can see in risk assets, we are just screaming higher right now. The S&P 500 up about 2% pre-market. Big tech participating, but not as much. But even still, the NASDAQ 100 up about 1.7%, 30 minutes before the bell. All the action is in the small caps. It's pretty amazing. You see the Russell 2000 right now just absolutely ripping up nearly 6%. You think about the biggest sectors here. We're talking financials, we're talking healthcare, and that's what's in the limelight today. But of course, it's a cross-asset story as well. We go to the bond market, and we see 10-year yields up 18 basis points on your 10-year Treasury yield. We are knocking on the door of 4.5%, of course. Investors betting that, of course, a Trump administration will mean more spending, more tariffs and lower taxes, and maybe more inflation. Meanwhile, you take a look at the VIX. Of course, we had seen that run up in the run up to the election, but now some volatility coming out of this market. Your VIX below 16, and gold, obviously not a big search for havens right now. Gold down about 3%. Matt, I haven't even gotten to currencies.
Yeah, I think currencies really show the domination of the U.S. dollar against our trading partners. Take a look at this chart. This is the WCRS chart on the Bloomberg terminal, and you can see that against every single major currency, we're seeing huge moves for the greenback. The Mexican peso absolutely devastated. And the euro, by the way, its biggest drop that we've seen since at least the pandemic. So huge moves here, and a lot of banks are calling euro parity soon.
Yeah, it's incredible to me that even with those drastic moves, those banks, trading firms are seeing more pain for the trading partners ahead. In addition to sectors, we're going to talk about certain stocks moving this morning. Watching DJT rising now more than 26% pre-market after Trump won the election. The market cap has been testing that $10 billion mark. Also watching Tesla now up almost 12% pre-market. Higher because, it's Elon Musk, of course. I think super genius is what he was called. Helped propel Trump back into the White House. Finally, Coinbase up double digits on the hopes that a Trump administration will welcome crypto adoption. Coinbase now up almost 13%. Bitcoin flirted past that $75,000 mark. And Senate also, Matt, has a lot of pro-crypto candidates in it as well as it turns red.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm watching very closely the House races because if the Republicans can keep the House, you have a full red sweep and they can enact the kind of tax legislation that Donald Trump wants to. They can roll back things like the Inflation Reduction Act. And as a result, that's why we see, for example, the 30-year bond, the long bond right now, posting its biggest drop since 2016.
Yeah, big steepening underway in the yield curve. And it's interesting that you're seeing this big risk-on move, even though investors have been telling us for months that they want a divided government, but obviously not holding back any markets right now. And it's interesting. We talk about this Trump trade It took off at 7 p.m. last night. We know that the prediction markets, the betting markets front ran this move, but even in the traditional financial markets, before we had any clear results, we were ripping.
Yeah, what's incredible to me is you saw that move really take off at 7 o'clock, and then you also saw it extend quite drastically, even throughout the course of this morning, the 10-year alone just hitting almost that 4.5% level. My question is, if you start to hit those levels, how much do you start to have a new narrative here, decoupling here from the realities that we had faced in the past? Why that move we're seeing, I think, is something we should be exploring throughout the course of this show.
And when do you see dip buyers? We had auctions yesterday. I mean, life still goes on, even though it's a presidential week. People showed up, investors showed up at those treasury auctions, but you're not seeing it necessarily right now.
If you were gutsy enough to short the 10-year in September, can you imagine how much money you've made?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have an auction today as well, 30-year auction coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, that will absolutely be
Is there a meeting tomorrow?
Is there a Fed meeting
gathering?
Tomorrow. I hear that Fed officials are meeting in Washington right now. Their two-day meeting kicking off a decision tomorrow. But let's get back to the news of this morning. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump spoke from his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, earlier today.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
And let's stay in West Palm Beach now, where Bloomberg's Felipe Marquez has been following the Trump team. And Felipe, I see you're back in your hotel room right now, but we were talking about how that Trump trade took off at about 7 p.m. last night. When did celebration start in Trump HQ? When was it apparent that they were confident they would win?
I think it was a little later than 7 p.m. People trickled down all night. I mean, I stayed through the end of it, through the end of his speech. I think it was really the turning point when we started seeing some of the results from Pennsylvania. We started seeing him like with a solid lead on some of the swing states. I think that's when you could feel the room being charged. Also, another important thing is yesterday there were two different parties. There was one party in Mar-a-Lago and there was the Convention Center party. At one point they unified. So when people were brought together, you can see the temperature in the room change.
All right, Felipe, thanks very much. Felipe Marquez has been up all night reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida. Hopefully you can get some sleep. Let's bring in Jay Hatfield right now. Hopefully well-slept and refreshed, founder and CEO of Infrastructure Capital. Jay, what's your take, first of all, on the resounding win from Donald Trump? It's really an historic victory.
Good morning, Matt. It's great to be on. Oh, absolutely. It reminds me of the Reagan sweep. And I think the policy changes will be almost as profound as that development. We, however, were bullish on the election because of the math in the Senate. And so we initiated, to demonstrate that, we initiated a target on the S&P next year at 6,600. But this red sweep to us implies a cut in the corporate tax rate. We're estimating 18% effective, so it might be through deductions. So we're raising our target to 7,000 next year, at the end of next year, which pre-open would be up 20%. So we think it's highly bullish. It's a rejection of the socialist policies that were pursued under the Biden administration, super bullish long-term. And also keep in mind, we do have a Fed loosening cycle and an AI boom. So it's really a troika, and we're hyper bullish on the stock market.
Jay, one interesting thing Katie and I were just mentioning earlier was the extension of the trades as the morning has gone on, and it became more clear that the Senate would be red. The House, of course, is still in balance. But you look at the bulls underpinning the stock market and the bears underpinning the bond market. And you have to wonder, at what point do those things catch up to each other next year?
Thanks, Shanali. Well, that's really our biggest non-consensus call. I mean, obviously, everybody agrees with our view that this is bullish for the market, or even super bullish for the market, with the small caps up 6. But we think that after elections, most of these trades get overdone. A good example is solar stocks surged when Biden became president and then fell off 65%. So we think this Treasury sell-off is massively overdone. We don't think the Trump administration is worse for the budget deficit because it's pro-growth, number one. And maybe they don't do it, but they're talking about actually cutting spending. So we actually think it's better than a Democratic administration. And everybody ignores monetary policy. There's global rate cuts going on. This Fed is super tight. The monetary base is declined actually almost 1% over the last year. And inflation is headed to zero in our models.
Interesting.
So we have a total non-consensus call. And we agree with you, though, if rates keep rising, the housing market's going to roll over, the economy's going to slow. And by the way, our target starts to look ridiculous because our 7,000 assumes, or even our 6,000 at the year end, this year end, assumes a 350 Treasury. So at 450, the fair value would be down like 1,000 points.
Jay, let's talk about inflation headed to zero in your models, because you think about the argument for why yields are screaming higher at the long end. It's because inflation is going higher. But an interesting note out from Neil Dutta this morning saying that, gold is down, so is oil. Maybe inflation isn't that huge risk that everyone is worried it is right now. It seems like you would agree with that argument.
Well, absolutely. And we've been far more accurate about predicting inflation than the Fed has. I think Matt knows this because we have a simple model. We look at the 70s. Inflation is almost exclusively driven by loose monetary policy. And I mentioned we actually have a shrinkage of the monetary base and oil price shocks. We also have very low oil prices and ultra low natural gas. Plus, we just mismeasure inflation because of shelter, but that's finally rolling over. So if you mark inflation to market, using shelter, market rates for shelter, PCE core is below 2, headed to zero. Autos are rolling over. That's a huge portion of the inflation right now. Last 12 months is auto services. So we think our models is what really works. You normally don't need to focus on monetary policy because it's relatively stable. But during this cycle, it's been highly volatile. It created the inflation. It tamed the inflation, and it's continuing to tame the inflation with the monetary base not growing at all.
I mean, you referenced my knowledge of your inflation forecast because I'm a fan of your index. CPI-R is accessible on your website, infracapfunds.com, and I think it would behoove a lot of people to check it out. What about the policy that Trump has campaigned on, however, Jay? I mean, do you not believe he's going to wrench up tariffs as much as he has threatened? Is that just, a real estate guru's first bid? And do you not believe he's going to have mass deportations, move 15 million workers out of this economy? Because if those two things happen, you've got to believe inflation is on the up and up.
Well, first of all, rally speeches are not policy, so we'll see what actually happens. But particularly with tariffs, I think people are way too negative about tariffs with regard to inflation. Inflation is ongoing increases in pricing. Tariffs create a one-time increase. There is revenue. It's really a partial sales tax, which is very bullish for growth. If you tax consumption and cut investment taxes, that's super bullish for growth. We saw that in 2017. So this whole notion that tariffs alone are going to increase inflation is inaccurate, particularly if you don't specify what's happening to the proceeds from the tariffs. And mass deportations, a lot of the recent immigrants aren't even allowed to work. So I'm not confident I wouldn't assume that that's going to be highly inflationary either. And it's also difficult to execute on. So we think that's all overblown, that I wouldn't ignore 56 trillion of pension assets growing at 5.5% globally. There's going to be a massive rebalance at the end of this month and quarter because the Treasury market has crashed, really. Stock markets have surged, so the rebalancing will occur. So there's a lot of bull cases for bonds that nobody's discussing, which makes sense because the obvious short-term trading is to trade on on the red wave, but we're longer term bullish. And we've made these kind of calls. We made the call when treasuries were at 5, and we saw the data path, and we see a similar data path where inflation is going to continue to cool. Housing market's probably going to cool if we stay where we are now. So we're confident in that call, but it's highly non-consensus.
Jay, we thank you so very much for joining us today. That is Infrastructure Capital's Jay Hatfield. Now, among the many sectors moving today, we're going to check on the banks pre-market because you're seeing some stunning moves in the shares of Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, for reasons that we've talked about before, that steeper yield curve being one of them, but also the prospect of lighter regulation as you see key Senate races flip, as you see the White House also turn red, and the House still in balance, rather. Fascinating, of course, expectation of more M&A as well into next year. We'll talk more about it later in the show. But coming up next, we're going to dive deeper into the battle for Congress. Democrats are struggling to maintain their power in Capitol Hill. This is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly. The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way, and I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like demystifying a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it changes the narrative. And it's less about fearing it and more about embracing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
After losing the White House and the Senate, the House race is still open in Washington. Here's a look at the races with Zach Cohen. He covers Congress for Bloomberg Government. What is still in the balance, and how long will it take before we know the real outcome?
Certainly the fact that Republicans slipped the Senate is a major victory for that party. They'll have at least 52 seats in January, with victories in places like West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio, which will give them the power to move any number of incoming President Trump's nominees for the executive cabinet agencies, as well as for the judiciary, where they had a lot of success during Trump's first term remaking the federal bench. The House is going to take a little bit more time to call. There's a number of outstanding races in places like California, which notoriously counts its ballots very slowly. The same goes for Arizona. I've been watching in particular a border district that is too close to call at this juncture, as well as one for one of the tax writing committee subcommittee chairs, David Schweikert, waiting to see how that race gets called. And so it could take a couple of days. It took over a week, in fact, for Republicans to learn that they had flipped the majority in 2022, and we could take a number of days before we know whether, in fact, Republicans have won complete control of Washington next year.
You know, we thought last night would be a tough race to call, Zach, and it was pretty clear by the time I went to bed at 10 o'clock that Donald Trump was going to win. At least you could see in the betting markets that, you know, buying Kamala Harris only costs you 7 cents and you win $1. So can you tell in that way? Can you see from betting markets, from financial market reaction, where it's going to go?
Well, certainly the presidential race always has a key impact on the down ballot effect. You know, the Senate map has always been tilted toward Republicans. Republicans have been very confident that they would actually flip the Senate majority because Democrats had the narrowest of majorities and were defending seats in states that Trump had won previously. The House, part of the reason why it's taking as long as it is because some of these races are being called in states or in districts, rather, that either Biden carried in 2020 or are some of the main battlegrounds in the states. You know, Michigan remains uncalled, for instance. And so how voters go to the polls and then vote not just for president, but also for the House has an impact down ballot and ultimately gives the next president either a very wide or very narrow latitude to implement their legislative agenda.
All right, Zach, really appreciate your reporting. I know there's still a lot of work left to do. That is Zach Cohen of Bloomberg Government. Meanwhile, let's talk about where the markets go from here as a result of this election. We'll break it down now with Bloomberg's Alex Semenova. Alex, I want to start with the small caps. The Russell 2000 absolutely ripping higher. Some of this must come down, of course, to the makeup of the index. You think about financials, healthcare having a big representation in that index. But talk us through the small cap trade, the bull case right now.
Yeah, so an astounding move really on that index, up as much as 6% in futures trading. And of course, this has to do with, Trump's proposals of deregulation benefiting some of these smaller companies. But a really important thing to note as I'm talking to strategists this morning is that this burden of financial costs that small cap companies face isn't suddenly weeks after an election decision in election years. So,
well, we did that in one day. Not even before the market opened, we've done it.
That's for now, Matt. We'll see what happens, though, as kind of reality hits. And of course, the move higher in yields could potentially be a problem for
bring that over to the large caps as well, because if you're an investor trying to choose and you're choosing on valuation here, you have those same worries, as you mentioned, about the small caps, about the leverage, especially when you look at where the 10-year's going. But what about the large caps and maybe a lesser threat here of regulation among them?
Right. So we're seeing actually big tech is performing slightly, not as good as some of the rest of the market is today. It's lagging, actually, yeah. And that's because we're seeing this rotation into sectors like small caps, which often comes at the expense of some of the winners, some of the leadership that we've seen for much of this year. So investors really exploring other areas right now. Up until recently, tech has, of course, been a defensive play. Investors have been piling into that sector kind of because they're familiar with it, because of the sturdy balance sheets. But now it's more of risk-on mode.
I think you bring up a great point in terms of rates. I mean, this rally is fun to watch for sure. But if rates stay this high, just like Jay Hatfield was saying, and just like you just said, it's going to be a real problem for these small caps.
Well, inflation's going to zero in his model, so maybe not higher for much longer.
Exactly. Well, I mean, look, why would we rally this high on an index that has so many money-losing companies? They need to borrow money. Anyway, Alex, great to have you on. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to continue to focus in on the reaction in markets to the Trump win. We're seeing a huge rally in stocks. We're seeing a massive rally in the dollar. We're seeing yields soar across the curve, and really the long end is where you see it the most. So a big steepening as well. It's been a pretty incredible set of results to watch post-election.
One question I have is, where do those tax cuts matter the most as well? Because that's what people are starting to factor in a little more as well. Now, more markets and election coverage heading up to the opening bell. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of election 2024. Of course, Donald Trump is the new president-elect, and you take a look at how markets are reacting, and it's a risk rally. You can see it in the S&P 500 up over 2% pre-market. Interestingly, the Trump trade isn't a big gain for tech, at least relatively speaking. Of course, the NASDAQ 100 up by about 1.7%. A lot of bulls would not say no to that, but that's not what's leading. The star of this show, of course, is the small caps. The Russell 2000 currently higher by 6% pre-market. Our conversation, of course, was just on how long that can last. Typically, you see small caps rally after an election, and that's certainly what you're seeing now. Of course, you take a look at the cross-asset action, a lot of action in the bond market, a big sell-off underway. The 10-year Treasury yield up 20 basis points, volatility draining out of the equity market, and not a haven bid to be found, not in the bond market and not in gold either. Gold down about 3%. We'll talk about all these moves coming up with Stephanie Guild joining us from Robinhood. This is Bloomberg.
In 2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is, we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. and someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up very like this, the speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. You know, in the meantime, some people who care about this issue are really out, you know, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? You know, do we find, what new ideas haven't we found yet? You know, how do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the costs of these things down? How do we collaborate on a global basis? So we're still not at the point where it's guaranteed or even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
A stunning victory by Donald Trump and potentially a red sweep this morning, driving assets in a risk-on fashion like you never would have believed it. The S&P futures are up 2%, but we have Russell futures up almost 6%, the biggest move in the 30-year bond since 2016. Bitcoin at an all-time high. It hit $75,000. It's unbelievable. That was the opening bell. You see the Academy Geopolitical Intelligence Group down on the New York Stock Exchange. I'm looking for Peter Cheer. I think that's his gang down there. In any case, they're ringing the bell there. Down at the NASDAQ, you've got Tipro ringing the bell, but no one really cares about any of that. It's all about this face-ripping rally, Katie Greifeld, that we're watching in risk assets.
Yeah, let's put some numbers to that face-ripping rally. On the S&P 500, up nearly 2%, of course, just 30 seconds into the trade. You can see big tech sort of lagging here, but still up 1.7%. The star of the show is your small cap space. The Russell 2000 currently higher by about 4%. We got higher than 6% at one point pre-market. This, of course, is a dynamic that started at 7 p.m. last night, clearly maintaining its momentum and building into the cash trade. And as such, let's talk about DJT, of course, surging on that Trump win, up 25%. This company actually reported earnings yesterday. They're still losing money, but of course, we know that that's not what this stock is trading on right now. DJT shares currently up 26%, Shanali.
Right off the highs, but still on top of a 94% surge this year. Also watching Tesla here, up 12.7% as the market opens. Remember, Elon Musk is seen as a major beneficiary of Donald Trump's return to the White House, has been a huge supporter. We'll talk about that more in the show, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. A focus point, because Elon Musk, donated, I imagine, at least as much as any other massive non-American billionaire to Donald Trump's campaign. And yet Donald Trump doesn't seem to really care much for EVs. I wonder how he feels about weed. Tilray is a pot company that is actually almost decimated today after Florida voters rejected a ballot measure to legalize recreational marijuana. You can see the drop now, almost 10%. Let's take a closer look at some of the election stock moves with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, because there's a lot to watch, Abby.
There really is. It's pretty stunning in terms of the moves that we're seeing. A real risk-on rally. Markets love certainty, and now they know who the 47th president of the United States will be, Donald Trump. Stocks higher. The S&P 500 up 2%. The Russell 2000 at the highs had been the best day in more than a year. Take a look at Bitcoin, record high, up 7.4%. And then bond yields surging higher. That means bonds are lower. And that, of course, all of this really not just a reflection of certainty, but that Trump trade, the idea that Donald Trump's economic policies will be helpful to the economy. Protectionism. Speaking of protectionism, let's take a look at the dollar, because as we do have yields going higher, this supports the dollar going higher. In fact, the highest level going all the way back to 2020, which is really pretty interesting in a way, because that, of course, at that time, right before, actually, I'm going to back off of that language a little bit, but at the highs, the most since 2016. So another presidential year, each year, election year, this is the highest that the dollar has been. And again, that protectionist attitude from Donald Trump and his upcoming administration. If we take a look at some of the individual movers that all of you have already been talking about, DJT up 24%, the best day since it started trading on the NASDAQ. Tesla up 14.4%. Elon Musk, of course, a big part of the campaign, possibly some part in the administration. He could benefit from regulation around the robo-taxis, the AI infrastructure, and then banks. Shinali's been all over that. And then, of course, aerospace and defense. There's not a lot of corners of the markets that aren't doing well. Again, a big risk-on rally as Donald Trump is elected the next president of the United States.
And as such, of course, DJT currently halted for volatility. Abigail Doodle, thank you so much. The S&P 500, of course, your big benchmark, up in a big way, hitting an intraday record high. Let's broaden out this conversation right now and bring in Robinhood Financial Head of Investment Strategy, Stephanie Guild. She's with us now at the desk. Great to see you in person. So let's talk about, of course, the trading on Robinhood's platform. You have a really unique view into the retail trader, what they're trading, and looking at your platform, you had your biggest ever overnight session. What were people trading?
So I would say that it was BAU until the overnight session, and then it was the things that we've all just been talking about.
BAU?
Sorry, business as usual. So our customers.
I thought that was an ETF, and I was just wondering, what's BAU?
No, I just mean our customers tend to, trade winner, sell trim winners and buy things that go down, and they were doing that up until the overnight session, and then you saw a lot of the trading going towards the stocks we just talked about: DJT, Coinbase, Tesla, and we had our election contracts, which we were watching very closely. So we had 11 times the normal amount of volume overnight, and it is an overnight record for us.
Well, those election contracts also quadrupled pretty quickly, didn't they?
Over 400 million election contracts traded. And I will say that by around 9:30, it was 85-15 Trump.
So you knew by 9:30 pretty much. And we were seeing this really, I was seeing it across betting markets, watching a worksheet on the Bloomberg. Where did you see the most action in terms of assets other than stocks, right? Because stocks, I'm imagining, are the most traded asset on your platform.
Crypto, for sure. That was also a record. And then these election contracts were just like a unique, opportunity for our customer base.
And Robinhood got those out just in time.
Just in time, October 28th.
There you go. So it's interesting. You take a look at the knee-jerk reaction here. It seems like risk on everything, sell off bonds, sell off, of course, oil and gold as well. Do you think that that's the right play here? Where are we getting a little bit over our skis?
I think the one area of concern that I see is that the fact that 10-year is up so much and small caps are up so much. Like, those two things don't tend to go together. Small caps tend to have a lot of debt on their balance sheets. And while, this is, I think, just a focus on the fact that Trump is a domestic president, a domestically focused president. And so that's obviously lifting small caps. They tend to be more cyclical in nature. And so that's why I think you're seeing tech not rally as much. But the one thing that I'm most concerned about is the fact that the 10-year is going up so much. And I think that's going to be the single biggest issue for this president, is dealing with our deficit.
Well, let's put a little bit more color on that. The fact that you do have these two unsynchronous moves right now. Of course, this scream higher in long duration debt, but at the same time, you have these smaller companies ripping higher. Why doesn't that work? And which do you think actually corrects here?
I think it could be small caps that end up correcting here, because I see a lot of reasons why the 10-year should go up, especially with the fact that we have a $1.8 trillion deficit. And even if more tariffs come into play, like the Trump tariffs from 2016 time period, his last presidency, we made $80 billion last year from that. Like, that is not going to necessarily fill a $1.8 trillion gap. And so I feel as though if rates do not somehow pull back, and maybe a strong dollar helps that a little bit from an inflationary perspective, it just feels like everyone has to get their debt in order, including small caps.
I also want to talk about here the difference between the retail trader and the professional trader, because incredibly, if you look at the S&P 500 right now, you're seeing financials leading the market here. You're seeing the KBW Bank Index having its biggest gain since 2020. But when you look at what was being traded on the platform, crypto, that's kind of like anti-bank, isn't it, in some ways? Or, those bigger indexes, SPY, QQQ. That's even different from what you're seeing in the Russell. At what point does the retail trader take a cue from the broader markets, or do they want to do something else on their own?
I think, honestly, overnight, it was really just based on the election, like extremely election, Trump, Elon oriented. I think what comes beyond that will end up being a little bit differentiated. I don't know about we historically, if you look at like our Robinhood Investor Index, you haven't actually seen banks be a prominent piece of it ever.
If you Google JP Morgan, people ask the difference between Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan still. Not joking. It's one of the top things that come up.
Yeah, but nobody who's involved heavily in trading, right? I mean,
well, the retail trader, how much do they understand?
If you digest financial news, then you aren't Googling that.
Yeah, you're not. But if you're trading and just getting involved in the market for the first time, I think you have to ask the question.
I think they're investing in what they know and what they see for the long term. And I think they see like banks will be here for a long time, but crypto is sort of a new thing. It has a lot of volatility. If you're trading on a regular basis, volatility can be actually a helpful thing. And that's what I think they see. It's all coming back to like electric vehicles. And, again, those long-term things I think are not going to go away necessarily.
So I wonder, I'm not sure if this has changed by this point in the morning, but I heard Kriti Gupta, our reporter out of London this morning, saying that most major world leaders have called to congratulate Trump pretty enthusiastically, with the exception of China, Iran, and Russia. And I also noticed that, most stocks earlier this morning were up. European market has turned lower, but China was down. What do your traders make of, the Trump opponents like China? I mean, are they selling Chinese equities?
They're doing nothing with China.
Yeah.
I think the one aspect that they're probably, maybe they'll have to start to think about is the fact that so many of the companies that they do invest in are very global in nature and have a high percentage of their revenues coming from a place like China.
Right.
And so that's something that has to be contended with. And I think that's why you're seeing like NASDAQ up not as strong as other things.
Yeah.
But that's like generally I'd say that if our customer base is investing in the things that we saw them invest for the election and prior to that, then they're not really like caring about China at all.
Yeah, some of those investors might get a crash course in tariff economics, but I'm glad you brought up big tech because it is interesting and it's very early, but big tech is the laggard in this market. Of course, there's a lot more focus on areas such as financials, healthcare, more of those value-oriented plays. Do you think that that's a sustainable dynamic, or do you think big tech will come back?
Right now, it's probably a reaction to the China thing, but I actually think if, the general rhetoric of deregulation comes to pass, and that is helpful for a lot of the large companies that are under pressure because they are so big.
Right.
Stephanie, great to have you in here. Great to get your reaction overnight and amazing trading on the Robinhood platform. 11 times your average and the most you've ever traded overnight. Makes sense after such an historic event. I just want to point out also that if you're looking at European stocks, I was talking with the group this morning about how interesting it was that everything was rallying, right? We saw U.S. stock futures up, but we also saw, with the exception of Spain, all European indexes rallying as well. This could be, though, pretty bad news for European companies, right? Especially if Trump really enacts tariffs, especially if you see a huge dollar rise over the euro and even the Fed reverse. Take a look at the Stoxx 600, which is the broad benchmark index for European stocks. It has now turned negative for the day. After being up at one point to 519, we're looking at 509, so a pretty decent drop.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it sort of tracks with what we were seeing in the currency market, for example. The dollar has just been so dominant. We're now on parity watch again for euro dollar here. So it took a little bit for the stocks to get into sync here. But as you can see, those gains steadily disappeared, and now we're back to negative.
Now, maybe this is a minor point, maybe not, though. If the House does not turn completely red, then how stiff are those tariff policies going to be?
Well, tariff is one thing for which he does not need the House, right? He can enact tariffs as the executive.
Unilaterally.
Yes, and does not need congressional approval. What you need the House for, as far as I understand it, and I'm no expert on this, right? But we've been talking about it every day.
Yeah.
Exactly. What he needs the House for is obviously the tax cut package to extend those 2017 tax cuts and hopefully get rid of the SALT cap. And then he also needs the House to do, I think, any major immigration action.
Yeah.
We're going to continue to focus on this. Obviously, it's an historic upset, an historic victory for a candidate that faced probably tougher odds than any presidential candidate in history. Coming up, what happens to Elon Musk's Tesla and EV markets in the Trump administration? Well, today, the markets think this is a good thing. Maybe he bought some decent policy help from Donald Trump with massive, massive donations. This is Bloomberg.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because, being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Tomo. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
Season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
Elon Musk played a crucial role in Donald Trump's return to the White House. The Tesla CEO was arguably the most prominent supporter of Republicans this election cycle, and Trump has called on Musk to slash U.S. spending. Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow joins us to talk about, well, how much money Elon Musk gave and what kind of influence, Ed, that's going to buy him. Shareholders certainly think that it's going to help out with his biggest company, Tesla. Those shares up, I think, 15% in early trading. Right. But Donald Trump doesn't seem to love EUVs historically. So what gives?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of math to be done long term. Elon Musk will find out if the $130 million he threw behind now President-elect Trump will pay off. You know, the tension is in the policy platform, right? That most forecasters would say that the Trump administration will repeal or pare back or adjust the terms of the Inflation Reduction Act and other pieces of legislation that were designed to subsidize or incentivize EVs at the consumer level or at the manufacturing level. Contra to that is the idea that Trump wants to support manufacturing in the United States. If there's to be some policy adjustment as it relates to corporate tax, it will come with conditions tied to domestic activity. But the immediacy is like, Musk picked the right candidate, right? I think that's what the market's telling us, and yeah, we know.
You know, another interesting move in the market here, of course, is when you think about what Musk was saying, not just at Tesla, but how popular X was overnight.
Yeah.
One interesting move I see today is actually of the Mag 7 stocks. Ed, Meta is down today.
Down.
Is that a direct reaction?
Well, remember Trump's comments throughout this election cycle, specifically as it relates to TikTok and Meta. You know, the assumption, and again, I use the word assumption purposefully because we don't know the answer to a lot of this, but that Trump would be more friendly towards TikTok in this country and focus more on Meta. He's called out Mark Zuckerberg in that respect. X, really interesting. You know, the company puts out this data set that shows them that there are more Democratic Party affiliated users on the platform than there are Republican users. The company, when it comes to X, you know, it's been very influential. Musk has used it as his platform to talk about this election, right? What I can tell you is that the business is still not back to pre-acquisition levels. Advertisers have come back, but Musk is still actively involved himself in meeting advertisers to try and bridge some differences of opinion. But the advertisers, even if they're back talking with X, they're not spending in the same way. So that's going to be an interesting company to track, even if it's private.
Let's get back, of course, to Tesla and the EV space. It's
Sure.
interesting. You take a look at Rivian shares right now, down about
higher, right?
8%. No, Ed, they're down 8%.
Down, sorry.
They report earnings tomorrow, of course, but it just seems like a nice pair trade, of course. What's good for Elon Musk and Tesla might not be great for Rivian.
You're right, down, and I think I'm right in saying that maybe Ford was higher and GM modestly higher. I think Matt was talking about this with your last guest in the last segment. Look at the European automakers in that session being lower when at the index level, I think Europe had a decent session so far, right? Very hard to unpick what's going on. But again, the calculus is the same. There may be some repeal or pullback on specific features of legislation that are directly incentivizing to the consumer or the manufacturers. The main thing that most accept is that Trump will move to make American industry more competitive. And so Tesla may be the principal beneficiary of that. Then there's the unknown thing. I think we should say this out loud, right? Does Elon Musk being closely aligned with Trump and having some formal or informal role in federal government help Tesla's biggest rivals? Impossible to answer that question. I think that the market would say Tesla would benefit from those policies that we've just discussed and outlined. The EV market as a whole, maybe not.
Ed, we thank you so very much. We're looking forward to keeping up with everything you find out in the Musk universe. That is Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about how hedge funds have been preparing for a Trump return. That's up next in our Wall Street Beat. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
It's time now for the Wall Street Beat. Overnight, we saw a historic Trump victory, with Harris losing ground in critical counties and swing states compared to President Biden in 2020. The Senate is also going to be red. We're going to take a look at how hedge funds have been positioning for a Trump administration. Bloomberg's Hema Parmar joins us now to talk about it, because we were talking a little earlier about how that Trump trade really started infiltrating markets early into the night before you got all the voting data. You've just seen it accelerate quite meaningfully, particularly in bond and currency markets. When you speak to hedge funds really across the globe, I know your team has been, what are they finding?
Yes, so they've been really giving up, all hands on deck across the biggest hedge funds trading across all markets, fully staffed, and a number of funds were really double and triple checking their systems, making sure that they were ready for a spike in trading volume. When it comes to their positioning, there was a sense of being a bit more risk off. And from the people that I was talking to throughout the evening, by about 7:30, it was still kind of a mixed bag. People really didn't know which way it was going to go. Or people who did, there were multiple people with opposing views.
And talk us through the relationships between, of course, Trump, the Republican Party, and also Wall Street and some of the world's billionaires there. Bill Ackman comes to mind. Have to imagine some victory laps being ran today.
There's a lot of crossover between the Republican Party and big names in finance, of course, and in the hedge fund world. Bill Ackman, staunch supporter of Trump. You see that also in a number of other names. Ken Griffin, longtime Republican supporter.
Not
to Trump. Yes, yes, precisely. Yes, he gave a lot of money, tens of billions of dollars, to the party, but not to Trump himself.
Interesting.
We've seen that Steve Schwartzman, a big Republican donor. So you do see that across the board. There are some names that are up for potentially Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, John Paulson. So we're very, very interested to see how that all pans out.
Remember, Bessent was the one that floated the shadow Fed idea, too. So that will be a big discussion in the coming days.
Right. I mean, we've had a shadow Fed before. I used to interview Alan Melcher on this program all the time. Not this particular program.
Right,
but,
right.
Hema, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be fascinating to see how this works out for a lot of those hedge fund and how it works out in general for asset managers if you get the rollback in regulation that Trump has promised. Bloomberg's Hema Parmar there covering the Wall Street Beat for us. Coming up in the next hour, Ralph Schlosstein, Evercore Chairman Emeritus, is our special guest. We'll ask him his take on when Trump enacts tariffs, what kind of tax legislation we get, and also what happened. Why did the Democrats fail to win the popular vote for the first time, I believe, since the first George Bush? This is Bloomberg.
Asia is a continent of contrasts. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minister, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "거미 불루, 화이 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York, I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It is an historic day. We are going back 30 minutes into the trading session. Welcome to our continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And coming up, world leaders and global CEOs prepare for Trump 2.0. We're going to take stock of the global impact from trade to Ukraine and the Middle East.
One of Wall Street's most high-profile Democrats weighs in. Ralph Schlosstein of Evercore breaks down what's at stake and what went wrong.
And one sector to keep an eye on, Big Pharma. We'll hear from the CEO of Novo Nordisk on GLP-1 supply and demand, and also what a Trump presidency might mean for the drug maker. All that and more coming up, but let's take a look at markets right now, and let's take a look at that Trump trade. Still underway, maybe coming back a little bit here, but the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100 still up about 1.7%. All the action in the small caps right now. The Russell 2000 higher by 4%. We were looking at numbers closer to 6% in the pre-market trade, but still quite a sizable lead here for the little guys. It'll be interesting to see how sustainable that is. Let's take a look cross-asset, though, because a lot of action underway in the bond market. A huge sell-off on our hands when it comes to the long end of the Treasury curve. The 10-year yield currently higher by about 18 basis points. A lot of fears, of course, about inflation, about the deficit, and you can see that being expressed right now. Not so much in the equity market, of course. The volatility index, the VIX, draining here. We are trading with a 16 handle. We were above 20 just a couple days ago, but a sigh of relief here. And then you take a look at gold. I highlight this because we have a real risk-on rally, and we don't see any haven bids right now, at least if you take a look at the bond market. If you take a look at gold, currently lower, rather, by about 3%, Matt.
All right, so Donald Trump has won every single swing state and the popular vote to become the 47th president of the United States. He spoke earlier this morning in West Palm Beach, Florida.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
We head now to West Palm Beach, where we find Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai. And Stephanie, you know, I said earlier that he's the first Republican to win the popular vote since Bush won. It was actually George W. Bush who won the popular vote against John Kerry in 2004. But this is still really an historic beat. It's the first time in 20 years that a Republican's taking the popular vote in the United States of America.
You're definitely right on that. And just looking at some of the breakdowns from the votes that had come in yesterday, we're seeing a realignment of the Republican Party. Now, this is something that many strategists and operatives have been talking about for quite some time, that Republicans are pulling from working class Americans more so than Democrats. But looking at some of the votes that came in, that picture was painted last night. In addition, we've also seen from exit polling from several outlets that Black and Latino voters also flipped for Trump at increasing rates. And so all in all, that's to say that the electorate that voted in Donald Trump this time around is very different than 2016 and in previous cycles that we've seen.
Stephanie, we thank you so much for your reporting from West Palm Beach. That is Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai. And joining us now on set, Ralph Schlosstein, Chairman Emeritus of Evercore. His presence on Wall Street and Washington spans decades. Most notably, he co-founded BlackRock in 1988 after serving in the Treasury Department during the Carter administration. Very in tune with a lot of the dynamics of the economy that we're seeing even now. But first, let's talk about the implications here. This idea that you could see tariff policy very soon. You could see him off and running, according to Mark Zandi over at Moody's, who thinks that these policies could be put in place very quickly with immediate impact. Do you agree? And what would be the ripple effect?
Well, first of all, the two areas that he's talked a lot about, trade and immigration, largely can be done without legislation. So that means that they could be done fairly quickly and without any resistance anywhere in Congress. Take trade. This is not a novel statement. It doesn't matter whether the economist is democratically inclined or Republican inclined or independent. They all believe it's inflationary and that the consumers ultimately bear the cost of significant tariffs. I think there are two ways you can look at the president. One is that he's going to unilaterally impose these, and the other is that he's going to use the threat of that as a negotiating tactic to get a more balanced trade relationship with some of the countries that aren't as balanced as we would like them to be. So I think it remains to be seen which of those two approaches he pursues.
Which do you think that investors should be prepared for? Because one of the explanations we've gotten for why tech is maybe underperforming this rally that we're seeing is because there's more China exposure. There's more international exposure. And if we do go down the road where, of course, this isn't a bargaining chip, that this is actually something that he will put into place, these very high levels of tariffs, obviously that could have big ripple effects on the U.S. stock market.
Yeah. Well, one of the remarkable things, I think, in Washington is I have yet to find a person in either party who will stand up and say, we need to be more fair toward China.
Right.
I mean, it is a universally held view that we need to be tougher from a trade and economic policy point of view. And regardless of what you think of that, I think that's just baked into the cake.
Although it seems that the Chinese would have preferred Kamala Harris, a Harris administration, right? They were more comfortable in a Biden administration maybe than they were in a Trump administration. Do you think that's wrong?
I have no idea.
No.
Really no idea.
You know, there's probably more to say about how companies could prepare for these potential tariffs here, both as it pertains to China as well as the European Union. But you mentioned inflation, and we're a day away from the Fed really telling us what the plan of action is here. What does this mean for the path forward? If you have a Congress now that is flipping quickly red, with the Senate certainly already and maybe even the House, then you would have those tax cuts as well. So where does the money come from in order to close the deficit?
Well, I think, sadly, one of the things that was missing from both campaigns in this electoral process was any recognition of the generally fiscally irresponsible policies that we have. And, you know, there's been analysis of what Harris's policies would have meant and what Trump's policies, which he articulated on the campaign, would mean. They are both increased the deficit, his more than hers. But here again, you know, in this area, you're going to need Congress. And I think at some point, there's still a material part of the Republican Party that does care about fiscal responsibility, and we'll have to see how that shakes out. Clearly there's going to be a very interesting discussion about taxes next year.
Well, and spending, though. I mean, do you not take seriously Elon Musk's proposed role in this administration? He has done well creating Tesla. SpaceX is a pretty good company, right? I mean, he's a serious man in a lot of ways. He's the richest man in the world.
You'd have to say that he's a remarkably successful business leader. He certainly is on the cutting edge of opinion. I don't take seriously his view that they can cut $2 trillion out of the deficit, because that literally is every dollar and then some away from interest expense, defense, and the Social Security and Medicare. I don't believe they're going to eliminate the government. It's not that easy. But I do think, look, there are clearly things that could be done, to make government more efficient, without question. And it doesn't matter whether it's local government, state government, or federal government. You look at the productivity increases that have come from the application of technology in the private sector world. Those have not been implemented anywhere to the same effect in government.
Right. And Ralph, we're lucky to have you for most of this hour. Before we take a break, I do want to talk a little bit more about the deficit, because in the last few months, the one touchstone that we've had is that the deficit's going higher no matter who wins, even if, of course, Elon Musk does have that pledge to eliminate $2 trillion.
Well, not if he does eliminate $2 trillion. They're the only ones who've talked about cutting spending.
Right. We'll see.
That's part of the deficit. Spending is a huge part of the deficit.
Okay. Federal budget projections, I think, is the most telling here, 7.5%.
In any case, the point being that it's interesting that we hear all of this concern about the deficit, but then you think about Nikki Haley, for example, actually articulating those fears and saying that she was going to do something about it. That just didn't resonate with voters. And I'm curious, how should investors think about the deficit? Is this an investable theme, or is this just a reality that we need to get used to?
I think this is one of these things that, as long as no one wants to be cutting spending or increasing taxes. That is a politically losing argument. And so I think what's going to happen basically is we're going to keep going along with this approach of, in my view, undertaxing somewhat and overspending. And it's going to end really badly, and then they'll do something about it. But it's going to end, and it's more likely, in my view, to end driving off a cliff than rolling down a hill.
Yeah, well, a red sweep, I suppose, could bring that, right? And we'll see.
I think probably a red or a blue sweep could have had that effect.
Ralph, we're going to keep you with us. We're very lucky to have you here. Coming up, how world leaders are reacting to the U.S. election and preparing for a Trump presidency. We'll talk with Ralph about the congratulations that Donald Trump has gotten and those that he hasn't. This is Bloomberg.
Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, or you support, it's often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger. Their income didn't go up for 20 years. They're the ones who have more crime-ridden neighborhoods. Their schools don't work. I think we have to be very clear-headed about how we can accomplish what we want to accomplish to lift up all of America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Mondelez reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate when your comps get tougher. How much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
All right, reaction is coming in from across the world to Trump's victory. And joining us with more on how global leaders are responding is Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson. And Roz, walk us through around the globe. What are we hearing?
Well, it's a mixture of emotions really around the globe in response to this news. Obviously, the extent of Donald Trump's victory really has taken some leaders in some countries by surprise. All the polling has suggested it was going to be a very tight outcome that may not be known for days, if not weeks. And now, of course, grappling within a matter of hours with the reality that Donald Trump is going to return to the White House and what that means for countries around the world. Obviously, you know, for allies, they know that Donald Trump may view them as an ally, but also as a competitor. And so they're preparing themselves for an environment where it's going to be even tougher, even tenser when it comes to things like trade, but also security. In Europe, of course, there's the question of whether a Trump White House will continue to support Ukraine or push for a quick end to that war. And, of course, an uncertainty about what that means for security on Europe's doorstep. You move out to the Middle East, of course, there's a conflict going on still between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, and obviously fighting going on in Lebanon. You know, does Benjamin Netanyahu leverage his relationship with Donald Trump to push harder there? Do you see a realignment in that region? And over in Asia, of course, the question of what it means for a country like China and fresh trade tensions there. So there's a mixture of emotions across the board around the world. Some countries and leaders will be welcoming the idea of Trump coming back to the White House, but there's also a strong sense of wondering what exactly they're going to expect come January.
Roz, maybe double down on the mixed feelings across Europe in particularly. Certainly, national security is a big issue. We just showed on screen some of the reactions from Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky as well as Israel's Netanyahu, but also going back to some of the other comments we've seen, looking forward to working with Trump across Europe, because we talk so much about those tariffs as it pertains to China, but Europe is where a lot of anxiety lies.
Well, that's right. So what you're seeing is the front-facing commentary, which is publicly very quick to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory, to talk about the relationships that these countries have bilaterally with the US, be it France or the UK or Germany. But behind the scenes, as I was saying, a lot of anxiety about what this might mean for both security in the region, but also on the trade front, because, again, it's clear that Trump may, escalate the trade tensions with Europe. In his first administration, there was a sense of maybe countries in Europe finding a way to deal with him on that, to give him something in return. This time around, we can expect a more antagonistic response from Europe. If he's going to come for Europe on trade, Europe's going to come for Donald Trump in the US on trade. And so preparing themselves for the possibility of higher tariffs and then retaliation from Europe against the US in that scenario.
Roz, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson there talking about the international responses that we've seen thus far after Donald Trump won the 47th, becomes the 47th president. Still with us, Ralph Schlosstein, Chairman Emeritus of Evercore, a prominent Democrat, of course. And, I was going through, Ralph, what this means. And there are a lot more implications, I think, domestically than there are internationally. But there are massive international implications. I think, first and foremost, in Ukraine, where You know, a lot of people would argue, including former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, that we need to do more to help Ukraine fight Russia, and it looks like Trump is going to be in favor of doing less. What do you expect?
Well, I think one thing that we can absolutely count on is that the incumbent President Trump, when he comes back into office, will make policy as he sees it. He's not guided by a particular philosophy. I think he'll be, I hope he'll be open-minded about Ukraine. I think Ukraine is literally an existential issue for democratic society and for Europe. And for that reason, we should care about it a lot, just like we should have cared about Germany in World War II and Hitler. But that's obviously for the new president to decide. I think there are two elements to this, the relationship, or three elements with America on the part of foreign countries, and particularly those in Europe. One is, we are by far the most powerful country, both from a military point of view and from an economic point of view. So all of our allies, care enormously about the policies of the United States, and in many ways are dependent upon the United States, particularly for on NATO and our alliances. The second thing is, they expect, even though they aren't equals from an economic and military point of view, they want and expect to be treated with respect, even if they aren't exactly peers of ours. And the third thing is that they want a policy that's consistent and constant. And, obviously it has to adapt to the changing circumstances in the world, but where there's discussion back and forth and, some element of collaboration. And I think it's on that last point where probably the latent nervousness is on the part of our allies, because the last time that President Trump was in office, he didn't always, treat our allies with the same respect that they felt they deserved, and obviously in the position that we are, both militarily and economically, that makes life pretty tough for our allies.
Well, to that point, we had a great conversation with the German finance minister at the end of October, Christian Lindner, and he was basically warning EU for president sustainably.
That's a good question. Determinant of matter, Congress has generally deferred to the executive branch on matters of foreign policy. So I don't think you can, even though it has been the case that there has been continuity from one president to the next.
Actually married to the U.S. ambassador to the U.K. as well. So a family that has a very close view on international affairs. And Ralph, you yourself have a very close view into corporate affairs as well. Given your long-standing role at Evercore, when I talk to advisors across Wall Street, they tell me that companies have been preparing for this to a degree. They're preparing for nearshoring. They're prepared to move their supply chains. How much of that do you really see going on? And does it really spur a lot of corporate actions ahead? maybe M&A to move things closer to the United States.
Yeah. I think the COVID supply chain disruptions were a real wake-up call to many companies, and if you think about the job of a CEO, it's to mitigate risk, and they learned that was a risk. Demand for is mergers and acquisitions. I would say that many companies over the last 3 to 6 months have been thinking hard. One could say dusting off their dream deals,
right.
And so there's definitely a fair amount of that out there, and I would have said in any case that M&A this year is going to be stronger than it was last year, and next year is going to be stronger than this year.
Ralph, unfortunately, we have to go. Hold that thought. We're going to have much more on M&A coming up. That, of course, is Evercore's Ralph Schlosstein sticking with us. This is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly. The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. We come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%, and the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
You automate sales tax with Avalara. You don't
this facility, which is part of your $2 billion investment in the last 2 years, is a massive amount.
Yes, because, we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business, where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building center where we train on-site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that. Not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5, 2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
The Trump campaign pulling out victories in all of the key swing states, including Pennsylvania. We're going to head to Philadelphia now, where we are joined by Bloomberg's David Gura, and explain what we saw in the state overnight, because you saw many critical counties here have a margin of victory, even the ones that Harris was ahead at, smaller than what you saw for Biden. You really saw the tides turn over the night.
That is the key part of this story. Going to bed last night for as short a while as I did, we were looking at the counties around Philadelphia and at Philadelphia itself, kind of looking to see what the outcome of the election here was going to be. Was that going to be enough to buoy Kamala Harris here in this state? That didn't turn out to be the case. As we look at those numbers at a more granular level, we see that the turnout that Vice President Harris got in Philadelphia was much lower than Hillary Clinton got back in 2016. So it represents this kind of colossal failure on the Democratic Party's part in galvanizing voters here who historically have been a real bastion of Democratic support in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pulling back a little bit, we were talking a lot about how varied this state is yesterday, how we've got, eastern part of the state having Philadelphia, having Scranton as well, pulling away to the west part of the state. We've got Pittsburgh, and between that, a really rural tract of the state. All very different places, and what we heard from the Harris campaign going into Election Day was, because of the magnitude of their ground game, how many people, how many resources they deployed here, a level of confidence that they were going to get those folks to the polls to vote Democratic. That did not pan out the way that they said they would. And I think in the coming days, there's going to be kind of a real postmortem of how the polling differed so widely from what we were hearing from the campaign about how successful they felt they were being, getting those voters to say that they were going to vote Democratic in the election.
David, expand on that ground game, because I think Philadelphia is a standout, really, in terms of the ground game. Elon Musk, of course, giving $1 million a day to someone who we thought it was winning a sweepstakes, but actually it's just, I guess they picked the person best suited for the job. And Elon Musk really funding and in some ways running the whole ground campaign for the Trump campaign. Did they outsource that successfully?
I think that is a very fair way to characterize what the Trump campaign did here, if not explicitly, implicitly. So we're talking about more than $100 million of investment, really, in the ground game in this state. And, Matt, you and I talked in the last few days just about how much we knew about the Harris ground game, how much they talked about, how much money and resources they were deploying, and how little we knew about the Trump campaign was doing. Elon Musk didn't set up residence in this state, but spent a lot of time here in the lead up to the election, was really invested in putting that money to good use, getting people to come to the polls. And when you look at the playbook that he and the Trump campaign were using, it's very analogous to what we saw in 2016, the kind of voters that the Trump campaign was targeting. A lot of rural voters, a lot of men, trying to get them to the polls, hitting on issues that were really resonant in 2016, the economy chief among them. And I think there was a sense going into the election, was Donald Trump veering from what was a very concise and streamlined message, that being Kamala broke it, Donald Trump can fix it. But it seems like that broke through, that concise messaging broke through and really resonated with voters in this state.
All right, David, have so enjoyed your coverage over the past 24-plus hours. That is David Gura reporting live from Philadelphia. And still with us is one of Wall Street's highest-profile Democrats, Ralph Schlosstein. He, of course, is the chairman emeritus of Evercore. And before the break, we were talking, of course, about this big pipeline for M&A. And as such, we should take a look at Capital One and Discover, both of those stocks up mightily in the market right now. And you were making the point that, a lot of companies might be dusting off their dream M&A plans. And as such, which sectors, which industries should we be keeping an eye on for when it comes to consolidation?
Well, I think, first of all, there's definitely a lot of pent-up energy interest in consolidation and in some cases in simplifying your business, spinning off businesses that aren't necessarily core to your activities. So, the biggest areas normally are tech, healthcare. Interesting to see what happens in financial services. We have, more than 4,000 banks in this country. Most other Western and non-Western countries have a much more concentrated banking system. Industrials, a lot of repositioning of portfolios in the big industrial companies. They're very active. So I think and of course energy, you've seen a lot of activity. Mm-hmm. So, there are 5 or 6 sectors that all make up more than 10% of the M&A activity. And the last one, of course, is consumer, which is pretty consolidated already. But, we are certainly seeing at Evercore, we monitor a number of sort of leading indicators. We keep a risk-based risk-adjusted pipeline, which assigns probabilities to it. There's an unrisked pipeline and conflict clearances and engagement letters, and they're all strong.
So speaking of strong, also is your stock. If you look at Evercore stock, it really tracks with what you're seeing with a lot of financials, except for the rise you're seeing is the most since 2020. You're at a record high over at Evercore. And not only do I want to know about the return of deals, I want to know about how big they can get. The largest deal we saw this year was roughly $35 billion. We're hearing from some advisors that now that you have a new administration, potentially not as much pressure at the FTC, we could see mega deals again. What does a mega deal mean?
Well, mega deals are $50 billion and larger, and with respect to our stock, I always say, thank goodness we now have a CEO who replaced me who can explain the success of our company, and he's doing a really terrific job.
All right, so mega deals, we could see new records. I guess Lena Khan, are we discounting her? Because J.D. Vance was a fan, and I have to say, to me, one of the most interesting things is Donald Trump looks to be in very good shape. I saw him speak at the New York Economic Club. But he is 78. He's the oldest president that we've ever elected. And J.D. Vance is waiting in the wings to take over should anything happen, God forbid. What do you think about that, the possibility of J.D. Vance taking over as president? The potential.
I wouldn't want to wish any president ill health. So
No,
I wouldn't even.
Remember when we?
So I wouldn't even speculate on that.
When we elected, I just think when we elected President Biden, a lot of people were saying this puts Kamala so close to the Oval Office, and now the inverse is obviously true.
Yeah, and I would assign a quite low probability to Lena Khan being kept by the Trump administration.
Really? Even with J.D. Vance's vote of confidence?
Even with J.D. Vance being there, yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, assuming she stays, it seems like J.D. Vance's support of Lina Khan is more about the fact that he doesn't like big tech. And you think, again, about some of the sectors, some of the industries. I mean, is there really room for consolidation in tech when you compare that to a healthcare industry, when you compare that to the financial industry?
No, I would say what's more likely in tech is a greater open-mindedness about some of these big companies doing what are smaller bolt-on acquisitions, but that turn out to be, big businesses. Look at YouTube. Look at
that's true.
Instagram. I mean, they were small deals when they were done, and they've become very, very big businesses.
So maybe not the mega deals that we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't expect that you'll see a massive,
In addition to mega deals, one thing we've seen a lot coming into this moment is spinoffs. And I want to use one example, for example. We saw CVS just soaring this morning with new expectations around what the insurance industry looks like and what Medicare plans look like. But this is a company, for example, that, just a couple weeks ago we were talking about potentially a company that could split up. And you think about that trend, do you think it just reverses? Do you think the big keep staying big, or do you think there's a need for companies to still break up?
Well, I think that there's an overwhelming trend of companies looking at their portfolios and separating what's core and what's incidental to their business. And whether you look at GE, which broke up into 3 different businesses, and there wasn't, an enormous amount of rhyme and reason in having those 3 businesses together. And companies, management, and boards are being rewarded for doing that. Probably one of the more successful investment strategies has been to invest in the spun-off companies, because having a company that's really focused on its core business has traditionally been a way of having, financial success.
Ralph, I have to ask you what went wrong. I mean, it's important, I think, because the pendulum is likely to swing back. We've had now 3 presidential elections in which the incumbent has lost, and that hasn't happened since the 1800s. So what did the Democrats do wrong?
I think, believe it or not, I'm old enough that I served in the White House under President Carter. So I remember vividly the last period of higher inflation. And, I've said a year ago that you cannot underestimate the impact that has. Unemployment is a horrible thing for the people who are affected by it and their families and their friends. But inflation touches every single person in the country, and they get an almost daily reminder of its presence. And, I think, quite honestly, the Fed, with the support of President Biden and Vice President Harris, has done a really excellent job of taking, of knocking inflation down. But the reality is, when you go to the store, milk is still 25% higher than it was 2 or 3 years ago. And that leaves a really bad taste in people's mouths, and it touches everybody in America. And so when you ask this, the question which gets asked in every election, are you better off today than you were, 2 or 3 or 4 years ago? That's very hard to win on that when you have a period of inflation.
It's such an important point. Of course, inflation, it's just kryptonite for the incumbent. Ralph, we have to leave it there. It was great spending so much time with you this morning. Great to get your perspectives.
Thank you.
Of course, a wealth of experience. And of course, is Evercore's Ralph Schlosstein. Meanwhile, let's get a quick check on the stock markets. We are about an hour and change into the U.S. trading day, and still a big rally on our hands. The S&P 500 higher by nearly 2%. You're seeing big tech fight back right now outpacing the broader index, the NASDAQ 100, up by more than 2%, but still, it's the small caps that are the star of the show. You see the Russell 2000 higher by 4.7%. Now, coming up, we'll also talk about Bitcoin hitting an all-time high after this election. More on the outlook for crypto next. This is Bloomberg.
Because I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Blockbuster weight loss treatment Wegovy. The results reassuring investors after rival Eli Lilly reported disappointing sales of its obesity treatment last week. We'll bring you highlights of Katie's interview with Novo Nordisk's CEO in just a few minutes. And shares in private prison operators like Geo Group and Core Civic are rallying after Donald Trump's historic win to become the 47th president of the United States. Immigration was a central issue for Republicans in the elections, and Trump is seen to have the harder stance on that issue. Shonali?
We're going to turn now to crypto because crypto fans are celebrating a Trump return to the White House. Gemini Trust co-founder Tyler Winklevoss posting on X earlier, quote, "We are on the brink of a new American renaissance." We're going to bring in Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde to discuss it all. And I'm looking at standwithcrypto.org. This is where Fair Shake, the big crypto money, really came into congressional races across the country, in addition to watching the president. In the House of Representatives, guys, 253 pro-crypto candidates were elected, as opposed to 115 anti-crypto, 16 pro-crypto for the Senate, 12 for the anti-crypto part of Senate.
I've already
here.
lost track.
Yeah. It's an overwhelming push for crypto, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ultimately, how does this make a difference? There's a lot at stake in Congress, actually.
There was a lot of money at stake. 180 million was given to the Fair Shake super PAC, coming from various members of crypto elite and crypto billionaires. But I think what they're at pains to say is this was non-partisan. They didn't want to take a particular view on whether it's Democratic or indeed Republican. It was whether or not you were pro-crypto or not. So for them, the key win was Sherrod Brown. Yes, he happens to be a Democrat. He's ousted over, of course, in that particular race in Ohio. He was on the banking committee in the Senate, and he was fervently against crypto. So a new crypto supporter comes in. What does this mean? It ultimately means that they think the legislative agenda will change. You will start to get, well, policies coming in form of stable coins first and foremost. likely to get more clarity on how some of these securities are viewed. And no wonder, therefore, Bitcoin's at a new record high. And in fact, the liquidity and the movement within it during the election rose, because how else are you trading this as a retail investor? You're seeing volume spike higher. You're seeing ultimately more people trading this, but it's not just Bitcoin. It's Dogecoin, it's Solana, it's ETH, plenty of excitement and exuberance. That we are entering this new kind of
Doge
view. Yeah, Doge.
And,
Department of Government Efficiency happens to have the same letters.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Caroline, fortunately, we're up against the clock. I have to leave it there. That, of course, is Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde. And coming up, of course, we referenced this, but we'll bring you part of my conversation with Novo Nordisk CEO following a blockbuster earnings report. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
About the election, of course. It's earnings season, and you had Novo Nordisk reporting stunning sales of its weight loss drug, Wegovy, earlier this morning. I spoke with Novo CEO Lars Frogard Jørgensen earlier today on the company's results.
We are really excited about the growth we see. There's an underlying very, very strong demand. So many patients living with obesity who would like to have access to our medicines. And as we gradually scale up manufacturing and can serve more and more patients, that's really what fuels our growth. And we now have a situation where we are moving out of the drug shortage situation and will gradually ship more and more doses into the US market. And that's really exciting that we can not only demonstrate strong growth after 3 quarters of the year, but we can sustain that into fourth quarter and also into next year.
Well, Lars, let's talk a little bit more about supply, because you take a look at some rival drugs from Eli Lilly being taken off the FDA shortage list. What is your supply situation heading into 2025?
Well, it's one of a constant scaling. We have shown that over the past 3 years, we have tripled the volumes of products we ship to patients. So that's a very, very significant ramp we are doing. And looking at a global scale, we are close to serving 2/3 of all the GLP-1 products that's being shipped into the market. And also in the US, we see that we are now in a situation where we can supply all doses, and that means we are off the drug shortage list, and there'll be a step up in also the starter dose that will be shipping to the US market. And if you look at this year, we have more than doubled the number of total scripts in the US market, from a level of around 100,000 to well above 200,000 right now. So that's a very, very strong ramp that we're very pleased about.
We had a U.S. presidential election yesterday. We have a result. Donald Trump is the president-elect. And I want to talk about what it means for you. You think about the Inflation Reduction Act, Ozempic, Wegovy. They were expected to land on the negotiation price list next year. Do you think that they still will face those Medicare price negotiations under a Trump administration?
Let me start by saying that I think there's a clear vote by the American population. So I appreciate that we have clarity, thinking back at last election where it was a lengthy process, and I don't think that was good for democracy. So a clear vote, I think, is good. And then, of course, now we have to look into what are the policies being proposed. And I think it's been a campaign with relatively limited specificity when it comes to actually what are the proposed policies. So we still await to see that. Yes, there's been some talks about the IRA, what will happen to that. Yes, potentially some of our products will be included in that, but it is still too early to tell. What really matters for us is that there's a government that's interested in innovation and interested in collaborating to find out how can we secure patients have access to affordable medicines in a complex U.S. healthcare system.
And that was my interview with Novo Nordisk CEO Lars Frogard Jorgensen earlier today. And of course, there were fears about what this report would hold. You think about Eli Lilly's earnings last week, a bit of a shock there when it came to sales of Zepbound, et cetera. But their U.S. sales for Wegovy were up 50%. So not exactly those fears coming to fruition. The comments on Trump were really interesting. Basically, he's in wait and see mode. And you have to think a lot of CEOs across the country are right now.
Well, for two reasons, right? If you're in the pharma industry, what it means for M&A and also what it means for health insurance. And it was interesting to see what he said to you about Medicare and Medicaid, rather, for these companies, because you take a look at how they're moving today. And I mean, I think the short thing to say is people are going to get paid.
Yeah, the health insurers moving up bigly, to use one of Trump's terms. But Novo Nordisk specifically, they do have something to gain from a Trump administration, of course, if the semaglutide doesn't fall on the price negotiation list next year, but I don't know.
The shares, so Novo Nordisk shares were up 9% at one point today. And you could take that as the market cheering them on, not getting prices cut, right, in negotiations with Trump. On the other hand, if he's not going to expand health care or health care isn't going to approve these kind of things, I mean, if Elon Musk wants to cut spending, that's one place you could do it.
It's the election, but it's also the results. I mean, people want these GLP-1s. There's a lot of Matt Millers out there.
I definitely want them.
Just desperate to get their hands on GLP-1s.
Yeah, because they could have so many potential benefits, staving off heart failure, Alzheimer's, and of course, keeping me slim. That would be great.
I was going to say, outside of weight loss is certainly an interesting thing. Now, coming up next, we're going to talk about big tech a little more. Switch outside of pharma, talk about what happens next. This is Bloomberg.
Leader in technology for as long as you have been. Do you think AI is just as landscape changing as everyone else seems to think it is?
Sometimes things are overhyped. I don't think that AI is overhyped. I think Etsy's uniquely positioned to benefit from AI. Finding that needle in the haystack is tricky. That's part of what makes Etsy both delightful and frustrating to people, and being able to serve the good stuff to the top fastest is where AI can really benefit us.
Our mission is keeping commerce human, and actually we talk about AI as helping us to be superhuman. It's really the partnership between AI and humans that makes Etsy work.
AI can help Etsy's customers personalize their searches and steer shoppers more directly to items they may want to buy. It's also helped the company improve reliability by predicting delivery times more precisely. But that doesn't solve a larger challenge: getting more consumers to think of Etsy more often and ultimately become repeat buyers. To this end, Etsy invented gift mode.
Getting in the top of mind consideration when you're thinking, I have a gift, I'm going to go to Etsy, just getting that to be more habitual. Gift mode provides a perfect opportunity for that. We get to know the gifter, but we also get to know the recipient. So it's a way to, sort of a more viral way to bring in more, introduce more people to Etsy.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to our continuing coverage of election 2024 after an historic win for Donald Trump. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And coming up, the Trump transition. Who's in, who's out? We're going to take an early look as allies and advisors jockey for a seat at the table.
Elon Musk's big bet on Trump, the Tesla and SpaceX boss, will now find out whether it pays off or he ends up getting burned.
And up next, the Fed takes center stage. Trump's victory raises big uncertainties for the central bank. Let's take a look at these markets at this Trump trade right now, still in full effect. You have the S&P 500 up 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100, big tech regaining its lead, at least over the S&P 500, up about 1.9%. Small caps in charge right now. The Russell 2000 up about 4.6%. What's really amazing to me is the volume right now, at least according to my screen. Volume more than 100% higher on the S&P 500 versus its 20-day average. You're taking a look at the cross-asset moves here, though. The bond market, it's been holding the sell-off all morning. The 10-year yield higher by 18 basis points. Volatility in the equity market cooling off a little bit, at least as measured by the VIX. And gold, not a haven bid to be found, at least for the yellow metal. Gold down about 2.5%, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating and pretty extreme market moves after that election, which itself was fascinating and extreme. Let's continue our coverage of the presidential win by Donald Trump. He delivered his remarks to supporters in West Palm Beach earlier this morning. These remarks came after it was clear he would not only win the White House, but his party was set to control the Senate as well.
I believe the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
Let's head now to West Palm Beach, where we find Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai. And I mean, the odds that this man overcame to win the presidential election, again, after having lost it, 4 convictions, 2 assassination attempts. They switched up his opponent mid-race. It's pretty impressive in terms of presidential victories, isn't it, Stephanie?
It is a remarkable series of events that we've witnessed over the last couple of months and perhaps even the last year and a half on this trail. Not only did he defeat, a dozen or so primary candidates in Iowa and had a resounding victory, everything that's happened since then would make you think that he almost didn't have a chance to overcome what was thrown at him. After the legal challenges and the assassination attempts, I think one of the things that the Trump team was very keen on doing was building sympathy among voters, to tell voters, look at everything that Donald Trump is being forced to deal with, all because he's just running to represent you. And I think that message really resonated with a lot of people. And it's something that time and time again, I would hear from voters on the trail, whether or not they were at a Trump rally. Something that really stuck out to them was how much news coverage Donald Trump had, and especially so how much he was facing in that time.
Stephanie, we thank you so much for your reporting. That is Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida. And joining us now here on set, Charles Phillips, a former Oracle executive who's now the co-founder and managing partner at investment firm Recognized Partners. Charles serves on many boards, including Bloomberg LP and American Express, and previously on many other boards, including Morgan Stanley, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Paramount. You have a very close view here of how the business community feels. You yourself was a very close supporter for the Harris campaign as well. How do people feel today? What changes?
Well, I think the market's up for a reason, and I think big tech will enjoy this because the regulation and all the prohibitions against mergers and acquisitions, people were complaining about that for the last 4 years. So you have a lot of small companies who can't go public, they can't sell out to a larger company, and they're kind of stuck. This will free that up. So I think the overregulation aspect, business people will enjoy that part of it.
I wonder what you make of the rise in interest rates and small cap stocks. A lot of the, especially tech companies there, are not necessarily making a profit, so they need interest rates to stay low. You can't have those, as Katie pointed out, you can't have those stocks up and rates up at the same time for a very long period.
Something has to give. I think people are trying to decide, are the tariff threats really real? Is it a negotiating tactic? Is it something that's rolled in slowly over time? And so the market is adjusting somewhat for higher inflation because of the tariffs. If that doesn't happen, it may be that reverses,
I want to talk about the prospect of M&A, specifically when it comes to tech. We were talking with Ralph Slotstein just a couple of minutes ago, and he said he's not really expecting mega deals in the tech space necessarily. Maybe you see some bolt-on acquisitions. What's your take? What should we be expecting?
I think it's the bolt-ons, but you couldn't even do that before. People were afraid to try it because you didn't know what the regulatory environment, how it would react to it. And I think with more certainty there, removing some of the players that are there right now, you'll see people start to wade back into the water again.
When we think about big tech in particular, one move this morning that we thought was very interesting was not just NVIDIA rising, for example, or even Amazon rising to new intraday highs. It was also the likes of Intel, right? So, when we think about the Donald Trump story to have American businesses onshore, who wins in that scenario, and how much support from the U.S. government is given in pursuit to that goal?
Well, I expect him to continue to support the CHIPS Act. Bringing manufacturing back is a big theme. To his credit, he's been talking about that for a long time. But it probably helps the auto industry as well if he's going to put tariffs on Chinese making cars, EVs as well. So that's going to help all of Detroit as well.
What about consolidation there? I mean, Intel is supposed to get, I think, more than $20 billion worth of funding from the government. It's only a $80 billion stock at this point.
Used to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not sure that Donald Trump is necessarily going to influence that, but do you see this speeding those kind of things up?
It makes it possible to have those conversations. Right now, before now, people wouldn't even think of that. It just wasn't worth spending any cycles or spending any money on it. And now you can at least talk about it with other people and see if what's possible.
I want to talk a little bit about something else that you said. So M&A, tech M&A, it sounds like it's coming back, maybe in the form of bolt-on acquisitions. But you said that those small tech companies, they can't go public, so maybe they'll see some relief through that valve. But why can't they go public? I mean, is there anything about this new environment where maybe you could see some of those companies actually come to the public markets?
Well, the IPO market shut down for several years. There was probably too much capital going after these small companies, and it just didn't work for a while. It may open back up, but you can't count on that. And a lot of them don't want to go public. It's like they built a company, they want to sell out to a larger company and go start another one.
He did. I mean, how do you lose?
One, you have to give him credit. This is the biggest comeback since the 68 jets. I mean, he did it, and much respect for that. And we need to get behind him. If he's going to be the president, we all need to kind of line up and stop the fighting a little bit. But I think she had a tough time when, in basically 100 days, trying to redefine herself.
Yeah.
Nobody really knew her. To immigration and inflation, you got tied to her.
I still don't really know her because she didn't tell me what she felt on a lot of these issues. I had no idea, for example, what she thought of the state and local tax deduction. Stephanie Ruhle asked her directly, and she did not answer.
She put out a lot of policy papers on her website, but no one goes. It was 84 pages. No one goes to read that, and she had a limited amount of time to do enough shows to get the word out.
Not Joe Rogan.
Yeah, she did. I'm sure people will be talking about that for years to come. 60 million people heard Trump and Joe Rogan, and he reached a lot of men, which is where she was weak. I think it's hard to be the candidate of change when you've been, the vice president for 4 years, and people want to change. They wanted someone who could implement it quickly. That means you want a strong man. So he had both those things going for him.
So maybe not reaching the demographics that she needed to reach. I am curious how you think the fact that we didn't have a primary for Kamala Harris factored in here. It was a very unusual campaign, a very compressed campaign, as you pointed out. But the fact that, she didn't go through the primary process, how do you think that factored in?
Well, I do think primaries make you a better candidate, but this was an unusual situation. Even if we had a primary, it would have been truncated to a week or two, maybe. Yeah. So I'm not sure that would have solved the problem. And who knows, the country just may not have been ready for a black woman to be president. If we had that factored that in, there were some people who wouldn't vote for her. But I thought she did an amazing job for the task that she had. She had a limited amount of time to get known, put policy papers out, get organized, raise a lot of money. That was tough for anybody to do. If you say no one knew this person 4 years ago and Trump's been in the public eye for, 3 decades? Yeah. That's a hard comparison.
It's interesting. When you sat down, we were talking about how the market has just been ripping, right? And you were a Harris supporter. Yes. And wondering what you think now comes of the Democratic Party. You have the Senate turning red, the House on the line, the White House red, the market reacting to Trump as the pro-business president at this juncture. You still had record highs in the S&P 500 under Biden, but the narrative has changed. Pro-business, red party. How does the Democratic Party change the narrative around that, given so many concerns about the business crackdown, the M&A crackdown that has permeated through the last couple of months?
This is going to force some reflection on the party and probably result in some change in 4 years. People will learn from this because they don't want to keep losing. I think if you go on the Democratic website today and say there's a page that says who we are, there's 17 people there. It's all about people of color. It's all about women. There's no men there. There's no black men there. And so you have to talk to everybody. And so you have to expand the base on who you consider a Democrat. The rural areas are just as important as the cities. We can't win just with the urban areas. So we just got to rethink how we go about this. And I think that conversation is going to start today.
Charles, you're sticking with us. We're just getting started, of course. That is Charles Phillips of Recognized Partners. And coming up, a win for Donald Trump. It also means a win for Elon Musk. We'll take a look at the latest surge in Tesla shares next. This is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones, but I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie.
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so anymore.
Do you need a clap?
No, I think we're ready? Go.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
After Donald Trump wins the election to be the 47th president of the United States, Elon Musk's big bet looks like it's paying off. Tesla shares surge as investors wager the EV maker will be a major winner when Trump returns to the White House. And as Katie pointed out earlier, Rivian shares, his big competitor, are down, or his small competitor, I should say. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow joins us with more. Rivian, obviously not a huge competitor to Tesla. They kind of own this lane, right, in terms of EVs, Ed. Is his $130 million investment going to start paying dividends right away?
Yeah, I mean, the immediate reaction of the shares is largely just by association between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And, you know, overnight, Musk has been speaking about sort of the work that he did on the Trump campaign's ground game, you know, kind of taking responsibility for it. You know, the consensus among industry experts, forecasters, is that Trump's policy platform may impact existing policy for electric vehicles on the incentive side or support for manufacturers negatively, right? Repeal what some of the legislation, you know, allows for. But many see Tesla as well positioned, frankly, A, because it's a pure play name, but also because those incentives are allowing the rest of the field to catch up. And I think you showed the shares of GM and Ford as kind of split automakers, as well as the other pure plays like Rivian.
And I want to talk about Elon Musk potentially in the Trump administration, what that would mean for Tesla. Of course, he has his hand already in 6 different companies. He is a more distracted, more divided CEO than most. But I feel like him potentially entering political life, that's a whole different story here, Ed.
That's a reasonable summary. You know, I spent all night on the phone and well, actually, first of all, what I should say is I've written to the boards of both Tesla and SpaceX to just ask, what's the plan? Have the boards of both of those companies met to discuss whether Elon Musk remains in post? Think it's a reasonable thing for me to have asked them, haven't heard back. But what I've heard from sources is that the assumption is Musk will take on some kind of advisory role rather than a sort of permanent, fixed and official federal role, you know, in DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. And he'll continue as the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, and he's demonstrated for a long time he is able to do that. But I think there's still a lot of questions about the technicalities of like how that would work.
Ed, thanks so much. Really appreciate your commentary on this historic day. We're bringing back now Charles Phillip, a former Oracle executive who's now co-founder and managing partner at the investment firm Recognize Partners. He serves on many boards, including our board here at Bloomberg LP, as well as American Express. I wonder what you think of the West Coast billionaires getting in on this election. I mean, Elon Musk giving $130 million to Donald Trump is one thing. He has hundreds of billions, so he can do it. You know, but Peter Thiel also kind of helped to create J.D. Vance. It's not unusual for very wealthy people to buy themselves a place at the table, a seat at the table in administrations. But what do you make of this?
That happens on both sides, though. And ever since Citizens United, we made that, you know, a right for everybody to do. You can express yourself, and it's unlimited. If we want to change that, you know, we could change it. But I don't see any. There's too many people who are profiting from that for it to change. So this is a big industry. Every 4 years, media companies profit, everybody else, and so that's going to continue.
to the extent it continues, in this round at least, the people who are putting money in the races are affiliated with a different type of technology. It's artificial intelligence, even when you come down to Elon Musk and XAI. So what role is that going to play in
Teal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What role is that all going to play in the new economy here? And frankly, what are the ripple effects? Because it will impact jobs. It'll impact energy consumption. It's just pervasive.
Well, AI is going to happen whether we have a policy or not. So you'd rather have smart people around them advising them on how to implement AI, the best places to use it in the government and in the military, and what's the right policy for it. And so if we don't do that, it'll happen without us or in other countries. And so it's not a bad thing to have technology people around them.
Yeah, and I'm curious how you approach AI as an investor. Of course, recognize it's a private growth equity firm. You take a look at technology, you take a look at software. AI has been the talk of the town in markets for 2-3 years. At this point, what opportunity set do you see there? How do you filter out basically hype from reality?
That's the number one questions our LPs ask us, because we invest in a lot of software engineering type companies and technology services. Which things will get automated and which things still need people involved? And so for every investment, that's the number one question we start with. Does this accelerate the business, or does it replace this business? And the good news is, I think the things that it accelerates much more than the things that it replaces. That's the history of technology. It takes a while to get going. I know everybody keeps saying, where are the use cases? We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. That's the way these cycles work. They take a long time to get started, but then they're much bigger than you ever imagined them to be. So this is going to play out over many years. We're excited about it. It's an investment theme that we have right now, though.
Speaking of investment themes, one thing we were talking about a little earlier on this program, you saw small cap stocks. Yes, they were rallying. They have been rallying. But the large caps here, they are jumping off of a larger base. You now see Palantir at another record high. You see American Express at a record high as well. You're seeing this across sectors for these really large companies here, and it can't be ignored. When you think about the marginal impact here, the difference that a red Senate, maybe a red House, and a Trump White House means, what industry is going to feel it most?
Hard to say one specific industry, but pharma probably is one. Just healthcare in general. We think big tech, like I mentioned before, the auto industry, and so almost every industry will benefit from a lower tax rate, at least potentially anyway. And then the proposal to raise taxes on buybacks, that's probably not going to happen now, so that's also a positive. So there's a lot to like in terms of if you're a business person, that's your main thing. Lower taxes, better capital gains tax rate, dividends are going to be easier to do, on and on and on. That's why people voted for.
I wonder what you do, or what companies do. You obviously are essential to the way a lot of companies, and the big companies in this country, run. How do they prepare themselves for an incoming Trump administration, if that's possible?
That's hard to do because it's not always certain which things were said to fire for effect. This is just an idea I have versus this is what I'm actually going to do. You'll have to wait and see what things actually get implemented, and that's over the next 3 months. That's what people will be focused on, trying to get a sense of it. It also depends on who he surrounds himself with and what the priorities are and how he's advised.
What about when it comes to tariffs? You think about, of course, taxes. We talk about the corporate tax rate all the time. Tariffs, as we understand it, I mean, he doesn't need Congress to do that. That can just sort of happen. And you think about the tech industry, the relationships with China, for example, and you think about some of these chip names. I don't know how you begin preparing for that.
Yeah. The likelihood of a 60% tariff on all Chinese products and 20% on everything else on $3 trillion worth of goods, that's unlikely to happen quickly. The more likely scenario, it'll be measured over time, roll some tariffs in and be more thoughtful about it. If you did that right away, that's immediate inflation. That's a sales tax on everybody. The goods that we're importing from those countries, we don't have, we don't have products that replace those here. And so what are you going to do? They're going to raise prices and pass it through to the consumer. So I don't think that happens right away.
Charles, we thank you so much for being here in studio, of course, after a very long night. That is Charles Phillips of Recognized Partners. We have more on the markets up next. Please stick with us. We have many stocks at record highs, and, of course, the markets rip-roaring, the bond market selling off. We'll show you what's under the hood next. This is Bloomberg.
in case you missed it on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way, and I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like this redefine a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it changes the narrative. And it's less about fearing it and more about embracing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Thursday, the Fed decides.
Is this a Fed just dealing with debt and deficit?
It's about the election. It's about the Fed, especially at a time where you have those yields creeping higher.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
We now see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance.
We've got a statement, a decision, and a news conference.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance, the Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election 2024. Let's take a check on this stock market right now, ripping higher across size levels. You can see the S&P 500 up by about 1.9%. Big tech also getting in on the action. Your NASDAQ 100 higher by about 2%. Small caps is where it's at. It's the Russell 2000 leading the chart here, higher by about 4.6%. Just a fantastic day for those small companies, heavily weighted, of course, to financials, to healthcare. Some of the sectors really seeing a bid today. Let's take a look cross market, though, cross asset, because that's where a lot of this action is. You can see the 10-year yield holding its sell-off when it comes to the bond market, up about 18 basis points on that 10-year treasury yield. I am so excited to see that 30-year auction later today. We talk about bond vigilantes all the time and the sell-off that we're seeing. But if we see decent demand at this auction coming up at 1 p.m., maybe we'll come back a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't looked forward to a treasury auction in my entire life.
We had one yesterday, and that's why you saw yields reverse.
I think it is fascinating to see these moves, and it'll be fascinating to see if this market still has concerns about inflation. At the top of the show, Jay Hatfield said he doesn't think we're going to see inflation. And we've seen a couple economists say the same thing, Livornia for one. But I think it's important to point out that Donald Trump won every single swing state that's been called. He won the popular vote, the first time a Republican's done that in 20 years. This is certainly an inflation problem. Inflation is probably kryptonite for any president who's in office. But also it looks like a resounding rejection of immigration and woke policies from the Biden administration.
And soul-searching indeed on whether that move in the long end of the curve is indeed inflation fears or something else. Coming up, we're going to talk more about that Trump trade rallying across markets. This is Bloomberg.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because, being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics and math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of election 2024. Let's take a look at the stock market. Of course, we've been checking in on that big rally, and it's still underway, and it's still gaining momentum. You take a look at the S&P 500 up by 2%, NASDAQ 100 up by more than 2% at this point, and small caps firmly in the lead. It's the little guys that are the biggest winner today. The Russell 2000 up about 4.6%. Let's take a closer look at this Trump trade that's been sparked in the wake of the election, but has been building for weeks. We're going to do that with Gina Martin-Adams. She is Chief Equity Strategist over at Bloomberg Intelligence. Great to have you on set. Of course, it has been a busy week, a busy 24 hours. And you take a look at the stock market, it feels like we've been talking about the Trump trade reappearing for weeks, especially in the bond market, but particularly in equities as well. You could have made the case that maybe a Trump win was priced in, but clearly that trade has more juice.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really happening in the grand scheme of things is stocks very typically are following a seasonal pattern. They struggled in October. They typically struggle in October of election years. And then once the election is over, you get a nice bounce. And that's exactly what we're getting. I think the thing that really surprised people is that we have an election result so fast.
Yes.
And so you're getting the bounce even faster than many people had anticipated. But you very typically get very strong seasonals coming in November and December. Post-election year seasonals have been somewhat suppressed recently by a lot of uncertainty with respect to elections. But this is a very certain result, and it's getting in pretty quick.
Yeah, not just so fast, but also overwhelmingly. Yeah. I mean, usually we would complain about the Electoral College being outdated, but he won the popular vote as well, so we can't really do that. I wonder how many investors, because the broadening out trade I think is interesting, the rotation, especially in small caps. We've been highlighting that they can't be up forever if rates are up this high forever. But I wonder if part of that is just that investors are already so invested in the Mag 7 and the S&P, like there's nowhere else to go.
Right. I think that's part of it. There's a little bit of pent-up demand for small caps. There's a presumption that tax reform, which does appear to be top of the Trump agenda, is likely to impact or help aid small caps recovery more than large caps, which I think is largely correct. So small caps have some sort of, I would say, pent-up aggression that's being worked out in the market right now, and they are
most
the
of them
higher
lose
beta.
money, right, GM? They
well, less than you think. Like 40% of small caps were unprofitable back in 2021. About 27% are unprofitable today. Long-term average is about 35%. So the small cap index has gotten this bad reputation, if you will, as being unprofitable, uninvestable, nobody loves it, and now it's getting some love. It is high beta. High beta stocks across the world are going to lead when you have big rips in the equity market.
Katie loves it. Katie loves it.
I mean, it's absolutely fascinating, and she's absolutely right to keep an eye on it. I do want to move back to the large caps as well, because one thing you had mentioned was, you know, the only thing that is a near certainty, I guess, at this point is those tax cuts. Yep. And if we think about those tax cuts, how do you calculate what it means at the end of the day for EPS, especially for these big companies? Is it baked in right now to the valuation?
It's a great question. There is no evidence that tax reform is baked into the individual equities in the S&P 500. We actually run low tax versus high tax baskets. The low tax companies have been dramatically outperforming high tax companies. So at least at the company level, there's a lot of room for potentially higher taxed entities to improve quite a lot. And you're seeing a bit of that today. When we look at the dynamics of tax, I think there is still a lot of uncertainty out there. Will we actually get what the Trump campaign has been suggesting on the campaign trail, which is a 15% corporate tax rate, recovery of all of the special considerations that were in the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017? We don't know if that's even possible in today's budgetary environment. What does seem very likely is at least a recovery of the expirations that were likely to happen through the end of 2025. What does that mean? We estimate it's about a 3% bump to EBIT, and I'll work through the mathematics of that. Prior to the Tax Act of 2017, companies were paying 19% of EBIT in the S&P 500 to tax. After the act, we got down to a 14% rate. So you had a 5% decline in the amount of tax paid as a share of EBIT in that experience. As part of those reforms have expired over the last several years, we've gotten back to a point where companies are now paying 17.5% effective tax rates. So could we get back to 14? Absolutely. And so that's our best guess is with reforms in this current budgetary landscape, we're not likely to get to a 15% tax rate. We more than likely actually just go back and get another 2017, which gives us about a 3% bump to the S&P 500 as a share of EBIT.
Well, you make a great point. Of course, we need to see what actually goes from campaign promise to actual policy. A lot of question marks there. Let's talk about what we do know. And we know that it's still earnings season. And I actually love this note that you had out the other day that so what if earnings are great? You have valuations getting in the way here. Valuations don't seem to be top of mind this morning.
Not at all.
Of all mornings. But how do you see that interplay, that dynamic working out between valuations and still strong earnings?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting going into 2025 because the primary driver of valuations is a combination of just general animal spirits, risk tolerance, the longer-term outlook for earnings growth, and, of course, Fed policy and interest rates. So you've got to question, you know, how much of that is going to change with this new administration going forward. If we really do have much stronger growth prospects that do emerge as a result of tax reforms and the like, what does that do with the Fed? Do we suddenly not have as many cuts coming from the Fed in 2025 as the bond market had formerly anticipated? So we're going to have to work through that. What I think is happening in earnings seasons, and this happened last season as well as this season, is earnings responses are great until the tech mega caps start reporting. And then nobody's happy because the tech mega caps are trading at such extreme valuations that they can't possibly satisfy market implied expectations. They're beating analyst forecasts, across the board beating analyst forecasts. But that's just not enough because their multiples are so high. So when I talk about valuations getting in the way right now for the earnings season, it really is about tech. But longer term, I think it's going to get a little bit more complicated than we were anticipating just a month ago without this election result.
Gina, thanks so much for joining us. Gina Martin-Adams there from Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at Elon Musk's businesses and how his role may change under Donald Trump. Remember, back in 2016, you had a bunch of Wall Street bigwigs cash out of their portfolios and get a huge benefit when they went to work for the federal government. Could that happen again? This is Bloomberg.
2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing in climate had gone down. It was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people were optimistic about then. The fact is, we built essentially from scratch, with lots of supporters, a really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, plausibly be optimistic about the path of emissions. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up like the speed that we knew to before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. In the meantime, some people who care about this issue are really out, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? Do we find, what new ideas haven't we found yet? How do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the costs of these things down? How do we collaborate on a global basis? So we're still not at the point where it's guaranteed or even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is The Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
The Trump team can now begin to assemble as many of his closest allies look to gain a spot in Trump's cabinet. Bloomberg senior editor Wendy Benjaminson joins us now in Washington. Following the transition, very much a lot of posturing out there, and there have been so many names, particularly those that have also been close to Wall Street. You think the likes of Scott Bessent, you think the likes of Jay Clayton even, who has served in a Trump term before. How do some of these potential future candidates really stack up against the candidates that are in Washington as well, and what it means for policy ahead?
Well, it's all an open game now, and let the posturing and the jockeying and the, favor calling in games all begin now. There is the Trump transition team is led right now by Howard Lutnick, who is the Cantor Fitzgerald CEO, as we all know, and he right now is in charge of personnel, while Linda McMahon, who was Trump's Small Business Administration head, she is in charge of policy. One thing to remember, though, is you're going to start seeing all these names out there, like the ones you mentioned and thousands more, that there's only one person who matters in this decision-making, and that's Donald Trump. Because if you remember in 2016, Chris Christie was running the transition. He came up with a lot of very traditional names for Trump. Trump fired him and started over with Mike Pence running the transition. So it's going to be a crazy couple of months, but we should start seeing serious names for positions like White House Chief of Staff, which need Senate confirmation, and then Treasury Secretary and Secretary of State. Those positions are often filled before Thanksgiving after an election, so that allies and markets have some sense of what the future holds.
Well, let's name some names. I mean, Shonali mentioned Scott Bessent, for example. His name has been floated for a while. You think about the likes of John Paulson as well. But who are some of the other contenders here that we should be keeping an eye on as they seek to fill the bench?
there are just so many, and none of them are serious enough that, I frankly feel comfortable going into their names. The names you mentioned are popular names out there. Howard Lutnick himself is a popular name out there. There's any number of people who might take these jobs, but right now it's all just a parlor game and speculation.
All right, Wendy, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson in Washington, D.C. Probably hasn't slept a wink, so we thank you for your coverage. Let's dive into one person in particular who may very well work in the next White House, and that is Elon Musk. For more on that, we bring in Bloomberg's Max Chafkin. He is a co-host of the very popular podcast Elon Inc. And Max, I was just saying before, it'd be interesting if Musk were to take a role in the government. And like many people in the past, Hank Paulson and Gary Cohn and others, he may be able to sell then his holdings in Tesla without paying capital gains tax. That would be a great way for him to save a lot of money. Or do you think that's not really on his mind?
That would be quite a sort of 3D chess sort of move. I am skeptical that selling a lot of Tesla stock is a big motivator here for Elon Musk. His ownership of Tesla is so big that I think unloading it would create issues for the stock. It would also create problems for Elon Musk's network. I think there are a bunch of reasons why he's not going to want to do that. He's going to want to keep his stock and try to figure out a way to have White House influence that doesn't allow him to back away from these companies. And that is going to be tricky, because obviously there are, ethical considerations of a sort of, if he's going to start cutting government departments and he's a giant defense contractor, that starts to create some questions.
So one question I've gotten from a few viewers already this morning is, does Tesla then face key man risk? I mean, I suppose you could have asked the same question when he went to run X, right? And of course he runs SpaceX and the Boring Company and the Neuralink Company. And so, but if he's working for the government, does that bother Tesla shareholders, or are they happy about it?
Any more key man risk than it already faced? Like, Tesla obviously faces key man risk. It's just, I don't know, the key man risk is already so high that I don't know that this changes. You look at the way the market is responding, the stock has gone way up. Last I checked, it was up like 13%. That is like a lot of money to Elon Musk's net worth. When you look at this, he maybe spent something like $185, maybe $200 million on this election effort. When all's said and done, he's gonna have done very nicely, and I don't think he's gonna want to stop that. I think his hope, as he's signaled, on the campaign trail, is that Donald Trump is going to make a bunch of policies that are going to make these companies even more successful. That he is going to play a role personally in the Mars program. So I don't think we should expect him to take some kind of formal role. No, I definitely don't think it'll be a role that requires Senate confirmation. I think it's more what Wendy's saying. It's he's going to have the president's ear, which I think what we learned from the last Trump presidency is that's maybe the most important thing. That may be more important than any particular job you hold or whatever your official policy portfolio is.
So we talk about Elon Musk in the context of Tesla, obviously, in the context of SpaceX, for example. Let's talk about him in the context of X, because for better or worse, I feel like X played a role here in this election.
Yeah, I think for me, this is one of the big takeaways. For several years, people have been talking about X in very narrow terms. We've been looking at Fidelity writing down its value basically every quarter. Its value has, on paper, has fallen by something like 80%. If you look at like what third parties are saying. I think you have to look at this as a very successful acquisition, not in terms of business terms, perhaps, because X's revenue has fallen, their user base has kind of been iffy, but in the sense that this has become a vital platform on the right. This is how the political right in the United States and the people who affiliate with that are consuming their news. It's how they're organizing. It is the, whatever people talked about after 2020, what's going to be the new Fox News for the Trump world, because Trump was beefing with Fox News. I think this is it. This is the media arm of the MAGA movement, and that is potentially a valuable thing and also a politically significant thing.
I want to actually go to Starlink. Speaking of the many parts of Elon Musk's orbit here, you have a closeness to the president. You have a very fractured world as well. You have Starlink playing a critical role in other countries. How does Trump's relationship to many of these countries change perhaps Elon Musk's presence globally?
Well, I mean, what Starlink needs is more customers. Starlink Starlink is Elon Musk's internet service. It needs customers. It needs to sell a lot more of these subscriptions to regular people. It also needs defense contracts. And Trump can help with both, because Elon Musk has been trying to pivot Starlink more into kind of a service provider for the U.S. government, someone who could sell, say, you know, the Air Force satellite connectivity, or perhaps an ally's army or Air Force or whatever. And then you have the prospect that the U.S. government, important spot of the room, you sort of wonder how long going to spend in the midterms. He signaled that he will be trying to elect local officials, trying to elect senators, congressmen, or whatever. And so he is going to be a big donor to the Republican Party going forward. And that gives him some leverage over Donald Trump. I don't think it's likely to think that Trump will just sort of take the money and run. I think he sees Musk correctly as an important ally, as a media ally, as a celebrity, as arguably the most important spokesperson who's not Donald Trump for the MAGA movement. And so I don't think they're going to break up. I think where the rubber meets the road is when Elon Musk suggests something that is politically unpopular, which he almost certainly will, because, you know, he likes to push the envelope, and I think that is where there may be some tension.
And to your point here, he has a large platform via his media company, X, and a lot of money in those down ballot races, maybe just as importantly. Max, thank you so very much for all your reporting. That is Bloomberg's Max Chafkin. And Trump's victory raises big uncertainties for the Federal Reserve. And tomorrow, the central bank is expected to cut interest rates at least 25 basis points. Traders, though, are paring bets on the Fed's neutral rate under Trump. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has all the details.
Well, that's right, Shadali. The people on Wall Street are seeing what everybody else is seeing, and that is that Donald Trump's plans are very uncertain. We know in broad terms what he wants to do, but he hasn't given enough details to model anything out. So the Fed doesn't know what's going to happen. And so what you can expect tomorrow is a statement that says, we've cut interest rates by 25 basis points. We don't know what's going to happen next. And we will ask Jay Powell over and over and over again what he thinks of the Trump economic plans, and he will say over and over again, we don't have enough detail. We'll deal with detail when it happens to affect the economy.
We do know what Treasury yields are going to look like, right? Because we see right now that the 10-year is basically at 4.50, and the 30-year long bond dropped, the yield jumped, and the price dropped the most since 2016. So how much of an effect does that have on the Fed's view?
We got to see how long that lasts, Matt. If that continues, then it is obviously going to affect how the Fed thinks about it. But it's kind of binary. One path is that the interest rate goes up, as it has, because the markets think that the Trump plans will be inflationary, and that slows the economy, and the Fed may want to cut rates. But if it's also inflationary, they may want to raise rates to bring down inflation. So they're kind of stuck at this point, waiting for the details and to see how it is applied. In 2018, the Fed staff did a study on the Trump tariffs then and said they're probably going to be inflationary, but the best thing you can do at the moment is look through them, because it's a one-time rise in the price level rather than an ongoing threat of inflation.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Mike McKee on what I would have to say again is a pretty historic day. The 47th president is elected with all the swing states that have been called and the popular vote. We'll talk more about what this means for the markets and what this means for the country next. This is Bloomberg.
think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, or you support, it's often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger, their income didn't go up for 20 years. They're the ones who have more crime in neighborhoods, their schools don't work. I think we have to be very clear-headed about how we can accomplish what we want to accomplish to lift up all of America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, this is continuing coverage of election 2024, and we've been all about the markets these past 3 hours. Let's take a look at them now, because boy, do we have a rally underway. As we keep telling you, you take a look at the S&P 500, which I assume will show. There we go, up about 2%. Big tech, remember, guys, of course, that had been the laggard, not anymore. Now it is solidly mid-pack for the NASDAQ 100, up about 2.2%. The small caps, man, the Russell 2000 up 4.7%. But I think about the conversation we were having hours ago with Alex Semenova about how sustainable that small cap rally can be when you have the long end of the Treasury curve just screaming higher here.
I was thinking the same thing. Big bond sell-off, but we have not hit that 4.5% level. Interesting to see those large caps come back. A lot of questions about those tax cuts. Gina Martin-Adams, a lot of good color on what that would mean for EPS boost next year if they get it, and we'll see what the House does. That will mean something or not.
Yeah, I mean, the market, though, is clearly assuming with this Treasury move that Trump is going to put some tariffs into effect, and that is then going to result in inflation. And I think that's the big question, right? What kind of tariffs is he going to put into effect? Right. He can do that without Congress. Also, what kind of tax packages legislation he's going to push through. And immigration policy, I'm not sure how much he needs Congress for that. Some of that he can do on his own as well.
What goes from a campaign promise to an actual policy? Those are the questions that we're going to be asking up until January.
Another thing for certain today, though, volatility is actually a lot lower. So orderly disorder, if you will, in the market as we see it melt higher.
And we have yet to see a concession speech. So we'll wait for that from Kamala Harris. It is planned now for 4 p.m. this afternoon after Donald Trump won the popular vote and enough electoral college votes to become the 47th president of the United States. This is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I love the fact that you have, we say the cojones, but I can't say that in Bloomberg.
Maybe moxie?
Yeah, moxie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
Do you need a clap?
No, I never.
Ready? Go.
Earnings season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell.
Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Mondelez reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate. When your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Drawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from New York.
From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. It is the day after. Donald Trump, while the votes are still being counted, is now President-elect Trump once again. And Kaylee, we still have some major races to be called as we try to figure the balance of power on Capitol Hill.
Well, that's absolutely right. As we look at the states that have been called for Donald Trump, it includes 2 of the 3 bricks of the blue wall, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He, of course, has 277 electoral votes called for him right now. That is more than enough to secure the presidency. But in those very same states, the Senate races remain too close to call, as the Democratic incumbents there and in Michigan, even in Nevada, are still in very, very tight contests. And we, of course, might be days away from knowing who ultimately wins the majority in the House of Representatives and whether or not this could turn into a red sweep.
That's true. A lot of conventional wisdom busted over the last 24 hours here. We can even put the presidential race aside for a moment, and that was a remarkable, if not historic, comeback in political history here in the United States of America. But the Senate, remember, was supposed to go just barely Republican, more seats than expected, it appears, and we don't know what's going to happen with the House. It's supposed to be not the hardest job of the night for Democrats to turn the House, but whether this is a red wave or, as I think Mike Allen called it, a red shock, we're dealing with a very different set of circumstances today.
Well, and certainly many people may find themselves shocked in the aftermath of this. I would point out we do expect to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris this afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, when she will speak from Howard University. We have yet to hear of a formal concession from Harris. But again, the presidency has been called for Donald Trump. And frankly, he called it for himself even before the networks did, addressing supporters last night in West Palm Beach.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
To Kaylee's point, that was before the networks called the race. The Associated Press at 5:34 a.m. Eastern Time, naming Donald Trump the winner of this contest. Of course, a lot of this has to do with Pennsylvania. The big prize last night. That's where we find Bloomberg's David Gura on the ground in Philadelphia. David, how do you do it?
Well, there was so much faith placed in Philadelphia, where I'm standing, in the suburbs around here. And when you look at the numbers of those who turned out for Kamala Harris yesterday, they were much lower than they were back in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was the candidate. And I think that's going to cause a lot of soul searching within the Democratic Party. This is a bulwark of support for Democrats historically. And I think that Kamala Harris and her campaign were really counting on many more votes here than they got. And I say that's going to cause some deep contemplation here in the postmortem. They also just have to look at their entire ground game in this state. It's something that they trumpeted so much over the course of these last few days, how much money and resources they pumped into getting out the vote here in Pennsylvania and moving beyond Philadelphia and the suburbs and exurbs to other parts of this state. They just didn't have the turnout among Democrats that they thought that they would, didn't get the kind of votes that they thought they would. And so it's kind of emblematic, I think, of what we've seen in a number of other Rust Belt states across this country. There was a lot of optimism on the part of the candidate. I don't know that you want to attribute it to bad polling necessarily. I think it's more just a sense among the Harris campaign that they had this sewn up more than they did. Yes, there was cautious optimism about how this was going to go, but I think that they felt more confident in what the results are going to be. And if I could, I'll just talk about the Senate race here as well. I mean, that's it had been on a razor's edge. It seemed like it was leaning toward Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat. We saw that narrow in recent weeks, and now it seems like Dave McCormick has this all but sewn up. He has not declared victory yet. I'll note that in Wisconsin, we had Tammy Baldwin kind of following in the footsteps of Donald Trump, going out before that race was called by the AP. That's not happened here. So we're waiting on votes here from Cambria County. That is due east of Pittsburgh. Still just 35% of those votes are in. But I think if I were to guess what the McCormick campaign is thinking here, they think that the path forward here looks pretty good, and they're well on their way to declaring victory in Pennsylvania.
All right, Bloomberg's David Gura in Pennsylvania. Thank you. The Senate race there, as he mentioned, still too close to call. The same goes for the Senate race in Michigan. Alyssa Slotkin right now up by 1/10 of a percentage point against Mike Rogers. And of course, the state of Michigan overall hasn't been called in the presidential race, though it doesn't need to, as Donald Trump has already had the Electoral College called for him. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is in Detroit, Michigan at noon Eastern on the East Coast. Romaine, what's going on?
Yeah, about in that Senate race, only about 10,000, fewer than 10,000 votes right now, separating Republican Mike Rogers from Democrat Alyssa Slotkin. Of course, this will take some time to sort out. This was a hotly contested race. But there's really a big issue here. And, Joe, you started off the program talking about this red wave or red shock. I think a better sort of descriptor, at least here in Michigan, is the red wake-up call, at least for the Democrats here. Because in that Senate race, Slotkin outspent Rogers by a factor of almost 5-1. In fact, Democrats overall, in most of the races, outspent their Republican counterparts. And, well, as you already know, they don't have a lot to show it. Of course, Slotkin hasn't technically lost the race yet, but the fact that it's even this close says a lot here about, well, just how little that money actually did. As for Trump and Harris, that was also a very contested election, with a lot of the campaign spending being directed towards very specific areas. Trump spent a lot of time in Dearborn, the heavily Arab and Muslim American population area. He also spent a lot of time in Novi, as well as in a few others in the western part of the state. Those areas really helped him to close the gap with Harris, not just in this election, but more importantly, Trump actually outperformed his performance from 2020 and in 2016, and that's got to give the Democrats a bit of pause as they try to figure out what exactly happened here last night.
Romaine Bostick on the ground in Detroit, Michigan. Your reporting has been indispensable, Romaine. Thank you so much. As we consider, as Romaine said, the red wake-up call. Donald Trump had any number of economic policy proposals that we've talked about over the past couple of months that brought us to this point. Here's a taste.
What I'm going to do is something that nobody's ever even thought about doing. No tax on tips. As part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. I want to cut taxes on Americans while putting tariffs on China and foreign countries to bring our jobs back home. My plan is to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. They are massive tax cuts, biggest ever, permanent. And to cut taxes even more, a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%. No tax on Social Security benefits. Restoring the SALT deduction, saving thousands of dollars for residents of New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and other high-cost states. As part of our tax cuts, we will make interest on car loans fully deductible.
And joining us now, Joe Lavorgna, chief economist with SMBC Nikko Securities America, the former chief economist of the White House National Economic Council in the first Trump administration. Nice to see you at the table here. I bet you've been up all night. I can only imagine what the last 24 hours have been like for you.
Thank you for having me. I was on earlier in the week sitting over there.
Absolutely. Well, nice. You know this table very well, and you've been generous with your time over the course of this cycle. We've got a lot of questions for you here, beginning with this market reaction. This is a monster move to see a day in which the Dow's up over 1,000 points, the S&P 500 is up some 2%, but the bond market is moving in the other direction. We're looking at a 4.5 here as of this moment on the 10-year. What do you make specifically of the reaction in the bond market? This is clearly in anticipation of some sort of inflationary event.
Well, here's the thing. When I was talking with investors and clients, as I do, that's most of my day job, the simple question is, what happens if Harris wins? What happens if Trump wins? And my initial read in very simplistic terms was Harris, bad for equities, good for bonds. Trump, good for equities, bad for bonds. And that related to the fact on where I see growth and also how the market initially would react to things. So, for example, with Trump, equities are up because the market's more excited about growth, lower tax rates, less regulation, et cetera. But the bond market gets worried about more spending, tax cuts, et cetera. And like the CBO, for example, they're going to initially probably score a Trump budget as being, more deficit-related spending. The Tax Foundation found that. The problem with it is that we don't know the specifics yet. And I'd argue if you look back at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 and you see what CBO scored, the revenue numbers in 16, we actually got the money in 18. In other words, the tax cut paid for itself. So I think these are knee-jerk reactions, and then we'll see what happens once we get some meat to the bone.
Well, so as you consider the timeline you just said there, knowing that there was $8 trillion in deficit added during the first Trump administration, the Committee for Responsible Budget says it could be another $15 trillion, if not all of it pays for itself. But it is a question of time, especially knowing these markets are discounting mechanisms. They are looking well ahead. So when we consider sequencing here, things like tariffs, that could potentially hit the economy first before the actual beneficiary impacts of lower taxes is fully felt and recognized in corporate profits and the like, right? How should we think about the way in which this plays out?
Right. So you're absolutely right. Markets are forward-looking, and they may fear or they could think, okay, tariffs are inflationary. It's a one-off price adjustment. But again, it would be how are the tariffs implemented and what would the U.S. be getting in return? I think there's this misperception that day one of Trump, we're going to have tariffs across the board, X%, and this is my guess. And in China, it's going to be at least 60%, maybe higher. To me, it's going to be more nuanced. It's going to be very transactional. In other words, tariffs are going to be used in large part as a tool to essentially have more fair trade. So, for example, the U.S. has certain environmental regulations and certain rules against child labor. Some of our trading partners don't have those same rules, and we're at a disadvantage. So to the extent tariffs can level the playing field and make trade fair, I think that makes sense. Also, it would depend, too, what happens with energy policy. If we have a significant amount of drilling and energy production, that will offset the tariffs. Even if the tariffs, for argument's sake, were implemented across the board, the energy share of the economy is bigger than the import share of the economy. So it really depends how it's going to be put into place. And I always tell people, look at things, the broad policy set. Like, don't focus just on the tariffs. Don't focus just on the tax cuts. Look at the holistic approach in terms of trying to increase productive capacity.
I guess a simpler way, though, of asking my question would be, are we likely to feel the inflation before we feel the growth?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so because if energy prices stay low, that will immediately hit people's pocketbooks in a positive way. Prices will come down. The general rule of thumb is every 1 penny change in gasoline is worth about $1 billion in terms of an energy tax cut. So if you get prices down 50 cents, may not seem like a lot, but in a $25 trillion economy, that's basically like a $50 billion tax cut immediately.
What do you make of the moves in the banks today? This is wild. Goldman Sachs up 13% right now. I could go down a long list of them. Is Basel III dead, if it wasn't already?
Yeah, I think Basel III is dead, or like in The Princess Bride, it's mostly dead.
Yeah.
But look, the financials are, isn't it a great movie? The financials are essentially a high beta on the economy. So if you believe in, again, I'm trying to be objective here. If you're looking at the equity market's up on the expectation of stronger growth, and the financials are a high beta to GDP. So if we sustain 3% GDP or higher, and inflation does moderate, as I think it will, then the banks are doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, so as we consider potential policy here and regulation, we've talked with you before, Joe, about some of the other policy ideas that have been put forward, like on immigration, for example, the ideas that around mass deportation and the economic impact it ultimately could have if millions of people who are contributing to the labor force right now, who are paying into things like Social Security, were to leave the country. How should we be gaming that out, and the realism of trying to get that many people out of the country in an expeditious manner?
Joe Livornia, private citizen, doesn't expect mass deportation.
Okay.
My strong sense and gut instinct is that we're going to enforce the laws. We're going to make sure, the administration will make sure that there is more legal immigration that comes through. However, there are a lot of potential bad actors, as we know, not to get into details, that need to be removed, and I think law enforcement will do so. But I do not, personally, this is me, Joe Livornia speaking, do not expect mass deportation. The other factor I want to mention is that if you look at labor force participation, we're about 3/4 of a point below where we were pre-COVID. That's over 1 million workers. So if the economy can grow and we can get labor force participation to rise further, that would offset any modest effect that we may not be getting through immigration, and will clearly be benefiting the U.S. workers that are here.
This would be a very different FTC than we have right now. When I mentioned Goldman earlier, I'm thinking IPOs, I'm thinking mergers and acquisitions. Is that what we mean when we say animal spirits?
Yeah, animal spirits, confidence in the outlook, yeah.
What's the M&A situation going to look like in Trump 2.0?
Well, certainly there will be much more M&A activity. I don't think, to me, it's going to be more entrepreneurial. I mean, I always would tell people, when I highlighted this when I was in the administration, if you looked at small business sentiment, it was the highest under President Trump than any administration. So there is, I think, a dynamism and an animal spirit that is reflective in an entrepreneurialism a type of role, and that is going to be, I think, beneficial to activity that allows people to transact. And by the way, unlike tariffs and things like that, this sounds pretty basic. I don't think this is insightful, but President Trump's a businessman, and I think you have to look at the transactional nature of how he approaches things. And there was a great quote from a reporter of the Pittsburgh Gazette, I believe, 8 years ago, said, don't take President Trump literally, but take him seriously.
In part, maybe due to the outcome of this election. What do you think about the path?
No question. The market is expecting faster growth. I think it's perhaps incorrectly expecting inflation is going to be higher, but is expecting faster growth and then less inflation. And because the president's going to try to make permanent, I think he will, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, there's no big tax hike coming in 26, and therefore there's no fiscal cliff, which means there's less pressure on the Fed to cut. So I think initially the Fed will probably cut less. They'll cut 25 tomorrow. To me, December is probably a pause, and then we'll reevaluate and we'll see, where the personnel is in the Trump administration and what policies are advocated, because right now this is still guesswork.
Pretty interesting to consider what will happen over the course of the next month. Your phone's going to be ringing. What job would you want in a Trump administration? Again.
I said this the other day. I said, look, I'm very happy where I am and being honored to serve. Yeah. And we'll just play it by ear. We'll see. I love the markets. I love coming on. I like having a nice conversation with you guys. And certainly if the president called, it would be hard to say no. But right now I'm happy, and we'll see what happens. I feel like, I like to think I've got some options, but we'll see.
So we'll see you on the North Lawn at some point soon.
Hopefully not cut. Well, I won't say it. Thank you.
Either way, we always welcome you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate you joining us on this day after the election. Joe Livorni, of course, formerly of the Trump White House, now at SMBC Nikko Securities on this day after the election, a day in which markets are ripping, the S&P 500 at a fresh record high, and the bond market seeing big moves with the 10-year yield up 17 basis points. We'll have more ahead on the markets and the politics with our political panel next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. We come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily. You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Posthuman.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're in an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Watch Chief Future Officer, only on Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. They are still counting votes. We still have some important Senate races to be called here, Kaylee, but the transition on the presidential level has already begun. Donald Trump is now officially the president-elect.
Yep, having won 277 electoral college votes at this point, but it is expected he could win many more than that. For all of our months of discussion about how this race was incredibly tight, going to be decided by very close margins, the margins Donald Trump was able to put up over the last 24 hours have been pretty remarkable, adding to what he experienced in 2016 and 2020. And it's not just the electoral college we're watching here, but the popular vote, which he is currently winning by roughly 5 million votes. He did not get the popular vote in the first two cycles he ran in.
Defying most predictions that we described here on the air, talking to various pollsters who do this for a living, confounding us to the point where it's now being called a red wave, or as Romaine Bostick called it from Detroit, a red wake-up call. Things went late into the night. You probably didn't get much sleep yourself. The whole nation is bleary-eyed this morning. J.D. Vance got up to the podium while Donald Trump was delivering his victory speech last night in West Palm Beach. Let's listen.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Joining us now for more, our political panel, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions, Kristen Hahn, alongside Republican strategist and Westfront Strategies principal, Ashley Davis. Thank you both for being with us on this day after. Ashley, just to begin with you, J.D. Vance calls it the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States, and he is not alone in characterizing this in that way. After a loss in 2020, after January 6, 2021, Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. What does it say to you?
He's also going to be a very decisive president of the United States. I mean, the win, which I think is probably good or bad, is good for the country in regards to there's no question about who won. And that's really not a political statement. I would say the same thing if Kamala would have won. The fact that it's not hanging on chads or anything else is a good sign. But yeah, it is a huge political comeback. I mean, who would have thought? How many times was he indicted? How many times has...
He's been convicted on 34 felony counts.
Yeah, and indicted more.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, just the fact that he was able to do this and come back, I actually think it shows, one, how he does talk and resonate with parts of this country that a lot of us don't talk to every day, and also just how upset the country was. And I think that's what it shows, and I think that we, a collective, we probably need to, take a look at the people that have spoken about how unhappy they are and want the change in our country.
Yeah. Kristen Hahn, a lot of Democrats are feeling bruised this day after. It's not just the presidency, it's Congress. You spent quite a good amount of time on Capitol Hill as a Blue Dog Democrat. How do you see this today?
I think you've already seen kind of the blame game starting, the finger pointing. I think, as Democrats, we need to take a look, like what Ashley said. Why were the people not happy? What are we talking to them about? How are we talking to them? And really think about that. This automatic, some of the talking points I've seen out there from some Democrats saying, we just didn't lean into the progressive, the liberal side enough, I think is the wrong lesson to take from this. There were no more votes to be got from there. We need to think about how we are listening and talking to the American people all across the country. I think there was a lot of fear-mongering. I think that there was a lot of misinformation out there, and I think it'll take us months, if not years, to figure out what we need to do, particularly heading into the midterms.
Well, and I wonder how you're reacting to the demographic breakdown we've seen in exit polls. Kristen, it's looking like Kamala Harris, who would have been the first female president in the United States if she had won, is going to win fewer female votes than Joe Biden did in 2020 for all of the talk about momentum among women. What does that say to you?
Well, I mean, I think there's also, like, she had, one of the shortest runs for the presidency, and I think that probably hampered her ability to really define herself beyond, Joe Biden. I think also, we were fresh off of 4 years with President Trump, and people were sick of it, and they voted that way. So I think it's not necessarily her. I think it was, you look at what's happening at the time and when it's happening. And I unfortunately think that we're going to get 2 years with the midterms and 4 years down the road, and people are going to be reminded of how exhausted they are with having to wake up and listen to President Trump every day.
Ashley, your thoughts on the gender battle? This had really devolved into a men versus women election, we were told, and a lot of Democrats are asking today, a lot of women are asking, why is America not capable of getting its arms around this idea of electing a female president?
I wish I knew, because, I obviously believe in that a lot. I actually think, though, that what people thought was going to get her across the finish line, though, was the abortion issue or the Dodd's ruling. And I think what happened, and obviously there's going to be days to come which we can look at this data, but it looks like many women, even in the suburban areas, cared more about security, the border, the economy, than they even did kind of these rights. And also, I do believe the American people, as a pro-choice Republican, understand that now this is in the states, right? I don't think that people are, the rhetoric that went around about the Dobbs decision, how no one's ever going to be able to have, female rights, is just not correct. And so I think people aren't believing that message. Yeah. But listen, I think the biggest demographic that came out of yesterday is 1 in 3 of color voters voted for Trump. Right. That was high in 2004 when Bush won re-elect, but it hasn't been that high since. And I think that that's pretty...
It's remarkable for a Republican.
It's remarkable.
We should remind our audience as well, you did support a woman for president. You were a Nikki Haley supporter at the beginning of this campaign. Is there a place for you in this party?
Listen, I'm just like her. I'm a conservative. I believe in conservatism in regards to financial conservatism. I'm very socially liberal, but I do believe in Republican policies. And so at the end of the day, am I happy that there's a Republican Senate? Absolutely. Do I not believe in some of Kamala Harris's policies? Absolutely. Yeah. But I do believe in a woman becoming president. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But at the end of the day, I'm a Republican. I'm going to support Republicans.
Well, as Ashley raises the Senate, Kristen, we already know that the Senate is gone for the Democrats. It has been flipped. The question now is the margin. And the bigger question is the House. What races will you be watching that have yet to be called?
I'm watching a lot of races where people are doing well. Jim Costa in California always does well. Henry Cuellar won in Texas, which is great. You look at people who are really strong, like Mary Peltola out in Alaska. Lisa Murkowski said she wanted her to be back in the House. So races like those, I think, there are a number of them that were flipped last night. It'll be several days, if not weeks, before we know who has control of the House. But I think at the end of the day, as a House person, those members and those candidates who really know their districts and really speak to the voters on a local level will be the ones who ultimately pull out the win here. And for Democrats, obviously, control of the House is really important, so that we don't have Donald Trump as president completely unchecked in his power.
You know what the loudest question I'm hearing from Democrats today is, Kristen Hahn? What would have happened if she picked Josh Shapiro?
I'm not sure it would have made that much of a difference, honestly. I think we had a really strong team and a strong vice presidential candidate in Tim Walz. So, I think that any conversations within my party about what if is not productive at this point. We need to all be sitting down at the table and being like, what happened here? And what do we need to do differently?
Well, and then there's the question of what happens next. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, we know, Ashley, but who is likely to be in this cabinet as this transition gets underway?
I think you'll see a lot of governors and you'll see a lot of senators, especially if the Senate does end up being 54 Republicans, say. Obviously, McCormick's very close to winning in Pennsylvania and maybe Nevada or maybe not. We'll see. But I think that those are going to be easy to confirm. And I also think that it gives you a little bit of room to have a vacancy in regards to other votes if the senators are going up for some sort of confirmation. I don't think if the numbers stay this close one way or the other, and going back to Kristen's comment, I think we're down to like 9 races in the House, from what I understand, about, what's going to happen. And I think no matter what happens, it's going to be very close. But you can't take very many House members out of, no matter, if you're a Republican, unless we're in the minority. I think you see Elise Stefanik go somewhere.
Interesting.
She wants what, UN ambassador?
That sounds right. Nice to have you in New York today. We're lucky.
Thank you.
Ashley Davis with us, of course, and Kristen Hahn, our panel today on Balance of Power, the day after the race. The market reaction has been wild. A lot of talk about animal spirits here as we turn to Bloomberg. Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle with the latest. Abigail?
Animal spirits is a good way to put it. The risk rally, Trump trade, lots of good ways to talk about today's move for markets. Stocks in particular rallying in a big way. The S&P 500 up more than 2%, the best day since early August. You also have that Russell 2000 rallying more, up about 5%. So what we have here, stocks rallying on certainty, but there's also that Trump trade truly in effect showing with that Russell 2000. Those small cap companies tend to be more domestically based. So his anticipated protectionist policy, tariffs, that would be good for those companies. But take a look at the KBW Bank Index. Banks really higher. And